Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Jolie, how are you? Crimson Tide, how are you? And thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Jan, she was in here just a little while ago. I don't know if she still is or not. Hold on, y'all. I gotta move stuff around. Hey Moonchild, how are you? Tara, how are you tonight? Hey Sasha, how are you? Moonchild, you're very welcome. Hey Crime Sleuth, how are you? Kelly M, how are you tonight? Yeah, my disc is a mess tonight. Cats Meow and Joey, how are y'all? Hey King Scarlet, how are you? All right, emails at the top of the chat if anyone needs to send anything to me or get in touch with me. Kelly, yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey Bugsy, how are you? Slipper, how are you? Get all my stuff situated here. Hey Shams, how are you? All right, y'all make sure to hit the thumbs up on your way in and to put your chat on live chats. Hey, just Dawn, how are you? And don't feel bad, just Dawn, my internet's been crappy today. Hey, Fofa. King Scarlet, I can't believe he was actually on time tonight. Yeah, Moonchild, you just have to watch it though. Sometimes it'll bounce back to once you put it on live chat, it'll bounce back to top chat for some reason. Hey, Glowbug, how are you? Audrey, how are you tonight? Okay, Summer, be safe. Glowbug, I'm doing good. Hot, but I'm doing good. Audrey, we're happy you joined us tonight. Hey, Riddler, how are you? Robin, how are you? Hey, Legendary. Just saying, it's been doing that for, I don't know, a couple weeks now. I don't know why it's doing it, but it needs to get its act together for sure. All right, so I'm going to kind of do something a little different tonight. Riddler, yeah, I seen you over there. I didn't stop in chat though, but I was listening to what they were talking about and saw you over there. So anyway, what we're going to do tonight, we're just going to have an open discussion night. Whether you want to talk about Kohlberger and Idaho 4, whatever cases y'all want to talk about, that's what we're going to do tonight. And we'll open up the panel. Bushcraft family, how are you? Hey, Taka, how are you? Jen with two N's, how are you? Hey, Margo, how are you tonight? Hey, Ray, how are you? Shams, I don't know where you're at, but can you please send some rain to Louisiana? We need it desperately. Gigi, I'm doing good. Tonka, doing good. Just burning up, but other than that, I'm all right. Hey, Marina, how are you? Legendary, you're from Colfax? I know exactly where that's at. Ray, I'm doing good. Hey, Sweet Misery, how are you? Oh, Sweet Misery, please wish your mama a happy birthday, please. Oh, okay, Legendary, you used to live there. Hey, Libra Moon. Oh, Libra Moon. I'm sorry. Vine, how are you? Hey, Christian. I done said hi to Libra Moon, y'all. Sunset Kason, how are you? Legendary, that's not. It's maybe an hour from where I'm at. Not too far. Hey, Elbow, how are you? Cherokee, how are you tonight? Hey, Ashes, how are you? Nina, how are you? Alright, just 1 second here. Hey, Opinion, how are you? Let me check the Idaho website one more time, make sure nothing popped up on there while I wasn't refreshing it 10 million times today. Just Anne, thank you so much for gifting those memberships. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Okay, let me grab the link. I'm gonna go ahead and open panel. Like I said, anybody's more than welcome to come up. Not any certain case, but whatever case y'all want to talk about, tell about, whether it's where you're from, or just one that you've heard of. Yes, just Anne, thank you. That was very nice of you. More pickles to the family. How are y'all?
Hello, how's your back?
Yeah, it's not as bad as it was.
That's good.
So
How are you, Riddler?
Lady B, how are you, ma'am?
I'm wonderful.
Just Anne, it says that your devices are not connected. Hey, Beckles.
Hi, Big Al.
Hey guys,
I love that puppy.
bad
Deb.
news. We didn't win.
Hi,
People?
Willie. Oh,
Aw.
dang it.
Hi, Willie. Good to see you back.
What
Crime
up, bro?
sleuthing. How are you, ma'am?
You were missed, Willie.
Hi guys.
Nice
Big,
y'all.
How
Big
are
Al?
y'all? Hey, Liza.
Hey Riddler.
So
All
you
right,
didn't win.
Willie. I
You
can
didn't
take
win in
Willie's picture
anything.
off the milk carton now, right?
Yes.
All right,
Why?
sweet.
We've been out on the streets looking for you, Willie.
Oh my god.
Yeah, everybody in chat was asking where you were at last
Listen,
night.
I tried to explain what this is to somebody, but she didn't understand it. So I had to take a night off. Or 2 nights off. But now she knows I know how to hide a body, so that's good.
Well, damn.
Are you talking about the beaver house trick?
I'm just talking in general, like
Oh, okay. I thought
So
were talking
wait,
about the
you
beaver
went on
house
a
trick.
date with someone and you explained that you knew how to do that?
No, I was just explaining what we all talk about and shit every night. And to a normal person, they're like, shit, how you talk about that for 4 or 5 hours,
What was her reaction?
Huh?
Was she into it, or did
Well, I
she look
mean,
at you like, "Get
it
me out
seems
of
like
here"?
every chick's into the true crime stuff, but they don't really go, nobody's as hardcore as like all of us. So it's hard to explain this to like somebody who doesn't actually follow anything.
Yeah, what do you mean you did that for 4 hours last night?
And it's even hard to explain to my husband, and he's
Yeah.
downstairs.
You know what I mean?
know. Literally, as I was walking in here, my husband was gonna lay down in bed, and he was like, "Gonna go solve another crime." I'm like, "Oh yeah," and he's like, "Does that ever actually happen?" I said, "I'm sure it does somewhere," and he's like, "Oh God." He doesn't
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah, so you know what I
Some
mean.
people don't get it.
I could
I don't
talk
know.
about a lot of things for several hours.
Right?
Yeah.
That's one good thing. Troll does get it. He's like all into it as well. Hey, D Smalls, how are you? Sally Mae said her kids thought it was funny when she started YouTube. Some people just don't get it.
Hey, didn't they recently find like another kid, a girl that's been missing for like 4 years, and she's not like, it wasn't like she was abducted or something. She wasn't communicating with her family for 4 years. She was like 14.
I
when
know
she-
exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I
know who you're
know.
talking
Awesome.
about. He showed up at the police station because she had tried to
yes.
get
What is her
ID.
name? Oh, I can't remember her name now, but yeah, she was missing for several years. Her parent or her mom didn't know
I
where
think
she
it-
was, and she just walks into the police station and allegedly tells them like to please remove her off of the missing person list. And she was, I believe, 13 or 14 when she went missing, and she's 18 now.
Right.
Her
Oh,
name is right
I
on the
think it
tip of
starts
my
with an
tongue.
A.
It's so weird.
Yeah, I can
It starts
see
with
her
an A, I
face.
think.
Is it an A?
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
And then she was found in New Mexico. Oh no, not New Mexico. I can't even.
Shit. Alicia
Melissa
Navarro.
Navarro.
Yeah, okay. Thank you,
Yeah.
Slipper.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
I could see her face, but I could not think of her name.
I literally just finally came off the tip of my tongue. That case is so weird because when she was doing that little FaceTime,
Uh-huh.
she didn't look right.
Yeah. Some people,
But
I'd seen where
I
some
don't
people
know.
had said that.
It literally sounds like she just ran away from a really bad situation, and finally wanted to rear her head again so she could, get a job and whatever.
Yeah,
Well,
but
Ran away
also
from a
they
bad
can be,
situation.
they can be, mentally messed with and
Yeah,
not right.
exploited.
You know.
Yeah, that's awfully young.
Oh, so Sally Mae says she's autistic. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
she girl, how are you?
autistic.
Oh, that's
Yes.
why.
And they
Well,
think,
Oh, that poor girl.
Did
Okay.
I read somewhere though that she went back to the guy that she was staying with or something like that?
she wouldn't go back home to her mom. She
Yeah,
wanted to
she's
stay where she
refusing
was.
to. Yeah.
So
Wow.
they're
And
they're
that's
actually investigating it to
Mhm.
find out if she was coerced, kidnapped, groomed or whatever. And because some people are wondering if she might have Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
she
Yeah,
mean,
did.
I would
I
think
think it
so.
was, in my opinion, it was her decision to leave, but that definitely could have happened down the line. But I know that she did come forward because she was 18. Or we're pretty sure. Most people are. It's like a general consensus.
No, anytime somebody comes up missing or is abducted now, I just say, "Oh, it's a hoax."
Hey, Marina. Hi, Ray.
2 or 3 days later, it'll come out as a
I
hoax.
Globo, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
Too many people be crying wolf.
Yeah, that other case, that just
Well, we can't let that color our.
right. Yeah,
Our
because
welcome
even
people.
if somebody comes up missing or it's said that they're missing, the case still needs to be looked into in case it is true.
Well, the thing of it is 99.9% of these are real missing cases, not
Right.
the handful of people saying,
But go on. No. I'm just saying. Alicia Navarro. At least she did come eventually when she was 18. Came and let people know, because a lot of times I feel like people can. This is a runaway. It's not like it was a missing person technically, but because of the age. But she did at least come forward and be like, "Stop looking for me." So she has some. Yeah.
Well, wasn't she the one that left her parent or her mom a note and said
Yeah.
that she had left, but she promised she would be back?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys, if you want to be able to get a membership gifted to you, possibly up at the top, those two little green buttons, you see where the gifts are, press that and allow gifts on your channel. Or
If you're on a
No.
phone, click the little dollar bill and then go to memberships and then go to gifts.
I don't have that on mine. I have to click the memberships.
Yeah, any chat that I go into, that's what I always have to do too, is click the little
Oh,
gift
wow.
boxes or whatever.
Yeah, so you can't even do it until somebody gifts something too.
Why? Well, sorry, I was trying to.
Mine looks completely different on my phone and computer, because on my phone and computer, underneath the chat is where I see the emojis and the gift memberships.
Yep, nope. Mine says super stickers and super
Wow.
chat.
Let's see what mine looks like. It may look different on my own channel. And y'all make sure to hit the thumbs up. Yeah, see on my phone, all I can see is the little dollar sign at the bottom of the chat and then the gift thing at the top. But it could be different because it's my channel that I'm looking at on my phone too. So
No, that's exactly how mine is.
Scarlett, I used to work with Child ID.
uh-huh.
Fraternity I was in, we worked with that because children go missing every 40 seconds.
Right.
But I believe a police officer told me, so if we don't find them within the first 48 hours, it gets real bad after that.
That's
Yeah.
why they have the show.
Yeah, that's what I'd always heard, that the first 48 hours is like the most crucial to get as much information and get their name and their picture out and all that. Hey, Janice, how are you?
Who was that case recently who didn't quite qualify for the Amber Alert, and then, the tragedy happened to her? What was that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like there's a lot of them, so you have to be a little more specific.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
How recent was it?
That's fine.
I'm not even sure. I know it was a big case. Everybody was talking about it, but it went away pretty quickly because they, found her somewhere.
Oh, I don't. Well, if I heard the name, I might remember it.
Yeah, they knew that she was kidnapped, but they didn't know the vehicle information, so they didn't put out an alert. Something like that.
Does anyone know? Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I'm trying to think. It seems like I heard that, and I'm trying to think of who it was.
Okay, wasn't there like a delivery or something?
You talking about the little girl that the UPS driver took away and unalive?
Okay.
That was
Yes.
in Texas.
That was horrible.
Yeah. Yep. That was in Texas. That was Athena. Oh shit! What was her last name? I did a live about her.
Was it Montgomery?
No.
No, I don't think
Summer.
that was.
Can't remember that. Brownfield.
yeah,
Angie
Summer
said
Montgomery.
Brownfield. Athena Brownfield.
Brownfield. That may be it. But I was doing a live as they were searching for.
Oh, well, round,
It's
round.
Strand.
Athena Strand.
Brownfield's a
Yeah,
different
that's
one.
right, Strand.
Yes. Thank you, Robin.
It was so weird, remember, because there was two Athenas right in a row.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Big L. Yeah. Yeah, that one though, Athena Strand. I'm gonna be honest. I thought that it was it her stepmom?
Yeah.
I thought she had something to do with it. And then it turns out it was the UPS or FedEx guy or whichever one it was.
Yeah, whichever one, yeah.
Took her and did all that to her. But they ended up
It's not
catching it.
far out.
And I haven't
No,
heard
go on,
anything else about that case. So I don't know. With it being in
haven't
Texas and what he did, I would think he's going to get the death penalty if he's
Yeah.
convicted. But I haven't heard anything else about it.
I agree.
At least life.
Yeah, I think
No,
should
he
get
should get the DP.
I think he should get the DP for what he did to her.
Yeah. That was
I didn't say that I don't think he should. I'm just saying that I'm sure at least he'll get life.
Oh yeah, he'll at least get life. At least that would be more than likely the minimum. But
Athena Brownfield, for that person asking in chat, was the one who her sister was found in the street by a postal worker, and her caregivers were her aunt and uncle, and they were both charged with neglect for both of the little girls, and she was missing. They didn't even know she was missing for a couple of weeks, and then they found her gone, buried on some old property of theirs. And the wife said that he did it on Christmas night and took her out there and buried her. Well, now the ME just came out this week with new autopsy report finally came out.
That's sad.
He was not beaten at all. She was malnourished and she had several really bad viruses.
Yeah, basically.
That's been happening so.
Yeah. So I'm really into that case. I've been following it, and I wonder what's going to happen now with the charges for the mother or the aunt, so to speak, because she obviously lied.
Yeah, definitely. They said
And I always thought it was so strange that she knew exactly where Athena was.
Yeah, they were saying that she basically died of starvation, right?
Yes, malnourished. Well,
I
it
was
was
gonna-
And the
pneumonia
disease and the-
complicated by
yeah.
malnourishment. Yeah.
And the
Oh,
Yeah,
sad.
malnourishment is a cause of stems from starvation.
So I wonder what's going to happen
Like,
with the man's charges as well. You know, he was charged with first degree red drum, and you know
Mhm.
now are they going to keep that? Are they going to upgrade her
Red drum.
charges?
Now, what state was she in?
I'm here in Oklahoma.
Oh, okay. I don't.
Oh, really?
I might have.
Yeah,
I can't remember if I've heard of that one or not.
It's sad.
I was gonna say, recently I've been hearing a lot of malnourishment cases. I don't know. Yeah, it's just there's been a lot of malnourishment cases I've heard of, leading to either just gross negligence or an unalived children especially.
Yeah, I don't get it. My
Mm.
kids were always little chunky monkeys their whole life.
That's the way mine was. Okay, and her last name was Brownfield.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm writing it down.
If you
It's
could,
the worst when
I tried to do a live the other night just to kind of update on the case, and I felt too sick. I lost my voice, and
Yeah, I remember. I think didn't you put a community post or something about that you?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I remember
but
seeing it.
I only did my thing for like 43 minutes, and then I completely lost my voice. I couldn't hardly tell everybody I was leaving. I was like, I can't talk.
Yeah.
I actually was lurking on you there.
That
I
was
was just
bad.
busy. I didn't have time to say hi to everybody. I'm like, I'm just gonna lurk right now.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling well.
I've been lurking a lot lately. Just pop in, hit the like, and then stay quiet.
I'm just waiting for some shit to come up that's worth talking about, because past day or two, I just see people coming on that are fucking portraying to be somebody, and then everything's getting debunked, and they turn out to be somebody else, and it's just annoying as hell.
Ridiculous.
That's why I'm doing what I'm doing tonight, because no documents came out, and so
Wow.
I figured it would be because better for everybody in chat. We kind of need a break from co-worker stuff for a night or two, but if it ends up becoming a topic of discussion, that is completely fine.
Yeah.
But there's so many
I'm
other
just sick of
cases.
seeing people, everybody
Yeah, all
bitching
these-
to each other about their opinions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all the speculation.
So fucking annoying, dude. That's why I stopped going in a couple of streams, because you can't get angry at somebody for having an opinion this way, but then when this person comes in and has a different, an opinion you have, then it's completely fine. So I just don't like
Yeah.
that shit.
That's
You have to
true.
be in the middle, or you shouldn't be a bouncer, mob, whatever the hell they're called on here, because it's just not cool. I mean, everybody
Yeah.
should be entitled to their own opinion.
Are you talking about the chat? Are you talking about the chat bouncer?
I'm just talking. I don't know. I used to stream on something where they were called bouncers. They're called.
Oh, okay. Because
what are they
there's
called?
one
Mods here.
particular channel I know
Mods.
that has a chat bouncer.
Oh yeah, no, I just call them that because that's what I called them, my bouncers when I used to stream. But yeah, I mean, I just wish everybody was a little less biased and stop arguing.
Yeah,
about
I don't
it.
like echo
I
chambers.
agree.
Willie, I do agree with that. And also, it's also getting to the point where it's like there's so much going on that I was listening to a live, and I'm not going to even mention it because I don't even know what the thing was called. But they were talking about what if he had used this weapon? Okay, but he didn't, or whoever did, whoever committed the crimes. I was just like, are we getting that thin where we're talking about what if they use this weapon? It was just okay, I'm done.
Well, that's what I mean. It just it's just getting to a point where it's we're talking about it just to talk about it instead of just looking at facts and talking about what we know, and and then you have people that are pretending to be
That's why I like it here, because people here appreciate those of us who are OCD and dig into stuff
Same.
and try to find something in the case that's actually in the case file that we can talk about.
Right.
It's going to come down, no pun intended, to the DNA of the jury. If there's people on that jury, like I see in some of these chats, that says, well, I already see enough to convict him just from the PCA. Well, and then if there's other people in there that says, unless they can show me something else where he's in that house, he's not guilty. So now what do you got? So you go in courtroom A, he may be guilty. Go in courtroom B, that jury may say not guilty. It's the makeup of that jury, and that's what both lawyers are going to have to. That's a big,
Exactly.
big
That's the
part of
most
this
important
trial.
part. Yep.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
That's
And
I
it
like
will-
Legendary's comment.
And Kenny
Oh,
Riddler,
Riddler, I think
speculating on speculating.
a balanced jury in Moscow.
Yeah.
Is the question.
Riddler, I think I mentioned this to you, but like the fact that there's so much more information, or there's so much more evidence, in my opinion, on Casey Anthony, and she got away with it. So you just really
That's what I
never
mean,
know.
and that's why I don't understand everybody's take on this. Oh, he's 100% guilty. He's 100% going to get the death penalty. How the fuck do you know? Casey Anthony walked away and she had decomposition in the goddamn back of her, wherever the hell it was. So I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, the
you know,
odor.
BKK. Yes, you can. I mean,
I
But
didn't
on the
follow
flip side
that.
of that, I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna
Casey
say.
Anthony had the.
I was going to say that was a case that I didn't follow. I just kind of like listening to it here and there, you know, whenever it popped up on TV. But I need to check, y'all. My whole list of cases I need to check into that Riddler done sent to me is getting long. I
Casey
need
Anthony's
to add
gonna.
Casey Anthony's to it.
that's one minute.
Casey Anthony is going to make you mad. It's going to make you furious.
Yeah.
It
I mean,
is.
it's a case. It's a
I
case
literally,
learned
I
on here.
hate it. I hate it.
Yeah.
the
Mm,
last one I sent
I
you,
really.
Scarlett, on the Ed Humphrey.
And
Now
that's,
he's part of the Gainesville Ripper case. He was just there won't be a video on him, but he was the guy that was falsely accused. And they even broke out pictures. I remember down here on the local channel, the knives they confiscated from him because he was real fond of handling knives.
Mm-hmm.
And he fit, Willie will tell you, he fit the description. And come to find out, once his DNA didn't match, they still wouldn't release the guy.
Oh damn! Well, why wouldn't they release him if he didn't fit?
Well, they had him arrested on a charge where he supposedly domestic violence against his grandmother, but she testifies he didn't commit any domestic violence, and the police officer said, "Well, I saw it." They've been following him the whole time, but they don't have
And
it on
weren't
film.
they trying to call him an accomplice if he wasn't the guy that actually
Well,
did
that was the second part. They try to say, "Well, you were part of it." After it was, and the poor guy, and then a grand jury would not convict him. They couldn't get an indictment through a grand jury. They go, the police said, "We got witnesses." They said, "Well, where are they?" And the police came out and they said, "Well, we got this and this." They said, "Well, show us the evidence." And nothing came up in the grand jury. So they couldn't get an indictment. Well, so that shows you that didn't matter.
Yeah.
The only thing that saved him was the DNA.
Well, I've still got the email sitting in my inbox. I just haven't clicked on the link yet to read it. But I need to start getting into all of those because whenever y'all are talking about them, like I only know what I've heard just from y'all and a little bit from TV and news and stuff like that. I haven't never did a deep dive into it.
Did you read Fofa's chat?
See, I hate documents, details, and critical thinking. I live for emotion fueled speculation. I can't believe Fofa's not up here. Y'all, last night when I ended the live, everybody, said their goodbyes and dropped down. And I look on my screen because I still had it pulled up until the chat stops rolling. And I look and Fofa's still sitting on panel. Like she didn't want to go away or anything like that. She was just sitting there.
She's tired tonight.
Cat. She was a stray cat.
There's something seriously wrong with our justice system for those of us who take it serious. That if you think that alibi from Ann is legal and binding, and if the judge accepts it or has to accept it, we got problems.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, an alibi, even under the definition of Idaho's, you have to have a time, a place, pictures, videos, where she can say use the state's videos.
That's how I took all this. She basically said, "Yeah, I'm gonna use your PCA to create our alibi." It's kind of fucking weird, but it should tell you something. It tells me something.
mean, if you think about it honestly, she basically used the PCA as his alibi because they put him there driving around late at night, 12 different times. So,
Well, I know that I lean more now toward guilty, but doesn't matter because
Well, I mean, no, it's your opinion
They-
either way. So
yeah, the state still has to prove it. Brian doesn't have to prove anything. He doesn't have
That's
to
right.
say.
Preponderance of evidence.
Yeah,
Prove it.
innocent until guilty. Absolutely.
Yeah,
All
my
right.
stance hasn't changed. I knew it was going to be some bullshit alibi because who's going to be able to prove where they were at 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning? No, nobody, unless we're on here talking. Like, who's going to be able to prove they were sleeping or
Scarlett's
driving
our
around or
alibi.
jogging or nobody? I mean, unless he was at a party somewhere. But if not, then
I mean, did he stop and get gas at some point?
well, that's what I'm assuming. She's going to bring. And if you read, I mean, if you see, she said that she'll disclose shit behind, like, I guess at trial or behind closed
Spontaneous
doors,
hearing.
whenever. Yeah.
Yeah, she wants to talk to the judge alone.
So-
Kelly P said it's like she's going to borrow their homework.
Exactly.
Well, I think she's kind of worried about some source talking to somebody like Banfield.
I don't know. I just think she looked at that PCA and thinks it's pretty messed up like we do. She's not stupid.
That's pretty messed up.
Well, no,
I'm
she's
just
preserving
disappointed.
things, for later appeal. He cannot say he didn't have excellent representation.
Hell no.
Yeah, Fofa's protesting. She's not coming on panel now. Ridley,
As I
so
get up here.
Eric wanted to know if you followed the case that they called The Last Ride. It was an interesting one that was in Florida.
That's where the 2 guys came up missing. I want to say South Florida, Collier County. I'll have to go back over it to refresh me, but I do remember that.
Okay.
Thank you
You
for
guys-
bringing that up.
Did any of you ever follow Quentin Simon?
Nope.
A little
Yeah.
bit, but that came in. That
Come
turned
on.
into like a whole big drama thing.
Oh, my
Very,
Lord.
very, very sad case, though. I will say
Yeah,
that.
I wasn't talking about the drama surrounding it. I mean, you get
Yeah.
those people down there, you're going to get drama. But, it's like that has got to be one of the, that just broke my heart. That's
Lady
terrible.
V. Oh, I'm sorry. Lady V, that's where I met you at on that case.
Yep, it is. Yeah. It's a little boy that his mom unalived and then threw him in the dumpster. And it took them, a month to find him, but they found him in the landfill.
Yep.
She should go in the landfill for good. I'm like,
Yeah, that punishment should fit the crime.
yeah, it really should. That's
Let
just
me beat her up, throw her in the dumpster,
exactly.
let her land wherever she's going to land, and then let her mom and Billy Joe go find her.
Yeah. She's, yeah.
I hate that woman.
I just
I'm
don't
a
know why
grandmother
nobody.
and I have guardianship of my grandchildren, and there's no way in hell my babies are going to be with anybody who is still popping positive for drugs. Nope.
Absolutely not. I couldn't believe
Nope.
it. And
Yeah, I can't believe she wasn't charged.
yeah, I can't either. She should have been
Yeah.
an accessory after the fact or something.
That's what happens with mothers and fathers. I'll
Yeah,
give
I
a
don't
little bit of
care.
leeway.
Yeah, I
My
was
mommy
just
did
watching.
it, but her mom knew
A lot
she
of
was.
leeway.
Yeah, she did.
I was just watching a court case where it's custody court over a child, and the mom has the child around a predator, somebody on the list,
No
and
big
the
deal.
dad doesn't want it, but they gave the custody to the mom.
Imagine that.
And are there any recent updates on little Michael Vaughn?
Seems like I seen something the other day about the Sarah Wandra. I
Yeah,
think is how you pronounce her last name.
Sandra Wandra. I think Sandra Wandra.
Is it Sandra or Sarah?
Sarah.
Sarah. Okay.
I don't,
Sarah.
but I don't remember what I don't remember what it said. But it seems like something was brought up about it. It must have been on Twitter or something that I had seen it. Hey, Roger. I'll have to see if I can find it.
That case is really sad.
The two things
Uh,
I can remember
I wanted.
Hold on, wait just a
Go on,
second.
Riddler. Yeah, go on.
Riddler, go ahead.
Okay, the two things I remember about the Quentin Simon case was first I said they ought to be able to find that child quickly because the cadaver dogs they hardly ever miss.
Yeah.
They're trained to smell a special chemical that only a human gives when they're deceased, and that's what they're trained on. And
Right.
everybody goes, "Well, you can't carry them out to the dump." Well, when I was in the military, I saw them all in the dumps with their their little shoes on, like it's like a Reeboks or something, and they're out there working away, and they can get pretty close to it. And then I said, when that dog hit on the dumpster and then
Yeah.
hit onto the dump site, that tells you where that
Exactly.
child was at. I said, now will they be able to find him? Because I don't know how tall he was. He couldn't have been too tall, the kid. But he
Quentin
was,
hit me hard. He looks just like my son. Like
it hit
it
my
literally
mother.
hit me hard. I don't like it.
Well, at least
Like my son is that age.
Kid.
It's hard.
But
at
the
least the
second,
garbage company didn't incinerate him like the lady over there in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
but the second thing that got me was all those people gather around hollering at the police chief to go make the arrest. Well, actually, all right, so he makes the arrest. What if the state attorney says, I ain't ready for it yet?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right.
We know where she's at. She ain't going anywhere.
Let him go.
Yeah, just let her stay right in that house. We got her cornered, pinned in, and we're building our
True.
case correctly. And I think that's what they might have done a little too quickly in this case, is they might have
Yeah,
went
'cause-
too fast in this Idaho case. But I know they got to get this guy off the streets, whoever it is. They got to get him off the streets quick. One, because of public opinion, but most of all, so it doesn't happen again somewhere else.
Right.
Yeah, if he was SK.
Has anyone heard of the case of Dakota Collins?
Of what?
Mm-mm.
Dakota Collins? He
No,
breaks
I don't-
my heart.
I don't think I have.
Oh my god.
Is-
It is the worst.
Check
Tell
out
me
what's
what
up
it's
there, guys.
about.
Oh, so this little boy, he was unalived at the age of 11 and was like systematically abused for like 6+ years. It's my
No, I hadn't.
I
heard of
feel
it.
for this boy. He was from Dayton, Ohio, and literally his dad, he's in jail now. But look him up. It's Dakota Takoda Collins. It's just unimaginable. He was can I say he was a foreign object was used on him the day he was unalived, like an armchair, and he actually even
I
Jesus.
know who you're
And,
talking about. I know who you're talking about.
When
yeah.
did this happen?
It's heartbreaking. It
You-
happened in like 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh,
Was
okay.
the-
So it,
no, maybe a little bit longer ago. No, the people are in jail. Well, one of them does not. It hasn't.
I
been
watched his
anything,
father's
but,
interrogation.
you mean his unaliver? Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't call him a father.
okay,
Sorry,
and
I really.
it was in Dayton, Ohio. You said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm writing it down.
He
The
was just this,
terminology we use is sperm donors.
he was locked in a closet and was made. He literally his dad forced him one day to eat his own feces, and he tried not to, and that's all they found in his stomach during the autopsy.
If you get a chance, watch
Literally.
his interrogation because that man, oh my word.
Oh, that guy. Ooh,
Ugh.
he's almost the best case Anthony. Oh, he's worse actually. And tell him
I might have seen the interrogation before because Troll has watched y'all every interrogation possible that is on YouTube. So I might have seen it before.
Al Mahooten McLean. That's his name.
What's going on with the one where
Devil Incarnate.
the girls were sleeping over and they all got unalive?
You talking about the one in Oklahoma?
Yeah, I don't remember where it is, but the girls came and slept over, and the guy had like chains and handcuffs on the wall. And
Well, they can't do anything.
Yeah.
He's not here anymore.
Yeah, there's nothing they could do with that case.
I think they should investigate further though, because I think it's a small pebble in a huge mountain.
Yeah, because they let him out of jail. One thing, for basically doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
He got charged with it, but they still let him out of jail.
Well, they let him out of jail after he was doing stuff in the prison too.
Yeah, with the phone with that girl,
Yeah.
and then he turned around and blamed that girl for what was about to happen and what he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that whoever signed the papers to let him out needs to be investigated, in my opinion.
Scarlett, did you see the one I sent you about Willie? I like this. There was an Auburn quarterback, former quarterback at Auburn University.
Fuck 'em.
His wife and her friend were plotting to assassinate him. So they got him locked up in jail. He goes and bonds them out.
You see how smart those fans are?
Let me see.
I love picking on
Out
Auburn.
of jail? They bond him out of jail?
He bonded, yeah, the guy who was supposed to be assassinated went and
Lord.
bonded them both out of jail. He's extremely wealthy. Extremely.
It's extremely dumb too.
Yeah.
He's got a wife and beautiful children. I think 3
Oh,
boys.
yes, I see it here. What, he's expected to be freed on $100,000 bond? Is that the one?
I think that's it. Yeah,
But
they
must
were
wear
arrested in
ankle
the
monitor.
Bahamas. Yeah, the wife and her friend. I'm sort of guessing it's her boyfriend. I don't know, but the wife and her friend were arrested in the Bahamas, if I understand correctly.
Is this the guy who like went along with it and said that he was in on the joke or something like that too? Or no? Is that the other guy?
Now that I don't know.
Oh, okay.
No, wait. This one is okay. So, ex-Auburn football player helps bail out wife, her lover, who are accused of plotting his murder. Is that it?
That's it.
That's it.
His dad has a company, or was CEO of a company that was worth about $5 billion.
Damn.
You have to ask, so what's wrong with these people? You were going to unalive me, but now,
I'm gonna go bail you out of jail.
yeah. I'd be going
With
like,
that type
shit,
of money,
no.
why you go to Auburn?
It's just insane.
Well, I'll make Auburn fans mad. They'll take anything over at Auburn and play football.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the truth.
Who got them rings though? That's what I want to know. Who got the championship? That's all I'm asking.
We had a quarterback at Florida, Urban Meyers recruited, and he got caught with a laptop and several other things. So he got arrested by the police.
Freaking Florida, man.
Florida expelled him.
Yeah.
He went to a community college. Urban Meyers wanted him back, so he served his time. That was his punishment. He had to go to a community college. So he served his time, and he did all the requirements as he was supposed to do. And they wanted to bring him back to Florida, and the administration of Florida says, no, he's not coming back on this campus. Auburn grabs him. He becomes a Heisman Trophy winner, and then he goes plays in a Super Bowl for the Carolina Panthers.
Are you talking about Cam?
Cam Newton.
He's a homo too. Excuse my language.
That is crazy. Why would you go bail out the people who is going to do this to you?
Love. It's all about love, Scarlett.
That's stupidity.
So you love your wife's boyfriend or lover, or there's something wrong with that? Unless he's like, okay.
Are they together again now or what?
That's just pure stupidity.
Yeah.
So it says they were arrested July 21st in the Bahamas.
So were they brought back here? Or not?
Oh, shit. Hold on. I gotta go back to it.
Don't worry, we'll be reading about that case in about 6 more months.
Okay, no, because it says
Yeah.
that Lindsay is expected to be freed on a $100,000 bond, but must wear an ankle monitor and remain in the tourist destination, where she and her husband vacationed at their home with their 3 sons. And then the other 2 were each granted $20,000 bail. They have to wear an ankle tracking device. The trio will have to sign in 3 times a week with the Marsh Harbor Police Station. So it sounds like they all 3 have to stay there.
Wait, I only got 20 G's.
Yeah, the wife got a $100,000 bail, and the other 2 got $20,000.
But they put those tracking on them, and they don't even track them. That's how that guy killed his wife over there. The one that chopped her up and threw her at his mom's house and at the incinerator, garbage, and so on and so forth.
Okay, so he had went and filed for divorce.
Who did? He did or she did?
He did.
Then he bailed her out.
And then she plans on doing this, and then he goes and bails them all out of jail. Or,
He had cut off all of her finances.
He's pretty intelligent.
She was a housewife, I'm assuming, without a job. But she was probably on his payroll, and he cut her off of all financial
Kick my damn
access. And so then that's when I guess they were going through a divorce, and she's got to figure out how to get the money. So that's when the plot to make the assassination, and then now he bails her out.
So did she talk to a undercover officer or what?
That I don't know.
So, I'm thinking that it was infidelity, and maybe they live at an at-fault state, because certain states are at fault when it comes to infidelity.
Yeah. It says here the pair were squabbling over custody of their children, the $2.5 million mansion in Thomasville, Georgia, that they were both living in, and the use of their private jet. Robert filed for divorce in April on grounds of adulterous conduct. Lindsay had allegedly started an affair with Bethel while at their vacation home in the Caribbean. And then he goes and...
Anybody else want her problems?
And she's a beauty pageant. Does it say she's a beauty pageant queen? Hold on.
Well, she won things like Miss Potato or Miss Peanut, or it was those type things out there in the farmlands, the plains.
Okay. Good Lord.
It wasn't like she was Miss Alabama or Miss Universe.
Okay.
Yeah, get the best pig call. That's actually a real thing. It's amazing what they do down south.
Wait,
I think
you
it was
talking
actually
about...
Louisiana, Riddler.
Yeah, they do it here in Florida too. I've been to them.
What?
Wait, they do what in Louisiana?
Pig calls. They do them here in Florida. Suey. Yeah.
This chick went off during one of those, and I just lost it. I could not sit there with a straight face and listen to that. I'm sorry.
There's one of our local things that they do here that I cannot stand. It is like nails on a chalkboard, and it's so popular every dang year. Yodeling contest. Like, God, I hate that.
I wonder why aliens just came here. They're watching us the whole time, like, fuck that.
Okay, I gotta get back into chat.
Doesn't seem like, we really give a shit that aliens exist, which I think is pretty cool.
I do too.
Everybody's like, yeah, cool.
You're going to stay with us, Willie, once this is all over, aren't you?
Once what's over?
This thing with BK.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm just asking.
Okay,
Because you'll be missed.
I missed the
Yeah, I'm
question.
going
What
for it.
was it?
Dude, everybody was tripping the whole time you were,
Everybody was like, in chat,
Why?
everybody was like, where's Willie? Because you were
I go
missed.
against the narrative. Why? What do you miss me for?
That's why we like you. We need a devil's
Oh, you
advocate.
like it.
I missed
Yes,
y'all.
he
Yeah, I missed y'all. I just
They all
like I said,
ganged
couldn't-
up on me, Willie.
Did they
While you were
really?
gone.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. I like taking the heat. But I don't know. It would just be annoying if we all sat here and agreed with each other and nobody had an opposite opinion and I'll just be bored
Yeah.
myself for 5 hours.
Yeah, and you don't learn anything. It's like, the
I
other
don't learn
night
shit.
he was talking, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I've never thought of it that way. I had to read, I had Scarlett pull it back up where it said, that they were finding out what time on the timeline because of when Bethany and Dylan's phones. I thought was like a communication back and forth, but it wouldn't necessarily have to be that. And I was like, oh, well, yeah, I mean, and that's what we're supposed to do. And be willing to change your mind too, or admit when you're wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Well,
And
that's, why I
Willie,
saw,
you
well,
missed.
that's why I saw somebody say that I went away because I was wrong. I ain't wrong about shit. Because if anybody came up here right now and tried to debate me with the Brian Koberger case as far as the facts go, I'll destroy anybody. Because there's nothing there that's beyond a reasonable doubt. Nothing. As much as everybody wants there to be, there's just not. I mean,
Right.
you can call the alibi weak, that's fine, but so what? Like, it still has to go to trial. The state
Yeah.
still has to prove it. They haven't.
nobody here was saying that.
No. I'm
Well,
just.
yeah,
I'm
that's
just.
basically
I'm just talking in general. I'm not saying. I'm just talking in general.
Yeah.
Right.
that's basically what Anne said in this motion. So what?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't see anything that came out that was like, that swayed me one way or swayed me the opposite way. Like I'm just waiting to see something. And once I see that one thing that says, okay, I think he did it now, then it is what it is. I guess I can care less if he did or not. I just I go by the proof and the facts, not.
You don't think it's
Hey,
telling
so
that she's acquiescing about the car being out and about in the area?
I mean,
I-
like I said before, if it was 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon, yeah, I'd say it's kind of odd that there's no kind of details, but it's 3-4 o'clock in the morning. I don't know how he's supposed to have pictures and people and timestamps and all this kind of shit when he might not even know what he was doing. If he was just driving around, he was driving around. I mean,
I mean, honestly, I don't see an issue with people driving around at all hours of the morning. Do y'all know how many country people around here drive
Oh,
the country
yeah.
roads and the back roads and all that
Yeah.
all night?
Yeah.
Scarlett, I was thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
You-
anything of it.
I'm a
You
night
don't
owl.
drive around though in a college town like that.
They
Why?
do here.
Because I used to drive in the country.
Well,
No,
yeah.
there's-
Why wouldn't you do that at the college?
Yeah,
I used to
there's
drive by
Yeah, it's a little
Fresno
different.
State College
No,
like
it's not.
several times every night.
All right, California's different.
yeah. I don't live. I live in between the distance in between two college. Well, one's a college town, one's a major city here in Louisiana. And there's people
Yeah, but-
all the time that drive around the college, around town, out here in the country. People, and when I'm sitting here on live at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, there's people coming down my dead end road just driving
Right.
around.
You sure it's not DoorDash?
well, that's
Same
why I
here.
said
Girl,
it's
we
gonna
can't
be.
get no DoorDash out here.
Well, that's why I said it's going to be really. It's going to, in my opinion, it's going to be hard for the prosecution to just make it seem like it's out of the ordinary that he's driving at that time when it's literally a Saturday, well, Sunday morning, but you know what I mean, Saturday night when kids are partying. This is a college town at 4 something in the morning. There's parties going on still. There's
Yeah, it's
people
still
walking around.
popping.
There's people doing shit. So it's not like it was just dead out and he was the only one driving on the road. Not at all. I'm not going to believe that for a second. There was a ton of
Yeah, I
people.
don't get
Oh
it.
yeah,
Well,
I
Well,
think there
I've
was.
seen it
And just
both
those couple
ways.
hours of the Linda Lane footage,
Yeah,
how many
but-
people did
okay.
we see?
I've even saved this on this channel. I've been a delivery driver in a college town where it's like at 4 a.m. we would just be getting back, and even then, it really does die down because people have exam. I mean, was this a Friday, Saturday? Hold on,
Saturday night.
really quick.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
Saturday
so
night into Sunday
it's a
morning.
After a major football
and-
game.
Bingo.
Right.
Yeah, so people are gonna be like they're not really. I mean, unless you're the odd man person like traveling through. I didn't witness a lot of cars after, say like this is 12. I feel like the football games would end exactly what you guys were saying. It dies down a shoot ton.
I don't know.
Maybe in
Party
California,
until
not
5
here.
o'clock in the morning.
They'll party all night long here.
Well,
That's what we do.
There's people.
Yeah,
on
but
the
this is
river right
Idaho.
now.
Here in California, it's all weekend. We start Friday and then
In
Sunday.
Greece, the club doesn't close till 7 in the morning.
We are
So-
not all in California, and Idaho is definitely not in California.
No, I'm just saying you're talking about a college town at 4 something in the morning. I will guarantee
I
you
literally,
there was a bunch of phones
I
pinging.
literally,
Yeah,
Off these towers.
Saturday night, early Sunday morning, parties are happening.
okay. I used to
Bars
like
closing.
literally. Scarlett, when I say that I worked in the college, I don't know if anyone knows Maryland University. I worked at the Jimmy John's, which is right next to the Turtle that got shut down for a knife fight or whatever, for letting underage people come in. And I worked for Jimmy John's, and we closed at 3, and I would be out there till like 3:30, and I would get out at 4 a.m. when the town was silent. And even in Duke games, Duke and Maryland are huge rivals. People set things on fire, but that's basketball. But either way, it still got really
I
quiet.
wanted to bring up something, and I think Willie will like this because I hadn't even thought of it. Okay, so somebody commented on the video that I made on the alibi, and she said, "When I can't sleep, I go to town and play Pokemon Go. I've had the cops called on me for suspicious behavior 3 times."
For playing Pokemon Go.
Pokemon Go.
I didn't even know if you
Now
still
that
played
shit-
that.
now-
but-
now
That
that
sounds like
was
me.
an alibi. I would have a different opinion. I'm sorry.
I used to
Wouldn't you
take
be
my
able to
daughter
prove it,
out.
though, if
all
that's what
out.
you were doing?
People used to walk in. Oh my god, I remember
3
that.
times. Oh my
Dude, we used to
god.
have Pokemon Go parking in our downtown area. It was so funny.
Imagine the cop on the 3rd time,
We
like, oh
had
my
that.
god, this chick again.
I don't think they do that in college now, though. Oh my god, I remember that.
And there was no
Willie?
drugs involved?
Willie, we had an expert come on while you were not here talking to us about the caste system
Unbelievable.
and about what was
Oh,
the
I
other
wonder if
system?
they're. I
I
wonder.
missed everything.
Who
Yes.
was it?
What was that other thing? The fake tower.
What was it? Crime sleuthing?
Stingray.
Stingray.
Stingray. He explained how that worked, and which I kind of knew how that. We had something similar to that when I was in the military, where we could go set up and we start picking up everybody's communications. But she's told us how the caste system. That's more of a reenactment.
Oh.
Yeah, there's the Stingray, and then there's also the Google Dragnet, remember? And then the other thing that he said.
The
There's
crock
ways
of
to
shit. I
find
missed
out.
everything.
Oh, who was it? Was it their name? The Blackthorn? Was that it?
Yeah, the guy in the night suit, knight
Yeah.
in shining armor.
Yeah. That was the first time they'd ever been on panel.
So, I mean, just in layman's terms, Riddler. So, what is the caste system? Good, or is it decent, or what? They're gonna nail him with it, or
Yeah, but I don't see how it's going to put him in the house. If he kept his phone in the car and he turned it
well,
off.
that's been my whole thing this whole time. Is like, you know, they say that his phone stopped pinging off the towers. Okay, now let's move on past that. How are you gonna put him in the house? Like, I understand.
It did not say that he stopped pinging off the towers. It said that his phone stopped communicating with the network.
or with the network.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
they're saying
He was
either
still pinging.
shut his phone
I'm
off or his
defense
phone died.
when I say his phone died, and it took
That's what I
that
mean.
long before it charged up enough so he could use it.
But to me, if Ann goes in there and says, "Yeah, my client's phone died when he was driving," how do they denounce
Well,
that?
they'll be able to verify that with the downloads of the phone. Remember, go back and look
No,
at
no,
like
I know. We spoke about that. You can dictate, or you can see if somebody shut off or somebody's phone died. But I'm just going by what they have in the PCA.
yeah,
It said it stopped connecting to the network, so I don't know.
yeah, they wouldn't have all that information until they had the actual phone to download it.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Even if his phone's off or died, excuse me, they can't put that phone in the vicinity of where the home is.
Yeah,
what
they
you're
can, even with it off.
So
even
they
with
can.
your phone completely off, they can still track you.
So then they should know where he was.
I
mean-
believe that they do.
If if that cast report puts him in that house, his goose is cooked. I'm sorry.
Listen, if that cast report puts him in the house and he actually goes along with his speedy trial, he's the stupidest son of a bitch I ever seen. Ever.
Right.
Ever. If they have any kind of damning evidence against him and he does a speedy trial, he's stupid as hell, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But the
You
defense has to have that same evidence, so they would know as well.
But that's what I mean. Ann knows all the evidence. So if they could put him in that house, Ann knows. Right now, Ann knows.
And we had a defense lawyer on here, and one
Michigan?
of the key, yes,
Yeah.
sir. And one of the key things we talked about that total was lack of DNA.
Yeah.
He says, notice the state hasn't challenged anything she
Say a
said
damn
about
word.
that. They didn't say a word
Nothing.
like they did on some of the other things.
Why would they?
What do you mean? Huda's saying, I hope BK puts all. Huda's saying, I hope BK puts all the students in the grub truck videos, their surviving roommates, the police, and all the neighbors. Where? Put them where?
On the stand.
That's what I would do if I was Ann. I would say,
Oh yeah, that's probably what you're saying.
how can you tell
Yeah.
that video is my client, not the DoorDash driver? You can't. Because to me, it looks like a lost DoorDash driver. The maneuvers that car did is exactly what they do every single time here that Domino's comes or whatever. They drive past me, then they turn around, they come back, they call me, they say, where are you? I said, I'm the last house, and then they're lost. That happens
I
every
was
time.
that person.
So, I mean, if I was Ann, yeah, I would too. I would put the DoorDash driver, I would bring up the 2 or 3 DNAs. I would put on everybody. I mean, anybody you can create reasonable doubt with. And there's a lot of DNA in that house.
Scarlett, just Anne had a question.
Okay, I'm trying to. Okay, hold on. Let me find
That's
it.
something I can't fathom. If they had a party with 100+ people just the night before, how they only had
No.
2, 3?
Because that's all the DNA they wanted to collect. Now, when the defense goes in, I want to see how much DNA they find, how much they pulled up. Because they're not looking,
How come
she's looking
I'm
for
not-
anything.
Why am I not seeing just Ann's thing, her comment? I can see it on my YouTube chat, but I don't see it.
And who was the guy that Dylan called? Ray? Who did Dylan call over the house?
Oh, here it is.
Well, they're trying to say Hunter, but we don't
Hunter.
know.
It says, Scarlett, will you ask the panel a question for me? Did LE use a MVAC or BK's car in PA?
With the
Maybe Fofa knows. I don't know. I don't know.
I haven't heard if they have or not.
I've seen one of those in the house, but I don't know about the car.
And somebody was in here one night. I don't remember who it was, and they were talking about an MVAC.
Yeah, remember they were showing photos and stuff?
Yeah, but who was that?
Gosh, I don't remember.
Because they had came up on panel and was talking about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember. I just don't remember who.
And
was
Willie
that?
also asked the defense lawyer about Bethany's
yeah.
testimony. He said for some reason the state is scared of her. They don't want her testimony out there, even though it's going to come out in court.
Who said that?
Yesterday when we were talking with the defense lawyer, he said for some reason they're scared of her testimony, or there's something there. If you notice, nothing of hers is mentioned in the
nothing.
PCA. And when the defense and they arrange a meeting with her, they were willing to go all the way to Nevada to talk to her. All of a sudden now we get the grand jury, which was a smart move on the prosecution, and that squashed that.
Yeah. Well, sometimes things can mean absolutely nothing as well.
Well, I
Well,
don't
that meant
think
something.
not in this case.
No,
They're trying to silence
effing way.
her.
Weren't they arguing about?
I literally just said that to see what the reaction was going to be.
the procedure they use for the grand jury, like they didn't tell the jury the proper instructions, directions.
Well,
That's what
that's
they're
what the
alleging.
defense says, but when I went and looked up the Idaho state law and I sent it to Scarlett, and it was under the Idaho Supreme Court, to me, the prosecution did correctly. The state, they gave the correct instructions, probable cause.
Yeah, I think she just wants a preliminary hearing. So I think she wants.
Was there an MVAC in the house?
Look at here. Hey, Rory. Thou shalt not kill, true crime is
Was
here.
there
Hey, Rory, how are you?
was there an
I'm
MVAC
sorry.
in the house, Brian?
I'm trying to catch up in chat, so it'll take me just a second. Crime Sleeping, was there an MVAC in there?
In the house, yeah. There are photos of them using one of those in the house, but I have no idea about the car.
Thou shalt not kill, true crime was recommended to this channel by Crime Sleuthin.
Oh, well, thank
You
you.
want to come up here, Rory? Introduce yourself. He's got a cool channel. He's cool. He's pretty smart. I think Riddler and Willie will love him.
And Heaven Source,
I
thank
like
you so
anybody.
much for that super chat. And Heaven Source says, why did Steve G claim that he was starting to see connections between Brian and Kaylee early after he was arrested? I remember him saying that, or
Yeah.
something about a connection, or we're starting to see the connections, or something like that. I can't remember verbatim how
Yeah.
it was said, but I do remember that being
But then the
said.
reporter said the house was targeted. So I don't.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it was
this
targeted.
looks
It
like
wasn't
that.
targeted. There was no imminent danger to the community, even though they didn't know who the person was who did this.
I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Well, I think they assumed it was targeted because there was 2 survivors. You know, if it was just random, they assumed all of them would have been
I just don't know how nobody found it odd that there was no statement from Bethany anywhere. Like,
Because Willie.
Because why? Because she's a girl? Is that why? Because she's a chick?
No,
seriously.
because they didn't
Let's
need
face
it.
the facts here. Let's face the facts.
Let's face the facts here. They did not need to include Bethany in the PCA.
But why? Why not?
Yeah, he was like straight up serious when he.
I am straight up because I'm telling you right now,
Because-
if Dylan and Bethany were guys, there's no way we'd be letting them get off the hook. There's no way.
That's kind of
I wouldn't be
true.
letting them get off the hook at
No,
all.
that's true.
I'm
Yeah, they would
I'm
definitely
ripping their
not.
ass apart right now.
The only thing
They
that
would
did
definitely
is
not be at their homes.
the phone
Hell
download,
no.
right? And they didn't need any other statement
No.
from Bethany. They already had what Dylan said. They're not going
I
to
actually
give
kind of agree with what Willie said. If they were guys,
listen,
it literally
I might
would
not
be a
say-
different
yeah.
story.
I mean, I see where
They
Willie's
would be
coming
in
from
jail
with
right
that.
now. Or
And he's absolutely right.
I mean, I'll say the shit that gets me in
That's-
trouble, but at
Thank
least
you,
that's
Heaven
an
Source.
interesting.
it's going to be correct. I mean, I have no reason to lie here. It's just, it is what it is. I don't know. I mean, it's just the way of the world.
The PCA is probable cause for arrest. Has nothing to do with conviction. They only needed to put in there what pointed the finger at him.
Yeah.
They don't add anything extra. They're not going to give out anything for free. They're
So
just
that's
not
what I
going to
mean. So in my opinion, if the defense wanted to talk to Bethany, it's because Bethany had something to go against what Dylan saw.
Yeah, she
So-
could. She totally could. She can have a completely different story from Dylan. Absolutely.
Well, I feel like she's gonna have to have a story, or sure. I mean, can she say she was sleeping the whole time, or if there's proof that she wasn't sleeping the whole time, then she has to answer for it, or like, can a witness stand silent? How does that work?
Well, she's got a
But
comment.
it's gonna really all that would do is help Brian.
Right.
She's got a comment, I'm sure, in the police report.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we
So
just
that-
don't see.
that's what they had-
We're
that's
not
what-
privy to that. Yeah.
That's
I didn't
what
know
the
if she was
defense
just-
read
Gotcha.
from.
I didn't know.
Well,
She could just
and
be
you-
like, I didn't hear
you can-
nothing. See ya.
You can
Yeah.
put a witness as a hostile witness on the stand. They don't have to say anything, but they'll be held in contempt of court, and it won't
Gotcha.
help prosecution. That's for sure.
Charlotte,
Oh, hi,
Awesome.
Ray.
Ethan did not have 2 autopsies, did he?
And that's what I was about to message Kelly P about, because I've heard several different people say that he had two, but I don't know if they're getting that from the PCA and how it says that the autopsy report from December the 15th, if that's what they're thinking or what. But the autopsies were done on all of them on November the 17th. I would assume what they're putting in the PCA December the 15th is that report that they got back from November the 17th when the autopsies were done.
That would have to.
I don't know where people are getting that there was two done, unless they've seen something that I haven't seen. I don't know.
Sources.
Huda said something.
Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. And she said allegedly she heard voices, allegedly. And Huda, you're talking about Bethany, right? I was seeing. Okay, wait. I heard that she told the police earlier.
Oh, is she talking about the Kim Dot stuff?
I saw some of Huda's comments in chat. I need to go back and try to find some more so I can know exactly what she's talking about.
Oh, I find it. The one thing I find weird that Dylan had stated that she heard, which one I figured she would have heard more, but two, if she heard somebody playing with the dog upstairs, like she heard the dog, the collar or barking or whatever.
Allegedly.
I mean, this is what she's saying. This
Yeah,
is what she's telling law enforcement that she heard.
Yeah.
So she's telling law enforcement that she heard somebody upstairs playing with the dog, which means she's going to have to explain what she heard of the dog. And then my question would be, who the hell locked the dog in the room? Who locked the dog in its own room when she heard Kaylee playing with the dog while this was going on?
Because our minds play tricks on us. Like if you look up to the clouds, you're going to see bunnies and rabbits and shit, right?
I understand it, but this is her statement.
Okay, I understand.
And it's not her dog, right?
She was describing.
It's not her dog.
It's half her dog. It's half Kaylee's.
And half
Jack had it together.
Yeah, so she's not used to having a dog, or has she ever had a dog in her life? Because she could think this the dog.
She was with the girls all the time.
The dog has been in the house.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's
but
videos.
You're in college. You're not paying attention to your freaking dog usually.
So then why would
I mean, I'm just saying that's another hole. It's another hole. I'm saying if you.
I don't understand what your point.
If you're, I'm just saying, like, she could interpret what a dog does wrong because she's never. If she had a family dog, maybe
She didn't say she did anything wrong. She just said that he and Kaylee, she thought they were playing with the dog. That's all. I mean,
she thought.
I'm not going after anybody. I just have a question on who put the dog.
No, I'm not either. No, I'm not either. No, sorry. I'm in the animal field. So I'm just like looking at it. Like a lot of people come in with not knowing about animals.
No,
sorry.
Let's not mind the animal. I'm just talking about her living on the first floor of that apartment for how long. She's heard noises upstairs before, people playing with dogs. She knows what that. She knows what that noise is.
Right. And I want to say something to the chat real quick too, guys. We are not raking these two girls over the coal. We are not saying they are in any way.
Jesus.
What we're saying is you have to explore this to get to the bottom of it too. That's why they're going to be witnesses, right? Because they know something. We're just trying to brainstorm. That's all.
How are people going to handle this?
I am not trying to attack them. I'm sorry.
Okay, y'all one at a time.
I'm trying.
All right, go ahead, Crime Sleuthing.
Thank you so much, Scarlett. I appreciate that. Heaven Stars has a good possible explanation. Maybe the dog sensed something was wrong and was jumping up and down off the bed, running around in the room.
For 8 hours?
No. Just like something happened at 4. So the dog heard it and starts jumping around the room. That is a plausible explanation.
I honestly think it was the two girls fighting with Koberger or whoever did it.
That's what I thought too.
I think the sound could travel.
Who doesn't sleep with their dog?
Yeah.
Was that at 4?
She slept with her dog.
What woke her up?
Huda, no, you're not blocked, honey. I can see you.
Somebody locked the dog in that room.
What did Dylan say woke her up?
Okay, hold on.
That kind of proves my point, though. She said Sorry.
Let me grab the PCA because I want to make sure that I read it
I,
word for
yeah,
word.
because I don't know for sure, but I think that she said that the noise of supposedly Kaylee and the dog playing is what woke her up.
Yeah, she said she
And
thought that's what she heard, but
that was at
she
4 o'clock. And,
yeah.
you know, the white vehicle was still driving around at that time.
Okay.
And,
But
and for
Heaven
people,
Stars kind of proves my point with the whole like you don't actually like if you've never like even if you've had a dog, it can sound if something's jumping around like trying to like warn you. It can even sound like if you're used to it like playing, it can sound like it's playing. That's all I'm saying.
Again,
Yeah.
I'm just going. I didn't say these statements to law enforcement. She did. So I'm just going by what she said and what I can make logical sense of. That's all.
Okay.
I'm not coming after you at all. Sorry.
No, I know. I know you're. Listen, is this our first time talking? Yeah, I've never come at anybody or think anybody's coming at me. I'm just having a simple conversation debate over this because again, it just doesn't make.
Intelligent debate,
Whoever did
yes,
this, whether it's
logical.
Brian, whether it's Johnny, I don't care who did it. I just feel like somebody that did it put that dog in that room because I don't feel like somebody would not sleep with their dog or have their dog in their room. If you're a dog owner, I mean, you're always going to let your dog.
I
You're not going
agree.
to lock your dog in a damn room. So what? It's a food in there. Does it piss in there? I mean, why is the dog locked in a room? So it's just my opinion is somebody put that dog in a room. I don't know who, but that just makes logical sense to me because
Okay.
they
Well,
put the dog in there.
the
My
PCA
scenario,
states that DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated that she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was located on the third floor. Then a short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." So she could have been in her room. Kaylee could have been playing with Murphy. She might
exactly.
have heard something over in Maddie's room, went over to Maddie's room to see what was going on, and left Murphy in there while she went over to Maddie's room.
Exactly.
That's
That's
what
what
I
I'm
always.
saying.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what I always thought.
And
That's my scenario.
when she walked into Maddie's room, that could have been when she was attacked. She could have walked in on it, tried to stop it, and
Yeah, I
all
think she
that.
probably ran over there and tried to like jump on him or something, you know?
I've
And
always said,
Yeah.
So is Kaylee 100% awake?
yes, I believe everybody was awake. Myself,
Yeah.
I don't think anybody
My
was asleep.
God.
Nobody
Because-
was.
And what I've always said is I believe Maddie was the target if anybody was targeted. And Kaylee came into the room upon
Yep.
the scene.
I
And
agree.
things transpired from there via panic. You know what I mean?
And it could have been Kaylee playing with Murphy, and it could have been she's playing with Murphy. Dylan gets woke up. Then she hears Kaylee say, "There's someone here," because she heard something going on in Maddie's room. As she's walking to Maddie's room, she could have said, "There's someone here." We don't know how Kaylee said it though, because that was never put into the PCA. Did Kaylee scream it down the stairs to warn other people that there's someone here? Did she say it like she knew the person? Like, "Oh, hey, someone's here." It's something like that.
And the problem
And-
is all this that you're saying, Scarlett, is what Hannah's going to ask her.
Right.
Is, how did you mean this? What do you mean you heard that? How'd you hear it this way?
Yeah.
This is exactly what Anne's going to do.
Yeah.
It's sad too, honestly. Okay,
And-
so
and well,
I'm
well,
wondering if maybe
Well, it's the
Kaylee was
law.
on the phone with somebody and she heard her tell whoever was on the phone, "Hey, someone's here, I'm gonna call you back," or whatever. You
Scarlett,
think that's possible at all?
I don't know.
Scarlett, I've said it plenty of times. It's law enforcement, not feelings enforcement. You can rest assured the state has gone really tough on those two girls.
Oh, yeah.
How many interviews do they have with them? 3?
Yeah.
Several. I think the PCA says several interviews.
Okay, several
not mistaken.
interviews. And if you read the PCA, I can read Dylan's statements in less than a minute. So you can imagine, where does a state start with? The closest survivors.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and this is law enforcement, not feelings enforcement. A lot of people say, "God, I hope they don't grill them on the stand." That would be wrong. I'm sorry, it's a bad situation. That's what you get put into. You didn't choose
And we're
it,
looking
it
for
just
the truth.
happened. Right.
We're looking for justice.
Right. They got to find facts. And they got to find out, oh, so you're telling me you saw a guy in the house with the mask on, walking towards you, you're scared, and you don't call 911 immediately. Now, I want to hear what her answer was to that to the state attorney.
I think that's going to be like my
He said, "Here, spray some amino black here, and I'll show you a footprint."
yeah. And family and friends, thank you so much for that super chat. And they said, or the murderer knew Murphy and was his friend.
God, I love that super chat.
Somebody's willing.
That's-
Somebody's like,
Yeah, I hear background noise.
It's never me. I love that super chat. That's what I said.
It's me. My
how
hand,
does-
I'm in the garage. My hand's going in the refrigerator, pulling
Oh,
stuff,
okay.
talking to me.
I just felt like for some reason that Murph knew who did this. It just, I
Yeah,
don't know, for some
he
reason.
could smell him. Maybe he'll
know.
tell us. He could be a witness on the stand.
Hell
I
yeah.
want to know which way the door opens.
Murph might
It
solve
goes.
all this. Can they use
I
that? Does
believe it
anybody know?
opens into the bedroom. It doesn't open into the hall.
Does anybody know if they could
Beckles,
use?
Beckles says, bring Murphy around DK and see what happens.
I wonder what he would do because somebody else had mentioned that before too about bringing Murphy around.
That is so true. A dog wouldn't remember.
Well, my question is if you bring the material in, say that, has Brian Koberger's smell on it, and then, or the other way around, they just bring Brian in and they see how the dog acts around Brian. Can they do that?
I wonder if there's been some sort of a motion or discussion about that. I'm
Well,
sure
I just remember watching a trial. It wasn't criminal. I think it was Judge Judy. But they brought some lady who stole a dog, and they brought the dog in. And when they put the dog down, the dog ran right to its owner, which she stole the dog from. And obviously, you
I
could
saw
tell.
that one.
Saw that one. So I
Yeah.
feel like I just want to see like if they just have Murph sitting there and they make him like walk up to the
Or
dog
just-
to see how the dog reacts. Like if it starts
I'm quite
whining.
sure
if
there's one where they use a parrot as a witness, and the person
Holy
got
hell.
convicted.
Or
Well,
just
if I'm
have Murphy sitting somewhere and just let Brian walk into the room and see what his reaction is.
Exactly.
If I'm Brian or I'm Ann, I'm going to have Brian filled with dog biscuits. So dog jumps on him and likes
I
him.
remember the case with the parrot.
Jeez.
Does anybody think that they had Dylan do any type of ID at all?
I've been asking the
Yeah.
question, but
So
I
a
get made,
lineup of
I get made fun of that she didn't see enough.
I mean,
Well-
it would make sense, but how would she?
Don't say it, Scarlett.
I know it's like, yeah, those
You
are the
saw enough for
eyebrows right
eyebrow
there. you know?
description.
I mean, because if they line a bunch of men up, they would. They would
Scarlett.
literally have to put the mask over his head where you
Look at
could
his
only
head.
see it.
Look at
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know,
turn
but-
off the lights and everything and have her peek around a door to look at
But
them
I
to
just-
ID them. Yeah, no.
I mean, at that point, it's not even that. They just put pictures in front of you, and they say
But-
circle the one that you saw.
Did she
I don't
pay
know.
attention to the way he walks? Does he have like a certain type of walk that he? Because like when some people walk, they
That
have
she
like a
heard his
limp
voice.
or
Yeah.
something like that. She could have heard his voice at some time.
Didn't it
maybe
say
it's-
that she
Well, my
heard
biggest question is,
his voice?
Scarlett, is what kind of mask did he? I just need to know what kind of
Yeah,
mask he
they
had on.
don't say what type of mask that he had on. Just that it was one that covered his
Well, we
mouth
can
and
only
his nose.
assume it's two different kinds, correct?
Well, we
Maybe
also
three?
assumed that what's on the PCA is the only thing she said. She could have said a lot more, and they just didn't put it out. They only put out the pertinent information.
That's what
Scarlett, I know
what to assume.
I know what you're saying, Scarlett, about like a certain gait. Some people have certain gaits.
Yeah, so I mean,
The way
she
they
claims
walk.
you see that she saw this guy walking towards her and then past her. So did she notice he has a certain type of walk? I mean, that could be something that she could point
True.
out. Maybe.
Did she see the knife? I want to know if she saw the knife.
Yeah, that we don't know
Ooh.
because that wasn't put in there.
Yeah.
But a lot of eyewitnesses' recollections is not actually congruent with what actually happened.
Very true. Hmm.
And Crime Sleuth, and you were asking, didn't Dylan hear a voice
Yeah, she said something. She heard somebody say, I'm here to help you.
to
But
help you? Yeah,
do they know who that was?
they,
Or did they know that it was not Ethan?
because I'd even wondered that. I would think she should be able to tell Ethan's voice, and if it wasn't Ethan's voice, then it would have had to have been the other person. So did she tell them? You know, we know she said that she heard somebody say, "I'm here to help you." Well, did you tell the police that it was Ethan's voice, or did you tell? Because if it was Ethan's voice, why would they put it in the PCA?
Well, another thing is they've been, interviewed or grilled or whatever several times, a few, whatever. If her testimony has changed from the first time that she was interviewed to the last time she was interviewed, because, sometimes they coach them.
Now, can Ann go back and review all that?
Yeah, she'll be able to look at all that. That's all evidence.
Scarlett, does it say it was a male's voice or a female's voice that she heard?
So let me go.
Oh, that's a great question.
Okay, she says, all right, so DM stated she opened her door for a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said that she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." So was it Ethan telling Xana that before he passed, or was it this other person that was in there and they're just telling her that to try to make her think that they're really going to help her?
That is such a bizarre thing to hear somebody say in any
And
situation.
that makes me think Ethan wasn't attacked at that time.
I don't know.
I want to know what was picked up at 4. I want to know so bad. The only thing I want to know is what was picked up at 4:17 a.m. on whatever kind of audio that they picked up. That's all. That's the only thing that I want to hear, is if there was like barking, a struggle, yelling, screaming going on in that, whatever they picked up, because it's in the PCA, but we don't know what was
And
heard.
what I get from that is that he just walked nonchalantly out of the house. He didn't run. He wasn't in a rush or a hurry.
Did they say walk? In the PCA?
Let's see. Hold on. Let me go back.
I think they did. I mean, he was probably booking it pretty quick.
All right. So DM stated she opened her door for a third time after she heard the crying, saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. She described him as 5'10", taller, athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past the DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. She did not say that she recognized him, and this leads investigators to believe that the murderer had left the scene. So he just walked.
Jesus.
I really don't think that he saw her. I think he had that, rage tunnel vision going on. He was trying to get out of there. He did also probably still have visual snow. In addition to
I
that,
would believe that he was still carrying a knife.
Yeah, probably.
And she would have to, unless he had a pouch on a hoodie. But she didn't say he had a hoodie on. She said
Or maybe a sheath. I'm surprised he didn't notice and go back and try to look for it.
I would just say that if I saw a knife, that would be like the first thing I've been held at gunpoint several times.
If he didn't have the sheath on him, then where would the knife have been? Let's think about this. If he didn't have the sheath on him, where would the knife have been?
Could that have been what scared Dylan and put her in this frozen shock phase?
I don't know.
Because there had to have been something. If it's true that she was in a frozen shock phase, she had to have seen something and heard. Obviously, she probably heard something. But then seeing this guy, maybe that's what put her in it. Did she see the knife? Did he have red stuff on his face? Like, what was it that scared her and she locked herself in a room?
Well, that's what I would think.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's her seeing that knife.
Why did she not call 911?
Oh, I don't know. I can't.
They can literally just go in shock for hours and hours and hours.
She's on her own on that one.
You can stay in shock for many hours. You really, really can. Look it up. Research it just a little bit. You'll see I mean, I'm not saying that that's the truth in this case. I'm just saying that it does happen that people do go
It's a
into shock
possibility.
for hours
Yeah.
and then pass out afterward, and then she woke up later. That is possible. I'm not saying it's true.
But why not call 911 before you call
She
friends?
still called somebody else before she called 911.
Yeah,
So
and I
what
think
did she
that's-
see?
I've always
That's
thought
what's
that.
I think that's what's going to eat her up in court is, okay, I get the whole frozen shock face thing. I even said this before. I can even see somebody, 2 hours being like, okay, did I really just hear and see what I think I heard and seen? But
Yeah.
why call friends before you call police? And they're claiming that they thought that one of the roommates was unconscious. And did Dylan and Bethany try to go open up Xana's door?
That's
And-
speculated. We don't know for sure.
And
And
that's
if-
Scarlett.
Hunter tried to open the door.
Scarlett.
If they did, they would have saw blood. They
Well,
would know
that's what I'm
somebody's not
thinking,
passed
like-
out.
That's what I thought got her to call somebody over was she walked out and saw, which again, she would have walked out earlier because she saw somebody, but let's just pretend that she didn't do nothing for 8 hours. And then she walked out and saw the blood coming on from underneath the door and then called whoever over. In my opinion.
There wasn't blood
Okay,
coming
the
out
thing
from
is-
the doors. They actually say that all the like biological stuff were contained in both those rooms.
So how did she
There
know?
was like no other blood other than that
See,
footprint.
And see,
that
that's
went
what
up.
I don't understand. What made them think that there was an unconscious roommate?
Well, what made her call Hunter?
That's what I'm saying. What did she try
Yeah,
to go
it-
open the bedroom door and she couldn't get the bedroom door open, and so she called Hunter
Oh, wow.
because they thought that maybe
Oh, boy.
one of the roommates in Xana's room was unconscious. Is that why?
One contamination.
Scarlett,
two
I completely
contamination.
agree.
I mean, it
But
doesn't.
I
make
would
sense.
think like,
Go ahead,
and
Marty.
even if you're gonna call somebody, even if you're gonna call somebody before 911, you would call your mom or your dad, not the freaking person next. I mean, maybe I can't speak. I guess.
Depends on
Yeah,
what you see,
actually, I
right?
can't speak for anything. But
It all
yeah, but
depends on
like
what
I
you
just my next thought wouldn't be like, oh, call my name. I mean, I haven't been in that situation in a while. But either way, you call 911. Call 911. Call 911.
I mean, it seems like she and Heaven Stars. Thank you so much for that super chat. And she said, "Which room he called the friends?" I don't think they ever said which one actually called the friends
Oh.
over. Just that
I
they
thought
had
Dylan-
summoned. I'm thinking Dylan too, but do we know if it was Dylan for sure or if it was Bethany
I don't know
for sure?
whose phone was used to call 911. Did they say? And
They never did say.
but it wasn't.
Oh, it'll
It
come out.
It was
They
one of
only
the
said one of
roommates'
the
phone.
roommates' phones. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all they said, but they didn't say which one, and that it was made from inside the house, and that the dispatcher talked to multiple people on the call.
Scarlet.
I mean, the whoever did. Sorry, go on.
Steve didn't say that, KK.
What's up,
Go
brother?
ahead, Riddler.
Okay, I was going to ask. In the PCA, does it say Dylan says this male figure that came towards her walked towards the glass doors?
Let me go back up to it.
Yeah, she just read that. She said Dylan said she saw him walking like from Xana's area past her door and walked out the back door.
Yeah, I think it says he was
I think it said walk 2 or 3 times.
walking towards the
Sounds-
back door. Okay. So the male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock face. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male.
So what I'm trying to get at is this sounds like a smooth operator instead of someone rushing with a whole bunch of adrenaline flowing through their veins.
Yeah.
Sounds like Mike Myers.
If it's a walk, and maybe we use that term loosely a lot of times, I understand that.
Right.
I keep
How long
looking
did it make them
professional
get up
because
and demonstrate how fast they were walking?
less
6
than
minutes.
20,
6
16
minutes.
minutes, 18 or 9 minutes.
I'm
or
giving them
whatever we
6.
wait
I'm
on this
giving them
week.
6 for the act, and the rest for leaving,
Getting to the car.
staking, something. I mean,
But
Because
Joe
again,
Blow
now,
can't do that.
if he
You
wa-
gotta
if he
be
was walking, he
professional to be
wasn't-
able to do that.
yeah, he wasn't sprinting. I mean, it said walked.
Yeah. Hey, Bullets. Huda, thank you so much for the super chat. And Huda said, I heard that it was Ethan who was found unconscious.
Hey, you guys, I'm having trouble understanding you both when you're talking.
And Ray sounds a little muffled.
Yeah.
It might just be me. I got like cotton mouth like a mug.
Okay. I can't remember.
Do I
where
sound muffled? It's okay.
No, you don't. It might have been on Banfield when she said that night that the sources had told her about Ethan's best friend coming over and finding him or whatever, and then he checked the pulses. That might have been where I heard about Ethan was found unconscious or whatever. But I don't know if the girls calling Hunter over or whoever this friend is, if they thought that it was Ethan that was unconscious or not. Is that what you were saying, Huda? That the roommates thought that it was Ethan that was unconscious?
But they had to push the door open because he was leaning against it.
Do we know that for a fact, though?
No. But that
Then-
is
And the
what
thing
was
is, like,
said.
Where did we get that, though?
Because I hope they didn't do that because, like I said, then they contaminated that
Yeah.
whole crime scene. I mean,
That
like you
where
said.
was that said? That
I mean, there was something said about that.
Hunter, that the girls couldn't get Xana's door open, so they called
think
Hunter,
Kaylee
and
said that.
Hunter
or Kaylee's, or not Kaylee, somebody's sister.
Kaylee's sister Olivia.
Yeah, I think she said, didn't she?
Don't
The one who was
remember
on-
that.
Okay, who to London is saying it's someone on the second floor. Who was on the second floor?
Beth, Dylan, and then
So
Ethan and
Dylan.
Xana were on the second floor as well.
Would allegedly. But yeah.
Wait, let me. What does it say? For all we know, Hunter picked up Ethan or Xana's phone. Vapor, do you mean to make the 911 call? Hey, Brian, how are you? I don't remember.
But wasn't Ellie saying that?
Right,
that
Lisa?
like her code-
Is that-
catch-all code
Wait, hold on,
for-
wait, y'all. What is it, Ray?
I was saying, wasn't Ellie saying that unconscious person was like a catch-all code for something going on? Not necessarily what happened, though.
Yeah, they did.
That they didn't want to put about a homicide or something. I can't remember the exact verbiage that they used, but yeah, there was something to that effect said.
Well, Idaho can't even get the PCAs like Crowley type. So.
That's what Riddler was saying. They contradicted their times in the PCA.
They do. The PCA is
Twice.
like something else.
Tara wants the
I'm sure
link.
probably more than that.
Okay, hold on. I'm grabbing it real quick. I had pasted a link in the chat thinking I was fixing to drop the StreamYard link and had another one. Okay, who was it? Okay, Tara, I just dropped the link in the chat for you to come up on panel. Okay, so Vapor, I think it was said, I'll have to go back to the PCA, but I believe it, or maybe in the press conference or press releases, that it said that it came from that the 911 call was done from one of the surviving roommates' cell phone.
Yeah, that's like, I think that's the second press release that they did. I can't remember what date that was.
So how do we know that it wasn't Dylan or Bethany then was called?
It has to be because Dylan or Bethany is only surviving, right?
Well, no, it's
No, it could have been
They
Hunter.
called people over.
Wasn't the police chief
Oh.
asked that question at a conference, and he clarified? He says, "I didn't say who made the phone call." He says, "I said it was made by one of the roommates' phone."
Phones, yeah.
Oh,
And then
okay.
he did, I believe in that one that you're talking about, Riddler, he did say that it was made from inside of the house as well, because there was, the rumor going around that they had ran outside and one of them had fainted and then all that, and that's where the phone call was made from. So I think that's why he also put in there that it was made from inside the house. Let's see, KG. Okay, so Kaylee's mom is the one that had said that. Thank you. All right, let me grab
Who did
this.
just Daily Mail said it was Xana and Eaton.
Huda, thank you so much
Sorry.
for that super chat. So Daily Mail said it
Sorry.
was Xana and Ethan. Okay. All right, hold on, y'all. My chat is. Shit. Give me a second.
Yeah, well, me. Um,
All right, Tara, I'm about to bring you up. How are you, Tara?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi,
Tara.
guys. I know all about the unconscious thing.
Okay.
It's what y'all were thinking. It's a blanket statement, generic statement that the 911 operators started saying in January of 2023. But like they were already doing it, but the chief of police and the other policemen, I guess, were not really notified, which is the most ridiculous thing. The 911 was for Pullman and where did they live?
Moscow?
Yes, they were. They're very understaffed, so that's why they did it, and because there were people all, transferring the phone. They probably had no clue what these people were saying, and so to move on to the next call, she just puts unconscious, and I don't know why the chief of police didn't get a clue, but
Hey, I have a question.
Okay.
Could we have Fofa come up here and I just want to hear Tara and Fofa have a little conversation.
I was
I
about to
was
say,
thinking the same
teacher was
thing.
on with this. Teacher said it. He has the voice of yes, yes.
what?
That would be so adorable.
How did Larry?
Hi, Tara. I want to cross-examine both of them to make sure they're not the same.
Right?
Well, I want to hear
You
her.
guys are both Georgia peaches.
Are you
Oh,
sure you're over 18?
me?
Yeah.
No, you should, of course they are.
Oh my God, did you hear that giggle?
I know. That's why I'm like, are you over 18?
I love it. Fofa, get up here, girlfriend.
What
tried to-
what else do y'all want to know? Because I know a lot of information about this. Because I'm
Are
just
you-
Tara, you're from Ohio, right?
No way. She doesn't sound like she'd rip my head off. So her and
Me?
Fofa are two different voices.
I'm from North Carolina.
Yeah.
Well, I know they
Oh,
are
okay,
two
yeah,
people.
exactly.
I'm just saying they both sound so adorable.
But
Yeah,
I
but
Yeah.
grew up in
I
New
want to
Orleans.
hear them talk together.
yeah, but
All right, let
I grew
me.
up in New Orleans, though.
Fofa says, I am 10.
Scarlett?
Fofa hit somebody with a bat.
All right, let me grab this super chat real quick. Heaven Stars, thank you so much for the super chat. She said Banfield from News Nation reported Ethan's friend found him. They said sources told them that. I can send screenshot. Thank you, Heaven Star, and just email it to me if you don't mind.
And that's Hunter?
Yes.
Hunter,
Well,
the best friend, not Hunter, his brother.
yeah,
Okay,
News
great.
Nation just said Ethan's best friend, and I think everybody
Which
just
name is Hunter, and then
yeah
Hunter
came out with Hunter Johnson
Hunter
because
called,
of, of Hunter the brother, and then Hunter Johnson the friend or whatever.
That
So
might
Scarlett,
be true, but if you guys remember, we've had all these scam things go around, right? So do you remember that guy, the YouTuber, who went to one of the news sources and then went into view source and changed some of the wording on the page and then went back to the page and took a screenshot of that? He added information and then passed the screenshot around.
You're talking about Joseph Morris.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't stand that guy.
Oh my goodness, that's awful.
Scarlett, my father was, as I told you before, he was a fireman.
Uh-huh.
He made it all the way to fire chief. And when they came across a body that was deceased, they would say signal 7, which means death.
Right.
And now they cannot pronounce a person deceased. So what they have to do is now call a police officer in, which he was probably on the way anyway, and he would come there to see if there's any foul play, if they can move the body or not move it. If they give them the go ahead to move the body, they carry it to the hospital. Only a physician can declare you deceased and a coroner, but only the coroner can sign the papers.
Okay.
I'm
that makes sense.
first. The doctor can sign it.
A doctor can sign a death certificate.
Yes, we allegedly
That makes sense.
had to sign a lot, unfortunately, and someone passed away in the clinic at one time, and a cop had to guard the room. So I guess it's just a procedure until they actually didn't go to the hospital. The morgue picked them up. Seriously. So the cop waited outside the door.
Even if that's true, Riddler, I could see how you guys are both right in the fact that, like, so the doctors are actually there when the person passes away,
Um,
and then the coroner can just like cooperate it and be like, oh yeah, there's no way that they're lying. It's like checks and balances, just
they'll
double
just
checking.
they'll just send a death certificate to the person's primary physician, and he'll sign it without seeing the patient,
Oh,
and
I'm
send
sure.
it to the morgues for the funeral.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That
That's why
probably
you always
varies.
get your partner cremated.
Well, that probably varies from state to state.
Probably.
State laws, yeah.
And different jurisdictions, everybody has different SOPs.
Yes. Yes. Well,
All right.
thank y'all for letting me up here.
Oh, well, thank you for coming up and giving us that information.
Thank you. If
You
y'all
guys-
take care.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
And if y'all haven't done so, please hit the thumbs up. It shows we got 237 in here with only 112 likes.
You know, if I met Tara and Fofa on a dating line, I would say, hi, they're underage. Knock them out of here. They don't have a chance. Scratch them off.
They both have these cute little voices.
They got perfect voices.
Yeah, but focus. I ain't playing that shit.
Yeah.
I ain't playing that voice shit.
Perfect for me to say no.
There's only one Fofa. That voice scares the shit
No,
out
they're
of me.
different,
Oh yeah.
but they are very similar but different.
Yeah, they're not just cute. Fofa's voice is not just adorable and cute. It's also very pretty, very soothing.
Okay, hold on just 1 second. I gotta download something that was.
See,
I wish
Caddy,
Fofa was up here.
missed you, really.
What's up?
Caddy in chat said she missed you.
I missed everybody. Even the ones that didn't miss me.
Does anyone know Taylor? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Marina.
It was all you.
I was going to bring up a whole different topic, so go on.
Shabusiness? I thought you was going to say shabusiness.
I was about to, yes, actually.
Oh God, let her rot.
No, I just learned today. Apparently, her last name. So she was married to somebody named Chabot, and then she decided to make it Shabusiness.
Oh God.
Yeah, her
So they
husband
both
is
have the
in
same last
jail.
name.
Her husband is in jail.
Yeah.
They changed it.
But yeah, yes, exactly. So I always wondered about that because I was like, I would tell when I was put out from the fire at my house, that kind of like house.
Well, she should change it to Sakarood, because who the
No,
hell does that? Who panics
she
and then
likes the name.
chops somebody up like that? Like, that is insane to me.
Oh my god,
Like, that it was
she was
accidental.
laughing.
Oh.
You know,
So
the other
someone
You know what got me on that one? Was it was like you would expect it to have been like a bloody massacre thing, and there was like no. I mean, there was hardly any red stuff anywhere. You would have thought it'd been all over the place.
What was her Taylor's
the
last
bed.
name before she changed it again?
I actually don't remember.
Oh, shit.
Well, whatever it was, it couldn't have been worse than my butt.
I can't remember what
She
her last
literally
name
made the name. She was the one that made the name Shabusiness because whoever
Yeah, I
the
wanna know
boyfriend
who-
or the husband.
Like, I want to know who first came up with the name my butt.
My
My
butt.
thing
Hold on,
about
what's that?
shabusiness is that they try to,
He made the shabusiness.
infiltrate drug use is reasoning why she did what she did, but it was a lot more than drug use because she
Right.
first strangled him to death. then hang them over the side of the bed underneath the tote to catch all the blood.
Trigger warning. Well, and then she also essayed him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
La,
I
la,
heard
la,
that
la,
too.
la.
Yeah. She put his
She's nuts.
thing inside of his mouth. Like after it was
Okay,
off.
okay,
That's
okay.
that's
That's
too
the
much.
line.
Wasn't me.
Okay. I
Yeah.
I didn't say anything bad. Sorry.
That's-
But I'm just saying. Alright, it's class 1. Okay, got it.
Yeah, she's pretty messed up. So what'd she get? Did
Yeah.
she get the
Yeah.
insanity, or she get what she get?
No, she got charged. She's in like prison class.
Who got
Yeah,
the
she got
insanity? I heard. Did
sentenced
somebody get?
almost.
Oh
She's
no,
done.
that was somebody I watched last night. Got like 30, 40
She's
years
done.
or something.
On an insanity.
Yeah, I'm
thing?
trying to think of what. Yeah. It was. Shoot, I gotta look up the case real quick.
She tried to get insanity, but
So the lawyer she attacked, was that the same lawyer that she used?
oh yeah. I don't know. Actually, that's good. Oh yeah. She did attack her lawyer. I think it is the same lawyer. I do think it is.
I don't know, but
She
I did
attacked her
remember
lawyer.
hearing about her attacking her attorney.
Yeah, it was a girl.
Yeah, it is the same one.
Scarlett, I
Well,
remember this. It
okay.
was a girl. She was Asian. I think her name was Elizabeth,
Oh, man.
and she stabbed her mom, and then she ran from the cops, and then the whole interrogation she kept like yelling at the cops to stop calling her Elizabeth because that's not her name, but it was her name, and she wound up getting the insanity plea, and I think like 20, 30 years or something like that, but it worked. I don't think she's crazy at all.
What state did that happen in?
I gotta look. I'll send it to you.
I just
Okay.
watched that one. He was calling her
Did she
mom.
prefer
It's a
to be
different
called
name.
Liz or
You
something?
want to explore with us, Ray?
What
that
is
what
it,
you want
Ray?
to do?
I can't remember. Let me look at my YouTube memory because I just watched that recently.
Yeah, it might be on Explore with Us because they just put it out like a day ago. I watched like every video.
Oh, I
that they
love
put out.
that channel.
His
Yeah, I like his voice.
it was not the same lawyer,
Yeah.
and they had he refused
God.
to defend her because of irreconcilable differences. It was not the same lawyer.
You can't blame him.
No.
Oh, Explore with Us is pretty cool. I really like them.
Yeah, I like the guy's voice. Yeah, I could listen to him. Some of them are long as hell though.
Yeah, they really are. It gets almost too like I'm like cut the like I don't have to listen to everything like in the interrogation room.
Yeah, because half
I
of it's always
I
a
like
story.
the channels. Exactly. I'm like if the Miranda rights are like prominent, like put them in, but like you can cut certain things. Like
Right.
I don't even listen to
And
all
like
of
if you're ever interrogating, you know how to act because like the whole time they stop and they're like, "You see how he flinched his elbow there? That shows that he might be lying." I'm like, Jesus Christ! I'm gonna go in there and not move at all. I'm not gonna move a muscle. Like I'm my
Yep.
lawyer. Jesus.
I even find myself even analyzing it now. I'm like, oh well, he's looking down. He has his head on his forearm. I'm like, oh, he doesn't care. I'm like, what am I doing?
Rilla,
We lost
Rilla,
Ray.
there was a case on there of
Okay,
two
I throw the link
brothers.
back out for him. And something is wrong with my chat. I was going through it, and there's
can't
like
see it?
words. No, I can see it, and it's moving, but there's like words that's
Isabella
popping
Guzman.
up.
Yeah, that's her name, Isabella Guzman, Scarlett.
Isabella. Okay.
What were you saying, Willie, about two?
Yeah, so there were these two brothers that went on like this spree for I forget how many years. And this story is on Explore with Us, and they actually found. Listen to this. In their cabin, they actually found blood of one of the victims, but it was cleaned up, and it was the same blood type as the victim, and that wasn't even enough to arrest these guys. And this is, and again, I watch all these interrogations and stuff like that. And that amazed me that there was literally a cabin that had blood that did not match their type, but it matched the type of a victim that they were, obviously were questioning them about. And they didn't even have enough for an arrest. So it amazes me how many times they bring somebody in for an interrogation. they have evidence, like a decent amount, but they don't have enough to even arrest him, and they have to get that confession, or else they clearly even ask for a lawyer or get up and walk out that door, without, but all these people just sign their rights away and then they sing like a canary. It's amazing.
Yeah.
You're not talking about the Beaver twins, are you? Sorry.
No, I
The
don't know. The story was on. Yeah, I don't know. They had like a cabin and they found
this one.
blood in the cabin.
Okay.
But they didn't even arrest
Go
him.
on, Riddler.
until-
I interrupted you, Riddler. Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
No, you're fine there. I was just gonna say you see it in a different mode. The First Amendment
Yeah.
audits where the police, well, a suspicion, and then the victim will turn around and say, is suspicion a misdemeanor or a felony? Which it's neither. So you can't ID me for suspicion. You can only ID me for either I committed a crime, I'm about to commit a crime, or I've already committed the crime. The word crime has to be in there. You can't do anything on suspicion. Now, we're not talking about driving in a vehicle. We're talking about in a public area.
Yeah. And that's why that's what just leads me to believe that they don't have more of his DNA in that house, because that would have been in the PCA rather than the touch. Because again, you want that arrest. It's not, you're not just going to take a chance and not get the. You want that arrest to happen. So again, it's just amazing, Riddler, how many like cases I see on that channel where they have like video. I mean, they have a decent amount of evidence, but they say flat out that they need a confession, or else they're not going to have enough until they do more investigation. Or in this case, you read the PCA, and if that's enough to arrest somebody, then Jesus. I mean, like I said, you could put a lot of other people's DNA at a house. You can ping a lot of other people's phones at night, and you can get a lot of other people driving around. So it's just, I don't know. Anne's going to have a field day with everybody on that stand. I mean, and then her experts and everything. I don't know. It's just going to be back and forth for.
It's going to be a good back and forth battle between, I think, the defense and the state. And Teacher Shauna, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family.
I'm trying to think of all
Hey,
the
teacher.
witnesses they're going to be bringing in, both sides. I'm sure the defense wants least as possible, and the defense wants as many as possible, and I'm sure the prosecution is going to bring in the least as possible.
How does that work? Each of their witnesses just kind of go against what the opposite witnesses say, or
normally like here, and I'm sure it's the same there, the state will start first and he'll say to please the court, and then of course they got an opening statement, both sides do. Then he'll say to please the court, and then he's going to present his case. The state would like to call in officer so and so. The state would like to call in this expert on phone pings. The state would like to call in this DNA specialist. It's going to be things like that coming in, and of course the defense gets to attack or cross, and then after they're finished, the state's going to say the state rest. He'll say, Your Honor, the state rest. Then they're going to take a big break. Now it's the defense's turn to start bringing their witnesses, and once again, now the prosecution gets to cross-examine them as well.
It's gonna be long.
I just found an entire unopened bottle of wine in my refrigerator.
Pass me some.
Scarlett, I was going to tell you about a case that my dad had when he was a fireman. They found a man on the side of the road. He'd been stabbed, and nobody knew who stabbed him. They rushed him to the hospital once they got him stabled. And just as my father and some of the other firemen and paramedics were leaving, and now the nurses and the doctors are taking over, they let his wife come back there and see him. She said, I heard my husband was stabbed. So they let her come back there and see him to, I guess, to comfort him and support him. She finished the job off.
Oh, God.
Oh, damn.
Went right in the room and finished the job off right in front of everybody.
Jesus.
So what what kind, did she get arrested? Did they
Oh
did she
yeah,
get a conviction?
yeah,
Like what she get?
yeah. She got nailed all the way through. But that was back in about the 1980s.
It was a little hardcore.
She didn't give a shit.
Well, she went right in the emergency room, and there's police there at this one particular hospital here in my city, and she said, she was acting like she was all worried and concerned, and she was acting like she was panicking. So they said, "Here, you come on back and sit with them
God.
like that." And she came on into the room and finished him off. Here he thought he was home free. Could you
man.
imagine when he opened his eyes and saw her? It was
Right.
too late then.
Oh, man.
That's hardcore for real.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, you always see it in the movies where they got
Yeah,
a
they
guard
go back.
outside the door, and here
Yeah.
comes, like Mission Impossible. We got to go get this person.
Like the Godfather. They're guarding the door. They're trying to get him.
But I'll tell you how good the Navy SEALs are. They get dropped off into a foreign country, and they're not in their military uniforms. They're in civilian attire, so they're on their own if they get captured. The United States will just hold their hands up and say sorry, and because you're not military uniform, so you're not covered under the Geneva Convention. So they kidnap a political prisoner that United States wants. They get him out of the hospital, get him out of the country.
POWs.
Meet their flight, get him out of there. I don't know if he was a bad guy or if he was working for us or with us. It sounded like he was a bad guy and we wanted him.
My sister's in the Naval Forces. She's EOD. Her husband is SEALs. They make it. They do all right.
I'll tell you
But they're
what,
pretty badass.
EOD is one of the toughest schools in all the military branches. For those who don't know what it is explosive ordnances. They will actually, when you're a student, they will actually bury a bee. I don't know if you're allowed to say the whole word, but they'll bury a weapon. You got to go dig it up and undetonate it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and that's smooth.
Sounds fun.
I worked with them for about a week. The EOD, I had to go out there and work with them, and sometimes they found it easier just put a smaller explosive next to it and set it off, to set them both off. But could you imagine? You got not only your weapons, you got all the foreign countries' weapons.
Yep, it's a lot of studying that they have to do with all that.
And a SEAL, we always see them, mostly, getting physical top shape. Their mental they have to learn everything.
Mm-hmm.
They have to learn how to, once again, EOD with a missile. They have to learn the entire systems. They have to learn medical. There's so many things they have to learn. Computers. There's no end to their game.
Right.
Yeah.
Crom Sleuthon, thank you so much for being a member for over a month now. And she said the little pickle thingy is dancing. Says cheers, a Scarlet, you all rock. I almost called my own self Charlotte, y'all.
Oh, God.
I just wanted to say, like,
Yeah.
I would have normally, been a member for probably at least 6 months or more. Well, since February. February, I think, was when I first joined, or January.
Right.
Anyway, but then, when my dad died, all my memberships lapsed. So
Yeah, no, I get it. Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. And she says, didn't BK's neighbor say he was awake at night? Yes, there was, I believe, the family that lived under him, I believe, had said that he would keep them up at all hours of the night, kept the baby awake. He would be vacuuming, constantly cleaning, and all that.
So he was a night owl.
Yeah, and that's
Sounds
and I've
like a
just
roommate.
seen Kelly P said, I have insomnia. I could see driving all hours of the night. My problem is I can't afford the gas. And like I said, people around here, y'all, they literally, we live out in the country. They drive the country back roads and listen to music and
This
hang
is
out
why
with.
I said. Well, this is why I said when the PCA came, or when they mentioned that he was cleaning his, taking out his trash or something at 4. So he was doing something at 4 something in the morning.
That was dropping the
it's-
trash in the neighbor's trash can.
Yeah, a lot of people looked at that as suspicious behavior. I looked at that as, why is he awake at that time? Doing that. So that just showed me that he's just awake at that time. And now that you just said that, confirmed what my suspicion was, and it makes sense.
So I looked up that story. The girl's name is Isabella Guzman.
She's nuts.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I have to
But,
concur, Scarlett, because the first time I ever like worked on a horse farm, I literally like the road that runs around here. I literally wanted to see how far I could go, like till like I hit anything, and it was like it was when the sun was like rising. It was actually that was one of the best trips I've ever had. I was just on the one straight road all the way to the sunset to a dead end road, but that was miles away. But yeah, I definitely did that.
And that would make sense for the weird, well, not the weird, but I mean, if he went there and did it and drove back, you would think he went the same route. But in this case, he drove all the way around to
That big southern loop.
Yeah,
there.
so I don't know. I mean, they can make an argument for a drive because if they can't put his phone or him or something at the scene, I mean,
Well, I remember a lot of people questioning his route to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I think though, honestly, I think that was just to avoid the winter weather that was up north of that. I think
Yeah,
he
it
was
was
trying,
snowing bad at
Each
that
their
time.
own.
yeah, I think he was just trying to avoid that, and that's the reason why he went down through Colorado, and then I believe it was through Colorado all the way east until he got to Indiana, and then once he hit Indiana, he kind of like got back on track of where he would have been if he would have just drove straight east.
the first time I got pulled over, I would have dropped my dad off and I would have drove straight to the Mexican border.
Scarlett,
In my opinion, I completely agree.
Yeah, River?
Scarlett, I was going to ask you, do you think, and maybe they have they gone back into his past and see how many times he's drove at night like this? Like, okay, what about November 1st? What about October 30th? What about
I
October
think she
5th?
mentions it. I think she mentions it in that like alibi thing, Riddler. That
Yeah, that he had a habit of doing it. And also, if y'all remember, when he got pulled over on August the 31st, they said that he got pulled over in Moscow, and it was like 11 something at night when he got pulled over for I think it was the seatbelt violation. So she could use that and just say that his phone was pinging off the towers in the area of the King Road residence because he was just driving around late at night. Unless the cast reports can put him at the house on that night as well. So, and I had even asked that, I think it was last night, about like, is there a way they can go all the way back to when he was even living in Pennsylvania and bring that up to see if he was driving late at night. And someone had mentioned about the guy that said that was his friend that said that they ran at night. So that would be another instances where
Skylar.
is that the one that said that him
Skylar.
and Brian?
Yeah,
So-
Skylar Jacobson.
So they can even go back to that and prove that he was out at all hours of the night, running, driving. A lot of people drive around late at night to clear their head or because they can't sleep. Some people, it calms them down.
And his neighbor could testify that he was up
It's
at
up
night
all night.
all
True.
hours.
Well, I wonder if they're gonna pull like people that he hung out with when he went home from college. I wonder if they're gonna bring them to the trial.
Oh, I don't know.
Like, will she bring them as character witnesses? Or
Character
anything like that?
witnesses, yeah.
So
Are you going, Millie?
me, hell no, I don't know now. The hell? I'm just trying. I try to find out information, but I'm looking at it like if somebody's giving me information, all of a sudden they go silent, then that shows me that they got to shut up because that means they're on a gag.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. And Huda says, I wonder if he had a psychosis episode and forgot. I don't know.
Remember driving around.
I'm sure Ann knows, and definitely the state knows, but we'll find out
I
if
mean,
there's any other DNA on that sheath.
I hope so.
y'all, Huda, now she's got me because I've never thought of that.
What did she say?
she wonders if he had a psychosis episode and forgot, like when of what happened, if he's the one who done it. I've never thought of that.
I think about that, but that
What they
still
do
wouldn't
now?
give him the skills to be able to pull off what was pulled off. And
Grace.
how do you remember his way home? Was it just a temporary lapse?
I don't know, because I don't know how.
Would
I
they,
don't know.
would they say he didn't have his phone on the whole time, or what?
No, he left when he left his apartment. Like right after he left, he cut it off or put it on airplane mode or whatever. And then before he got back to his apartment, he cut it back on or took it off of airplane mode.
So just in common sense form, if he took that route, the second route that he took home from after he allegedly did this, then that would be like he would have been picking off those towers in that area many times before to know that route, correct?
Possibly.
I
They
would
could have
think.
it in memory.
I mean, can you guys just go out driving somewhere right now you don't know, down roads, and then just find your way
But
out with no GPS?
still, there's like 17 minutes missing because the route that he took, you just take the distance and whatever speed limit, and you find an average of the time it's going to take you to get back to his house. Well, that took 17 minutes longer. So, what happened in those 17 minutes?
My
What's that mean?
husband
That-
can, Willie.
Huh?
Yeah, if I drive somewhere one
I
time,
said
I
my
can drive
husband
back.
can.
A lot
Yeah.
of people can do that.
What's it mean? He had to
Heaven's,
at least been there once, or something.
right. Heaven Source, thank you so much for that super chat. She says, wouldn't it be difficult for him to drive or unallow for people with visual snow?
Well, I can tell you because I've had visual snow.
Okay, hold your thought.
But he was never diagnosed with it.
No, it was self-diagnosis, but hold your thought on the visual snow just 1 second, Crime Sleuth, because I want to grab this other super chat real quick. Huda, thank you
No
so much
problem.
for that. And she says, as a therapist, I see that. Look at the baby Cash case. And she's talking about Cash Gernon. Was that his name? I believe that was his name. I don't know. Now she's got my mind thinking now. Honestly.
It's not like it's not like he's gonna say he had a episode. So
Yeah, I don't think he would ever admit to anything if that is what happened.
I would think if he had a psychotic episode, there would be more evidence.
if I was
More
hanging out there,
biological, there'd be more evidence of his presence.
I'd be like, dude, what are you saying something about visual snow? Shut your mouth. That's what I would tell him.
Okay, now Crime Sleuth, what was your thing about the visual snow? Because I don't know a whole lot about it. Never heard of it until this case. And then there was a couple of people a while back that was in chat that said that they had it, and I didn't realize how many people had it.
Yeah, it's okay. So I believe I read somewhere in some of his stuff that he was taking medications, and some medications will have a side effect of visual snow if your dose is not titered correctly. If they, like in my case, I went from 25 milligrams of Topamax, and they bumped me up to 75, and it was just too much. And I woke up. I was trying to go to sleep, and the walls turned into like TV static. Like you imagine TV static,
So we know what medications he took?
I think he listed some of them, but it's actually not that uncommon to have visual snow because it just means that you're completely overloading your system with whatever medication that you're on. And so I called my doctor and told him, I was like, man, it looked like the walls turned like black and white, like the whole room did really. But I remember looking at the walls,
Yeah, that whole Topamax thing, yeah, they gave that to me for migraine.
So I think I've had that before. My thing is, it's like when you close your eyes and you see those floaties, but the floaties are like kind of lightning, a little electrical.
Yeah.
With
What I
visual
can say
snow,
though,
it's mainly it's different in everybody, right? But with me, it looked like the TV static, but then it was also almost, this is going to sound really weird, but it was almost like the static was starting to drip down. It looked almost like it was liquid. And my doctor said that was because you're looking through liquid through your, you remember that stuff we were looking at, the vitreous?
That was like the other night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why it looked like that to me. And it will scare the living crap out of you.
Debbie, will stress, physical or emotional, bring that on?
Bring on visual snow?
Yes, ma'am.
No, a raise in your, well, I mean, kind of in a way, because raising your blood pressure can cause you to have visual disturbances. So if your blood pressure is up because of stress, yeah, you can start having all kinds of weird stuff happen like that.
Okay.
My
Well,
eyes
Glowbug,
crossed uncontrollably.
Glowbug says she has visual snow. So I asked her if she was able to drive at night, and she said yes, she could.
Yeah, you can drive it. I mean, if you ever have that, you guys just call your doctor, because all it means is whatever you're on is just too much, or it's been raised too much, too soon, too fast.
Mm-hmm.
And I
And like
believe it.
he is, though, I don't think, and like Lady V was saying, it wasn't a doctor's diagnosis. It was just more of a self-diagnosis, the way he was talking. It was on Tapatalk.
Yeah, but doesn't a doctor have to prescribe Topamax?
Listen,
You
he
can't
was
just pick it up
nothing.
over
He
the
was,
Oh,
counter.
right. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a prescription.
Yeah.
he was on no kind of crazy meds. Let's just say that. And I know that for a fact.
Yeah,
He was on-
Topamax is very versatile. They've discovered a whole lot of really cool things that Topamax can do,
That's fine. But because
especially
of
when you
HIPAA law,
combine it with other medications. But no, it's not like a narcotic.
wonderful. So because of HIPAA law, I can't find out the exact medications he was on. But what I do know is he was on no kind of like psychotic meds or anything like that.
Okay.
I'll just say that much.
Well, I will say I've taken Topamax. That's what they gave me just a few months ago for the migraines. I can't take it
Only because I know the pharmacist. That's the only reason that I, again, know this information. So he didn't take nothing crazy, because that was my main question. But
okay.
Yeah, and Topamax can also be used as an antidepressant as well. And I think that's what he himself said on a message board.
Does
Do
it
you
do
know?
well
Do you happen to
breathing
know
like
those
that?
old message board things? I don't remember if you've been asked this before, so I apologize. But the old message board stuff from his teenage years, where he talked about the visual snow. Was that him?
I don't have one.
Oh, I was wondering if Willie knew, since he kind of.
no. Back then, we didn't know what that stuff was, or anxiety, or none of that shit. That stuff didn't come around till later on. You know,
How did he know the name of it?
who knows? Probably wrote a book.
Oh, okay.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that
Was
super
he
chat. Heaven Star says he said that he was learning to live with it, but that could be. Wait, hold on, y'all. I don't have my glasses on. So he said that he was learning to live with it, but that could be a bad thing.
Yes, absolutely. Visual snow there's something wrong.
I have like floaters and stuff sometimes. Like, well, I don't even know what visual. What
It's
is
like, whenever you look at a TV and it has nothing but static on the screen.
So how the hell do you perform that kind of perfect thing
It
where you
affects your
leave
peripheral
yeah.
vision. It's like you're looking through a window,
in a house
Billy,
you don't know?
right? So the outside, the peripheral is very, very fuzzy and staticky,
Oh yeah,
as
yeah,
well
yeah.
as kind of liquidy, but you can see in the middle just fine.
Oh, I hate that shit. Yeah, I get that. You
Heaven
lose all your
Stars,
peripherals.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. She says I can screenshot what he said and send. Yes, if you don't mind, Heaven Stars, that would be awesome if you could do that.
You're saying I
Thank
see
you.
3 different screens of life?
Jean, how are
You
you?
guys had-
And Jean, no, I had to stop taking it. It got me where I couldn't concentrate on anything. And I mean, I have to be able to concentrate in order to do lives and look stuff up and all that. And so I had to stop taking it. Glowbug said that my visual snow kicks in sometimes going out in the sun, but mostly when my blood sugars drop. So is it like a thing that it like certain things trigger it, or is it something that is constant and it gets worse with triggers?
And it's varying degrees too. It cannot go all the way from mild to really bad.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see different things as well. Like some people will literally say the walls look like they're melting and they don't even have any of the static. It just looks like things are melting in the room and they think they're losing their mind.
I thought there was something wrong with me. I was like, shit, this is it.
What,
This is
floaters?
the end.
Is that what you're
Floaters, I mean, that can be an astigmatism, right?
I lost like all my peripheral vision from like I couldn't see shit from I don't know if you put your hand like from your left to your chin outwards, I couldn't see like nothing from there, nothing from the other side. I could just see like in the middle.
Well, even if that,
it was a while.
Are you still having that?
No. It happened.
Okay.
No, it's just like sporadic. It happened like twice.
The thing is that what you just described can also be a sign of a mini stroke or a full stroke that you're just not aware of.
Oh,
believe
nice.
it or not.
So you need to go get that checked out. Seriously.
Brilliant.
Yeah, you need to have an MRI because if there's any lesions,
dirt on it.
if there's any lesions up there, well, I mean, there's medication that you can take so that you don't have to go through that ever again and live longer. Hello.
Yeah.
Willie,
You had
do
a
you,
daughter, right?
I should just suck. That's all I know.
You've got to go to the doctor.
Willie,
Because
Unless
yeah,
you had bad
I just thought
vision
it
in
was
the
because I
past.
wore contacts. Because sometimes like when I put my contacts in, it messes up like sensitivity with the sun and stuff like that. So I
found my own melanoma before
Willie,
doctors even knew I
I
had
wear
it.
contacts. I wear contacts too. You just need to go see your eye doctor. Like literally, it gets worse pretty fast with contacts if you just even started. Like mine went from like kind of okay vision to like I'm literally legally blind. I'm legally blind. without my contacts.
Oh, sorry, I had to pull that up.
Oh my god.
Oh
Willie,
my God. Does
were
she
you
know
in
I'm
here?
Greek?
Willie, were you in
That was
here?
a good one.
Were you in here the night we were talking about one of the individuals on panel said they smelt something burning, and somebody said that's a sign of a stroke?
That was
Oh, that was
Yeah,
Avery.
okay. And then later she found out something really was burning.
Really, that was Avery, right?
No, did some electrical
Yeah,
outlets.
that
Where
was
is Avery?
she was in here earlier. I don't know where she's at now.
Yeah, I saw her pop in.
That was her air conditioner or something. And everybody, because I didn't know that was a sign of that either. And people in chat were saying,
Yeah, no, I go to the doctor when my arm falls off, not for kind of visual shit. Yeah.
That's what I
Jan
was
said
saying.
that you can have a stroke in your eye. I
Mm-hmm.
did it not good. I had blood clot behind my eye. So you really need to go get that checked out. Seriously.
And even if you don't want to go to the doctor, you can at least go to the eye doctor.
Oh yeah,
Because they
I
can-
definitely go to the eye doctor. I can't be lying. But
Yeah, do that at least because they can tell you a lot.
yeah, they did some
Willie,
shit.
I told the chat a week ago that I lost sight in one eye because I put like dog ear cleaner in my eye. I'm literally just regaining sight. I actually don't think I have fully regained it. I thought I did, but now it's on and off. But I haven't gone to the doctor because I don't want to. I thought it was gonna come back. It's been coming back. I don't want to go.
Yeah, the light was so bad one day. Like I had to like squint the whole time I was like driving. So I had to go and like talk to them about
It
that.
makes you dizzy.
Oh yeah.
Well, I have contacts. Even have my contacts in, and I still have a fuzzy vision. And I figured out
Has
what it
anybody
was.
on
so
panel
I'm just
ever
like,
got? Have you or anybody? Has anybody ever got the laser surgery or no?
Oh, I wish.
Isn't Betty Joe about to do that?
Oh, does she?
I had a different type of
Lucky
laser
Betty Joe.
surgery. They cut off a carcinoma off my eyelid. They put it in a
Jesus.
cup
Oh.
and burned it off. I get to smell my own flesh burn.
That's what scares me about the
Oh,
freaking
wow.
eye thing. Oh God,
Well,
dude.
I don't think that they
Yeah, I was
burn.
awake the whole
What?
time.
Do they burn?
Did they numb it?
No. No.
No, not at all. They just burn it off.
Really? Where at?
Your eye has
Yeah.
no feeling. Your eyes have no feeling.
Yes.
I ain't doing no. Mm-mm.
Your eyes have no
I didn't know
feeling.
that. Yeah,
What?
No,
I didn't get a poke an eyelash in my eye and it hurts. Of course, my eyeballs have feelings.
Yeah, no.
I got an eyelash in
mine
my
would.
eye right now, bugging the crap out of me.
Right? Why is screwing me?
Back to the K bar.
Oh my god, he didn't say back to Coburger.
Back to the K bar.
It doesn't necessarily have to be Coburger, but
Could be.
All right, Riddler. So, what's your question about the K bar?
Oh no, I was just making everybody
Oh,
laugh there.
yeah, no, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So we can talk about something
Back to crime.
happy.
He was saying segue, please.
I really
Yeah,
wish
back
that
to
Scarlett
crime.
would play that video I sent her. It's funny.
Wait, it has music in it though, right?
Yeah, but it's not a you can play it like and check it, but it doesn't look like it's copyright stuff. Yeah, it's fun. I play it every day just to laugh. It's so funny.
Okay, I think that's like
I can't believe how tough YouTube is over the creators.
What do
I
you
can't
mean?
believe I got
YouTube
away
has
with the
gotten
song I
worse
put
and
in my
worse.
video.
All right, we
You
can't
guys,
say.
I got to put cars in my video. Gary Newman's driving in cars.
Yeah, I love that
They
song.
didn't strike me.
Well, what I'm
I
saying is,
literally.
you can't say
It
the
sounds
R
very
word.
familiar.
What's up, Riddler?
You can't say the R word, but you say SA. And then I go look at what was
It's
that
like-
group? Nirvana.
Go on.
They sing that song "R Me."
Yeah.
It's written out.
You can
and
find it on
sounded out.
YouTube. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Riddler.
Well, what I'm just saying is, it's written out. They're singing it, but yet we're talking about something real life and death here, and we're talking about serious stuff. And we're not law students or anything, but we're curious, but we can't say certain words.
Right.
And I've been on some channels, they don't
And-
want you to say the G word, they want you to say pew pew
Right.
for a GUN.
Okay.
And
Oh,
so,
what
and
the
then I
hell
go
is
over to
GU?
another, I guess an ammo channel, and they're saying it left and right, showing it.
Well,
But
that's
God.
because they're not monetized. It's actually your monetization that you're
Oh.
losing, and
Yeah.
that's why
'Cause
some
I was just
channels
thinking
do
about-
it, some channels don't.
I guess
And
all
they're
kinds of
not-
paywalls okay though.
They're not called the G word. They're called weapons.
Jesus.
that's
But
what we have
even
to
the,
live in the
like,
military, a weapon.
What kind of world am I in?
Even the
Oh,
Nirvana song,
Scarlett,
the
Scarlett,
Army.
Scarlett.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to email you. I have a friend who has a huge channel, and she just sent me some tips and tricks. God, I can't drink. Whew, slow down, Debbie.
Okay.
It's that wine. That's what it
I've
is.
only had one glass, y'all. Look out. Okay, so she sent me a list of tips and tricks that are amazing, and I'm going to share them with you.
Okay. Thank you.
Would you mind sending me the email?
Yeah,
Funny. Sorry, that was funny.
All right. Let me go to my email real quick.
Oh, Scarlett, could you send me the email if she sends it to me?
Do what now?
Send me the email if she sends it to you. I want
Yeah.
that email too.
Oh, okay.
If you don't mind.
Send me an email if you want that email information.
I don't know
Willie,
this
can you, if you want to anyway, can you
What up?
check out that video that I put in the bat chat and tell me what you think?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? You like the Beatles and stuff. You might not like it. I don't know.
I'll watch it later. What is it?
It's funny.
Well, what is it?
This guy takes various clips from around the internet
Mhm.
and turns them into metal rock
Oh,
songs.
yeah.
Hilarious.
I saw that chick yelling for some Papa John's or something. What'd she want? She wanted some Chipotle or something?
Chicken wings or something. Yeah,
Scarlet.
Oh, Wingstop. Yeah, she wanted some
I
Wingstop.
ate
Yeah, Lady
nothing, nothing. I love it.
I was just wondering if those of us that are not talking could like mute, because it gets really hard when somebody's talking and then somebody else starts talking and you can't hear.
Yes.
You should start talking, lady.
Yeah, if I'm not actively talking, I'm always just left on
I
mute.
want to hear your voice.
Yes,
You've been too
lady,
quiet.
talk.
You've been too quiet,
I'm
lady.
just no, that's not what I'm saying. It's just like I don't know. Sometimes we talk to ourselves out loud, and if you're not muted, then you can hear it. And I'm
True.
trying to. Okay, listen. I do have a little bit of hearing problems, especially consonants, and so sometimes it takes me a second to realize what somebody said to me. I usually look at the lips. But so it's like if somebody's talking and then somebody else is like talking to themselves or what, I can't like distinguish the words.
Yeah,
Oh
it makes
yeah.
it harder.
I can't watch a movie like that.
Okay, let me. Hey, Sarah, how are you? Let me. Where did these go? Hold on.
You know what
I
we need to do?
apologize, Lady V.
We need to have a night where everybody's on camera.
I'm down.
Like all of us on camera at the same time. That would be cool.
Yeah,
I
I
gotta
don't
get
do
my.
camera.
I gotta get my. Shut
I
up.
mean, even Scarlett is exempt. She can do whatever she wants, but like the rest
Yep.
of us can all be on camera. I think that would also help with if we can see each other. We know when one another one's about to speak. It helps if you can see each other.
Can I wear my Ted Bundy mask?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can you
Right,
believe they got
Darcy.
masks that you can buy a Ted Bundy?
I'll wear my
Jesus.
Sua
As long
costume.
as it's YouTube friendly.
Yes.
I'll wear a Patrick Swayze.
Oh,
I'll have my
hello.
I'll have my green jacket with the black question marks.
I'll wear a Hillary Clinton mask.
Oh no.
Oh shit! Hold on just a second. y'all.
MB, Lady V, would you be like up for something like that? I think it'd be kind of fun to see each
Talking
other,
about essays,
and hang out.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me.
like SKs.
I
I
would be
did
in my
meditation for the
Superman
first time yesterday.
stuff.
I'm sorry, what?
What?
I'm sorry. I said I did meditation for the first time yesterday.
Oh, I thought you said you had bacon for the first time.
I don't know
couldn't
why
get it
he's
at
so
all.
muffled. Usually Ray's not muffled, but for some reason tonight he seems like when he talks sometimes it's muffled sounding.
Wait, does that shit work?
Tell you what I thought you
I
said.
got cotton mouth so bad, my cheeks are sticking
That was
together,
just
my
thinking.
What are you
tongue's
smoking?
sticking
Are you
to the
smoking a
roof of my
J?
mouth.
Or are you smoking some
Okay,
glass?
that could be it then.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, stop
Is that
smoking
like
them
a side
J's, man.
effect, or is your water turned off?
Smoking something.
Oh.
Yeah, oh
Come
my
on
god,
now.
you just got that. That's great. That's too funny.
All right. I'm running out. Lady V, I need that pen.
I don't think she knows what that is.
Yeah, I do.
She would give you 8 10.
Oh my god.
Gene, honestly, I don't think they're, and unless there's new reports that came out from the medical examiner or something that we just haven't seen, I don't know if we'll ever know the actual time of death on these victims.
Hey, Scarlett, would
okay,
you guys be up to doing a true crime trivia over here?
I would love trivia.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
sorry.
just have to plan a night
I like trivia.
No.
to do it.
I have a whole
I
bunch
hate
of questions
trivia.
and pictures and stuff that I gathered, and
Does it have to be all about crime?
it just crimes.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Shit.
Well, I
Lady
guess
V
it's up
and
to
I were on
Scarlett,
another.
right?
Lady V and I were on another channel, and they had trivia, and it was a train wreck.
Oh
Really?
my god, it was.
Well, I've
horrible.
done it a couple of times, and it's been fantastic.
I've actually been
I
on
love trivia.
several of the
Oh,
trivia
I'll
things,
fail.
and they're always. I just like. I'm sorry. I just don't like trivia.
Aw. All right. Well, then forget it.
Not that I don't know the answers. I just don't like trivia. Playing trivia.
I like
It
learning
could be
new
a
things
members
every
thing.
day.
Yeah, we spar over here.
It brought on a lot of good conversations, and it brought up some cases that people hadn't even heard of, and they were like making notes, like I'm going to check into that one, that kind of thing.
I did it.
It was
I
fun.
didn't- I didn't say that I wouldn't do it. I'm just saying I don't like it.
I'm failing if it's about crime.
I'm still gonna be here. I'm just not gonna be capped.
Now, if we do miscellaneous,
Is in the true crime trivia
Movies.
stuff? Is it just anything true crime?
Well, I have a whole bunch of, so like I would either email everything to you and you can ask the questions, or I can do it from my side, whatever. It's just a whole bunch of true crime trivia. Some
Well,
of
give
them
us
are
a sneak
multiple
peek.
choice. Some of them are multiple choice, and some of them are not. It's just like I just dug and researched and found a whole bunch of questions, and then found matching pictures to go with them.
Well, give me an example. What's the question? What do you got?
Okay, hang on.
I'll only give Willie one because he's going to try to cheat and go look the answers up before.
No, I just want to know what type of questions they're going to be. Is it going to be, certain cases or some shit I got to study for?
Fofa.
Hold on, you pull up
I don't do no
list of
battle rap.
Huh? Rap
I
battle
said
instead?
fofa cat. I don't do no battle rap.
Yeah.
Oh my
She's too
god.
scared to come on here. Yeah, why is she still in chat?
She won't come up on panel.
Unreal.
Why?
Probably
Basically,
like me. I feel like
I
I'm
said
up
so.
here too often, so I stay back a lot of times.
Who are
it
you?
would be a kind of question. It
Where's
would be a kind of question. You guys hear me?
Do what, Marina?
Can you hear
Hello?
me? Can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
It
you.
would be a kind
No.
of question. It would be a kind of question like, out of these 4 people, who has had the most documented unalivings, that was actually persecuted for A, B, C, or D.
Oh, you know
Yeah.
the questions too?
No, I don't know. I've
She
done
made
a
the
lot of.
questions. She
I
knows
love
all the
doing
answers.
Everybody's in on this shit. I'm pissed.
No, I have not made any questions. I wish I already have a list going for another channel. I like trivia. I do.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's just an example for you, and I'll just do one of the ones that we did before. It took me forever to find that. I'm so sorry.
No, you're
Okay, so the Netflix show Making a Murderer tells the story of a man wrongly incarcerated for 18 years for a crime he did not commit. What's the man's name?
Stephen
Stephen
Avery.
Avery.
All right.
No, like I said, if you go TV shows and movies, I'll destroy
Yeah,
it.
that
But
should be easy.
I think you just tried to lure me in with one that was about a TV show. So I
That's
ain't
what
buying
I'm
it.
Okay.
saying. Like, you can find questions like, who was the first person. I can't give you name. I can try to look up something, but it's like, who was the oldest person to ever start SKing people.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I've been looking up, and I've just been taking notes and then turning them into questions. So,
Exactly.
okay, so to be considered an
gonorrhea.
SK,
Ed
how
Gein?
many homicides? Excuse me, I'm sorry. To be considered an SK, how many homicides must a person commit?
3.
3.
23.
4.
3
No,
or more.
3.
Yes. 3. Very
But wait,
good.
if we
Three.
say, if some of us say 3 and then some of us say 4, then
It'd
we
be the
would
one
all
that
be
got it
right.
correctly, and the answer is 3. Yeah.
The answer is 3,
Yeah,
but
the answer's
the
3.
thing
Now,
is,
what if I
they
said
have to be
1?
at separate times.
If you said
Oh,
1,
here's
you would
the
Yeah,
lose.
best
we all
one that I
say,
Yeah,
found
but
that
what
was
if everybody
really
was over?
funny.
if you
Okay.
kill 3 in the same day, that's a mass killer. That's not a
Right.
SK.
You can't do it with this
Yeah.
group. It's gonna be
How
blah,
many
blah,
people
blah, blah.
died? How many people died from self-unaliving with suicide in Jamestown?
Ooh.
How many people
That
unalived?
was like almost 1,000 people.
ABCD? ABCD?
I don't know. Too many
I-
questions at
Y'all,
2:30 a.m.
Riddler and Lady B is gonna win all of those because
Yep.
I don't.
I'm just
I don't
asking
know.
for A, B, C, or D. Yeah.
Okay,
No,
okay.
it
I'll,
was
I'll do
like-
A, B, or C, or D. Okay, so A would be 100, B would be 900, C would be 1,000, and D is going to be 500.
I forgot the question.
Ha!
I think it's close to 900.
You got it.
Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say 900.
Oh, she's on my team.
Lady B and River.
So that's kind of how we did it. But I had pictures also, stuff like that. It's just fun.
That's a good one.
I told you it wasn't because I don't know the answers. I just.
Was that the one where they drank the Kool-Aid?
Yeah.
Yes.
Jim Jones.
Oh, that's fun.
That's
Jim Jones.
Lady V, you might not like it, but you're on my team.
What SK person drove a Volkswagen Bug? And that
Ted
was
Bundy.
Bundy.
Ted Bundy.
Oh, that's
Just
too hard.
Good one. Good one, Don.
Thank God.
Even I knew that one. Okay, so if we were to set this up one night, how many people do we have to have on panel to do it?
Oh, as many as are, whoever's here.
Then there has to be a stake or something.
Yeah, but couldn't they
Translation.
answer the questions in chat as well?
Yeah, because
No,
Yeah,
chat
yeah,
can
yeah.
help you.
for
Chat
the
can
chat
help you
to-
guys.
How do we keep track of score from that many people?
Whoever's
So,
whoever's answering the asking the questions would just keep a note.
I don't
I'll
trust
just
it.
take
We
a-
need to- we need to
You
trust
all
the
on
person
panel.
keeping a tally.
I'll take a
And then just-
participation award.
There you go.
So, Crown Sleuth-in,
I just want a T-shirt, one of those soft ones.
no one gets a prize.
Who's
so
talking?
I've actually,
Marina.
Okay, who was talking to me?
I do have, me,
Hmm,
Marina, MB.
okay.
MB. So the way that I've done it with like the one other like student that has actually done it well, so you have like in the panel you're like so this is Scarlett's channel. She's gonna have like two, like 3 groups. So it's gonna be 2, or she can have how many people she wants or can fit on the panel. But you're gonna be separated in 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's 5. 1, 2, 3, and then there's chat. So there'll be 4. And so basically they have to agree on something. And I don't know, Scarlett, if you know how to do a poll, but like
Yeah, that's really complicated.
Yeah, I'm lost already.
Yeah,
You know what would be
way
fun
too
though? You know what would be
complicated.
fun? What
Can
if
we
we
just
did?
put them down the middle?
Never mind.
I'm
What,
completely
Debbie?
lost.
I want to know what you said, Debbie.
I didn't. What was she saying? I couldn't hear.
I don't know, Debbie. I want to hear what you
Oh
were saying.
no, it was,
Hey, Marina,
Not
wait
me.
just a
Wait,
minute,
Marina,
please.
let
Yeah.
Crom Sleuth answer. Go ahead, Crom Sleuth.
So if you look at the panel now, there's 3 girls and 3 guys that could play. So like, I'm planning a battle of the sexes because I think that's funny, and so we can do the same thing. Have an equal number of guys and gals, and then one person does all the asking.
There you
And
go.
then chat helps everybody that's playing because there's no way that you can like keep track of chat and listen and all that.
No.
I can't do it.
Yeah, that's why I
Oh.
thought that.
I like
So that way chat can help everybody on
Well, we're a
panel.
little
and you can
outnumbered.
make- It's just fun. Or you can say chat can't answer. You know what I mean? It's up to you, Scarlett.
People are going to throw answers in there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would if I was going to do something like that, I would like to have the chat to be able to participate.
Yeah, me
in it.
too. Me too. I didn't know what you wanted.
Even if like people want to rotate on panel,
Yeah.
maybe something like that.
You get an answer wrong, you're gone.
Start studying Red Alert.
That's a good idea. If you get, like maybe 2 wrong or something, then you're out and another person comes up on panel.
Riddler's gonna take that night off.
So it's late.
No, y'all have fun, really. Seriously.
I'm right
But
here
for
with
me,
you,
it was a
Riddler.
train wreck at another place, and I'm not saying it will be here, but I'm kind of a down to business guy. I want to go right in there and look at it and tear into it,
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
search
Toodles.
everything, turn over every stone.
Well, maybe
Yeah.
you could be asking the questions then. I don't know, dude. Gotta have fun sometimes.
Play it like
It's
Jeopardy.
not,
It's
it's
Oh,
not
God,
good for us to just be like gored violence and crime all the time. You have to cleanse your palate, like sometimes
Right.
when I get to be where I'm just too stressed out by this stuff and it really hurts my heart, I'll go outside and go painting. I've got all my paint and stuff set up out there, my easel and everything, and I'll just go out there and paint, turn on some really nice music,
I
Right.
eat stress for
I will
breakfast.
say
Or I'll
that
binge my favorite movies. You know, you got to get away from this
Spit out
sometimes.
stress.
I watch
Yeah.
Froggy Clips.
That's
I
what my
eat stress
nails are
for breakfast. I enjoy
Yeah.
stress. Lets me know I'm still alive.
See,
I
Riddler
knew
and
you were
I,
gonna say
yeah,
that.
it was a complete and utter disaster. And I think, maybe the way Melissa Jade does it, that I stopped in for a bit one night when she was doing that. And that didn't look too bad, but yeah.
You know who I'm talking
Well,
about,
the way
Lady.
we
We
did
were
it, it
on
was
that
nice
night.
and simple,
Oh,
easy
yeah,
and
I
fun.
know. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
just
Deb.
keep it, the simpler that you keep it, and just keep it lighthearted and fun, and not like worry if oh God, I made a point and somebody forgot to write it down. No, stress. Just have fun with it. It's not a big deal. It's not like somebody's winning a car, right?
Riddler, can you drop your email for
exactly
me in
no,
the
no
back
one's
chat? I
gonna
need to
win
send you something.
anything. You just win being.
Okay, give me just a second because I've got these screenshots that I need to pull up. But yeah, we'll have to figure something out for like a fun night one night.
Yeah, you can do like once every month. Like that would be like once every month.
No.
Well, I mean, to
That's
start
not
with,
what
if
this
you're never
channel
doing
is, man. No.
Listen, just
it.
bring it up.
What?
Listen, go. Just bring it up with Scarlett after this, and then if she wants to do it, she'll do it. If not,
Yeah, and
we'll not.
Right.
Sorry,
It is what it is.
Don't do it.
Crumbsley,
Don't
did
do it.
I did
Sorry.
follow you back on Twitter, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Any time you need to get in touch with me, just message me on there, and then
Okay.
that way it'll be easier
Okay, cool.
than it is on emails and stuff like that. Crane Hill Gal, thank you so much for being a member for 8 months. In 8 months of greatness. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Oh, I agree. How nice.
Does
I mean,
Riddler have
I'm
a Twitter?
always up to have some fun, guys. That's not it. It's just every time I've been involved in one, and I've been involved like in 4 now, and only one of them was like went decently. And
Well,
I don't mean about
then,
points
okay.
and things like that. I just meant
Then, Lady D, go look at my last live. And I'm not trying to promote myself. Sorry, guys. Just go look at my last live where I had Jules up with me, and me and her and Dago did it, and it was a blast. We had a blast. We just kept it nice and simple and fun.
if you can figure out how to do it without it being a total debacle, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I promise you it wouldn't be. Yeah, because when you add too much complexity to something, then it like ups the stress, Just keep it lighthearted and fun and relaxed, and just be silly. We had so much fun. Yeah, I'm happy
Hey,
to help
Lori.
do it over here. It'd be great because I love you guys, and I think it'd be so much fun to have. It'd just be fun to have fun with you,
Oh yeah, and I love you, and so I mean,
Well.
yeah. I mean, if we could figure out a way to do it without all of the, drama, it would be great.
Yeah.
I'd rather bring my sister up here and let her and Willie have at it.
Yeah.
You weren't here, Willie. We were talking about point of views, how the defense would, the type of people they would want on a jury and what they were looking at, and things. Whereas my sister, she works with law enforcement. I'll put it that way. And she's on the prosecution side.
Oh boy!
And when I was talking to her about this case, she goes, "Oh, I already got that one solved. Phone ping, DNA, and the on the knife sheath, videotape. Might as well take him out back and shoot him right now."
Yeah, my ass until you pick it apart.
Yeah, see, but that's the way prosecution thinks on these things.
Yeah.
When you're
Well,
on that side.
they're trying to shoot this dude, so you're
Is
asking.
Sofa still in chat?
She's in there.
Okay, because she sent me a message and said that chat was down, and I wanted to make sure it was working for her again.
Well, sometimes it happens to me sometimes when you go to post a comment, it says like service unavailable, and you have to close it down and come back.
Okay.
Hey, Scarlett, just I do see a couple of people who aren't thrilled about the trivia thing, which is totally fine. I get it. So I'm fine if we don't ever do anything like that. I don't care. Okay. But it's up to you. Maybe do a poll or something. I don't want to like force anything on anybody. It's just a fun idea.
Yeah.
Well, and I didn't take it.
Figure something up.
Scarlett, I know a
Sorry,
question.
guys.
I'm sorry. I know a question we forgot to ask the defense lawyer.
What's up?
If this guy gets a hung jury, now what happens? Does he still stay in jail until they get the next jury?
Oh yeah, because we didn't ask anything about a hung jury, did we?
Well, is Melly still in? That
Yeah,
dude Melly
well-
in jail?
I heard
Um,
Millie's supposed to be coming home because they're okay. So he had a hung jury. Then they're supposed to retry him with his
Mhm.
co-defendants. And I seen something on Twitter, but I didn't get to read it. But somebody had posted Millie's coming home. So I don't know if they're letting him out until the new trial starts or what's happening with that.
Oh boy.
Hey, Moonchild and teacher Shauna, I would do that, but I wouldn't want to. That feels like it might be rude to do that. I don't want to suck any of subscribers or viewers or whatever from Scarlett. I don't want to do that. Does that make sense?
I know in most states when there's a hung jury, it says participants go back to where they were the day before the trial started. So
Yeah, hung jury
UK
means
would
just
go
go
back.
all over. Yeah.
Yeah, in other words, he would go back to jail and sitting there until someone can make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just answering someone back in chat.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I just hope I hope it's not by a technicality. That would be terrible. I hope it's just either he did it or he didn't. I just hope he doesn't get off on some kind of technicality.
Well, I'm like you. If they come out and say, "Yeah, we got 100% evidence you're inside this house, and we got this and that we don't know of," like I told them last night, let me crank up the wood chipper.
That's what I mean. I'm like, gotcha, bitch. I mean, they got him then. You show me something that, shows it's him, then they got him. It is what it is. But I can't just piece stuff together and say, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because if you piece it all out, it doesn't. You take, like I said, you take that touch DNA out of the PCA, you don't have an arrest. You don't have an arrest.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting when this trial starts for sure. And I don't think it's going to be just like a trial that is all boring and all that. It's going to be like a head-to-head battle almost.
Well, we've all been talking about we've all been talking about every piece of evidence, so we're all going to know, like.
Yeah, we're all invested in everything.
Everybody else is going to be bored as hell, and we're all just going to be like glued to the TV, just waiting for the next topic.
Do you guys remember? I'm sorry. Do you guys remember the day that everybody on YouTube watched Brian's plane, the extradition, all the way across the country?
Oh yeah, everybody followed it on Flight Radar.
Yeah. What the hell?
Yes.
And the way they walked down the Stroudsburg courthouse with like 10 armed guards and shit, I'm like, Jesus God! Like, you could have blew him over in high school. I was like, this is nuts to see.
Riddler,
We
do
were
you see
obsessed.
Summer's comment? She said, Riddler said he was taking me to Moscow. I don't know if I should be scared or happy.
Always be happy. We're going to have a blast. I've already got the whole tour mapped out. We start out at Corner Club, then we go to the Grub truck.
No, you won't catch me in Idaho.
And then we go all the way to Washington State University. We get to tour the whole place.
You'll find me with my
I
phone
want to go.
I'm serious thinking about going there. I mean, I'm really serious.
You're
the
nuts.
only thing is, exactly. But here's going to be my problem. I'll get there and they move the trial date. And what am I doing here in this podunk town? And that's what I'm going to say to myself.
Or they move it from Moscow to a different area.
Yeah.
He doesn't get the notice.
And knowing my luck, I'm going to fly into Washington or Boise. Knowing my luck, I'll get a white Elantra for a rent-a-car.
Well, that's what I mean. I don't want to show my phone wiped. I'm not going Idaho. Staying far away from that whole area. They don't like outsiders. You saw how he treated JLR?
Well, look what they did to Nancy Grace. I mean, of all the people, that's the one you want there.
What did they do to her? Did she had her table like set up outside the helm? Did they ever?
Well, they,
Yeah,
They just-
I'm sorry. That was embarrassing.
Yeah, I don't think they liked it with her being there.
I wouldn't like that either. If somebody had their table set up and it's kind
I
of
thought it was tacky.
yeah. A lot of people like her.
I agree.
I couldn't get into it. Never have.
could you
Yeah, I
imagine
thought
if
that
that
was
same group
really-
that was in Savannah went up there?
Oh boy, yeah.
What do you mean?
I don't know if you watched that when that little boy came up missing and they found him in the dump site, but it was in Savannah, Georgia, and people were parked out in the lawn of the
Oh,
mother
yeah.
of that child screaming at them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they did
I mean
bad
that's
up
why I
there.
try to stay away from cases about kids and stuff. Like if I knew about that Keith Anthony stuff, I don't know how nobody hit her upside the head yet. It just
That was a couple
angers me.
creators' fault. Those creators got them to do exactly what they wanted those people.
creators did. Like they
Yes,
started from YouTube.
yes. They went down there and started protesting. Yes, very loudly with bullhorns, and that
Yeah.
should give you a hint.
Yeah, there was at least
Oh,
two of
Jesus.
them there, and yeah, they're causing quite a bit of a ruckus. And what was bad is they were camped out in the neighbor's yard across the street.
The hell?
And well, see, you got a public easement, and the law says that anybody can use that public easement to travel on. And then they start sticking signs in the yard, and I was against that because they says, well, they have a right, that's their right. So I says, oh, so I can start putting political signs in other people's yards. And all of a sudden they say, oh, you can't do that. But they were on the public easement, and they parked their vehicles in people's yards. They sat out there. They were bringing food back. There's no telling how many cigarette butts were thrown down in people's yards, how much trash was out there, if any. It was just, and I mean, it was a line all the way down the road of people, and people honking horns. They're screaming. Kids, how are kids going to do their homework? What about people at work at night and they have to sleep
I'm
during the
sleeping
day?
all the-
Well, and then at night they played that screaming rabbit thing,
What
and
the hell?
there was at least at one time 5 different creators down there that I know of.
And
off
these
the
are
top of my
adults?
head. Yes.
Yeah.
The night that they played the crying baby for hours and hours on full
That was
volume,
crazy.
I was done with all of them. I was just
Yeah.
like, you guys are sick.
Yeah,
Who are
that
they doing this to?
to the mother of the kid that was found in the landfill.
And did it turn up that the mother did it?
Yes.
Yeah, she's in jail for it right now.
But you got a whole neighborhood of families and children and elderly
true.
people, and you know,
Willie, they didn't arrest the mother until they found the body in the landfill. Then they got the mother, and then they got the grandmother on some other charges.
Jesus. Well, I don't agree with disturbing the rest of the piece, but disturbing her ass, I'll agree with. Screw her. She did that to a child.
They're talking about Quentin Simon in his case.
oh, they were going in the back of people's yards and stuff, looking
no.
for all over. I mean, it was
Well,
just
that's why. That's what I mean. I don't know why people go to these lengths because you wind up shot and then
That's
all,
you catch
all
a
of a
hot
sudden-
one lurking in
yeah,
my
all of a
backyard.
sudden, all of a sudden it's
Well,
the other person's fault, right? Come on.
it actually ended with one of the women. Well, so then you get people from the other side, right? That's trying to antagonize them. It was just, it was embarrassing for YouTube. That's all I got to say. It was horrible.
Yeah, no, I saw a little bit about it, but I thought she might up not doing it or something. That'd be really messed up.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go to bed. I will talk to you later. Love you all.
All right, have a good night.
Good
Thanks
night.
for coming
We
on.
drink.
Love you too, Debbie. Have a good night.
Good night, Debbie.
All right, so this was the screenshots that was sent to me about Brian's a visual snow. Can y'all see these okay?
Yep.
But I don't want to zoom them in too much where it makes them blurry.
Looks good right there for me.
Okay. So this one says experts still don't know what causes visual snow syndrome, and there is no known cure. People who develop it have it the rest of their lives. As more research is conducted, clues are emerging about its origins. Research indicates that visual snow is connected to something going wrong with the visual processing center in the brain. The final post from, and I don't know if these are in order or not. So it says the final post from the user's Tapatalk, talking about Brian's account, on February the 19th of 2012 was titled "Come to Terms with the VS," or Visual Snow. And then he says, "I have just accepted my visual snow finally," he wrote. "I don't even feel the need to stay away from the forum. It doesn't scare me anymore. Anyone else come to terms? I feel like it's coming to terms could be a bad thing, though." And let's see. Looking into faces of family members was like looking at a video game, but less. As my family group hugs and celebrates, I'm stuck in this void of nothing, feeling completely no emotion, feeling nothing. The post said, "I feel dirty, like there is dirt inside of my head, my mind, and I'm always dizzy and confused. I feel no self-worth." And these are just all different things that he posted.
Yeah, I remember those.
I wish whenever they had like the actual post that had came out, the whole, like his whole post on each one, I wish I would have gotten screenshots of them.
Yeah, because I mean, we read these long time ago. But
Yeah,
I
where
this
did
was.
and where did he write this?
It's on an app called Tapatalk,
Oh, okay.
and I can't remember if somebody on Reddit found it or if it was 4chan.
I was thinking it was 4chan,
So it was like a diary or something.
kind of.
Jesus.
Sophia, do you have the whole post that he did? Okay, so this one, I think this one is out of order too, but it says making simple. Okay, so as I'm playing, making simple human interactions, but it is as if I am playing a role, playing a game, looking to the faces of family members was like looking at a video game, but less. Okay, that's what I just read. The bottom part there. The Tapatalk user described feeling a lack of connection to life, saying his life felt like a video game, and at times he was slightly into the game, but other times the game felt pointless and full of nothing. I have had this horrible depersonalization go on in my life for almost 2 years. A 2011 post said, "I often find myself making simple human interactions, but it is as if I am," I think that's where, that must be it, playing a game. That, because they're not in order.
And when was this written?
This one just said 2012, I believe.
20 what?
2012. Emma, okay, so Heaven Star sent them to me. She says I'm reading them backwards. So hold on.
Wait,
Let me get to the first one.
So we're taking something from 2012.
Yeah, this was, like I said, it was either on Reddit or 4chan, one of those two, I believe, where somebody went in and found his Tapatalk account and pulled the. Now this came out of an article, but they found his actual post of everything that he had posted on this Tapatalk
In 2012.
Yeah, my
Is
question is how old
when he
is
wrote this stuff, is what I'm asking.
So he's 28 now.
Yeah.
So 11 years ago, 16, 17.
Jesus.
And it was a self-diagnosis, from my understanding. There was never like he went to the doctor actually diagnosed him with the visual snow or whatever.
Okay, I thought he said this like a year or two ago. I'm like, I'm not thinking something that somebody said when they were 16, 17 years old. I was a psycho when I was 16, 17 with parties and shit like that.
I was worse when I was 14.
I was nuts.
Like, more depressive.
So I just can't take something that was that long ago, but I guess he might have still had it. Who knows?
So, and whenever that came out, that's when people went to question, was the visual snow, like, how can he drive at night if he has visual snow? Which someone in chat said that they have it and they can drive at night. It was also said, like, maybe the visual snow is what kept him from possibly seeing Dylan looking out of her door whenever he walked by her.
Exactly, Liza. I
Or
can't.
just self-perseverance or self-preservation, self-preservation in general. Just like trying to get as much done as you can, as bad as that sounds, for any the alleged unaliver.
Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. And Huda said I sent it, and he said depression and delusions. All right, let me go to my email real quick.
I'm trying not to assume it's him, so I'm just assuming anybody, whoever.
What do you think about this, Riddler? Is Riddler still there?
He's still up here, isn't he? Yeah, he's
Oh,
just muted.
I can't see anybody.
He might have stepped away for a second.
Oh.
Okay. So this one says Boise. It was done in Boise, where the article comes from. But it says a man charged with the stabbing deaths of the 4 University of Idaho students have spent much of his teen and adult life consumed by a rare neurological disorder known as visual snow syndrome. He would talk about it like all the time. Thomas Arntz, a former friend of Brian Kohlberger's in high school, said in a phone interview, and then the bottom part is heading off, that the word...
That's Casey's brother.
Yes, and this is the same guy that Casey was talking about that was friends with Brian, but then he started bullying him or something like that, so he stopped being friends with Brian?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
But Casey's definitely his sister.
Oh, did anyone ever verify the accounts? Tonka, I can't remember if they ever did or not, but I remember it being found in all of the his actual post. Somebody, I can't remember where it was posted at. That was either Reddit or it had to have been Reddit, because I didn't go to 4chan for once. And then after that, I didn't go back. All right, so Casey Arntz, former friend of Brian Kohlberger's in high school, said in a phone interview, the word that comes to mind is that he was neurotic about it and talked about it relentlessly. I guess it truly bothered him to no end. Ever since then, I have been depressed, he wrote in 2010. Quotations from his post in the story were presented as he wrote them, unedited, to conform with conventional capitalization and punctuation. I can't remember anything at all, and I always have this horrible pressure in my head. My mind is never not on visual snow, and I always wonder what a normal person would be doing while I sit there and I suffer. The whole thing has made me crazy. I feel like my life is pointless because people can think about times with parents, childhood memories, and be happy, and I won't be able to. And then feelings of depression. The Tablet Talk user described feeling a lack of connection to life, saying his life felt like a video game, and at times he was slightly into the game, but other times he felt the game was pointless and full of nothing. I have had this horrible depersonalization go on in my life for almost 2 years, a 2011 post said. I often find myself making simple human interactions, but it is as if I am playing a role, playing a game. Looking into the faces of family members was like looking at a video game, but less. And as my family group hugs and celebrates, I am stuck in this void of nothing, feeling completely no emotion, feeling nothing. The post said, I feel dirty, like there is dirt inside of my head, in my mind. Okay, I am always dizzy and confused, and I feel no self-worth. I think that was the last. No, that's not the last one. And then the final post from the user's Tablet Talk post on February 19th of 2012 was titled, Come to Terms with BS. I have just accepted my visual snow. Finally, he wrote, I don't even feel the need to stay away from the forum. It doesn't scare me anymore. Anyone else come to terms? I feel like coming to terms, it could be a bad thing though. And then experts still don't know what causes visual snow syndrome, and there is no known cure. People who develop it have it for the rest of their lives. As more research is conducted, clues are emerging about its origins. Research indicates that visual snow is connected to something going wrong with the visual processing center in the brains. And that is the last one. I can't read the last word of it because it's covered up by the banner.
What a reach.
So he was feeling disconnected and depressed.
Yeah.
In high school.
Sounds
Yeah.
like
Yep.
my high school.
So did
Yes.
every emo kid. For Christ's sakes. I cannot
Yeah.
believe that was written that long ago and that was even brought up. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
that was brought up not long after he was arrested. Hey, Oops, how are you?
Exactly. If you looked at my like journals back then, they were even darker. Like I'm
That's
talking
what
about
I'm
even more
saying.
detailed.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
And I didn't go out and like.
but somebody kept notes on me in high school. Jesus Christ. If something ever happened to me,
Yeah, I was an angry kid.
Okay, so Huda said he has symptoms of clinical depression and delusion. Sounds like he has a mental illness that brings psychosis.
he took no psych meds. I promise you. Take it or not. I
And
no
then she
reason
says
why.
allegedly.
I'm just
Huda
saying.
does. Yeah.
He allegedly, I guess I have to say allegedly too. He allegedly took absolutely no psych meds. That was the one question I had was he on anything that was abnormal, anything at all? Like I literally asked just like that, Scarlett.
Uh,
Nothing.
and it was nothing. Okay.
And
I've even taken
I'll
risperidone
send you a message.
myself,
Hold on.
and
Okay.
nothing. I had
Oh
to take
wow,
risperidone.
Laza.
Didn't do anything. And risperidone, for anybody who knows, it's a psychotic.
Are you talking to yourself or us?
No, I'm talking to you guys. Sorry. I took risperidone.
Sally Mae.
And it didn't do it. It didn't help.
Sally Mae, you're not a psycho.
I'm a carnivore. Just knocked out some chicken.
Scarlett, when will they have a movie about this case?
Hmm.
I know they got people lined up writing books, and I'm sure there's documentaries going to be coming out before the jury even comes out with a decision.
I say 2025. They'll have a movie in the works.
Oh boy.
There have been some movies about some things like this that actually are written and just waiting for the last part to find out whether they're guilty or innocent and what the punishment's going to be. I think that's insane. So it's like they barely get out of either leaving or going into prison, and it's just like a couple of months and it's out. I mean, has anybody else noticed that?
Yeah, that's what the oh shit, what was his name? Is it James Patterson? The author?
Yeah, he's an author.
Okay. He was doing an interview with someone one night, and it's him and I can't remember the other person, but they're working on a book about this case. And they've already started like putting what they're going to do, what they're going to write about. And I guess like what you're saying, once it comes to an end, they would then finish it off. Because I kept thinking to myself, like, how the hell is somebody going to write a book before the man even goes to trial?
Yeah, right? Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
But I do get it where, you know, starting from the beginning of the case and you're kind of getting your notes together and you can kind of start on that part of the book. And then as it's going along and you're vetting the facts and all that, then you get to the trial part, and you write about it, what happens, and then basically writing the book as what's happening is
Right.
happening in the case.
Exactly.
It kind of would come out about maybe a little after it's completely over with, after the trial and all that.
Yeah, because I remember wondering, good Lord, how'd they get that out that fast, you know?
Yeah. Now, this one, if there was a movie that came out about this case, and like I said, I'm thinking Riddler 2024, I'll say 2025. Give it, a good little while after the trial and all that. I would watch this one, but Gabby Petito's, I would not watch. If there was one that came out on Kylie, I wouldn't watch.
I can remember a movie called The Town That Dreaded Sundown. Excuse me. It's a true story that happened on the Texas-Arkansas border. They never caught the guy. And I don't know how many he unalived.
Is that in Texarkana? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think I know what you're talking about.
But you see some of them, and I don't know if Son of Sam had a movie or not.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, so there's another one. There's a bunch of them, I guess, on Bundy.
Oh, yeah.
The Boston Strangler, remember that one?
Yeah, they have that one. The Night Stalker with
Yeah.
Ramirez, they have that. Of course, you got Charlie Manson. They also have one with Richard Speck that was a mass emmer.
Talka, you think there's going to be a whole series of books on this case? And I just lost her comment. Crap, where did it go? Hold on.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, I was sitting right here looking at it, and then the chat goes to moving. All right, so Tonka says setting up for a series of books.
I'm seeing something about the medication.
I don't know why the chat is doing this. I was literally just sitting there looking at Tonka's comment, and then it.
That's something in that back chat real quick.
Let's see. Tonka says maybe at least a couple.
Thank God, it's only us up here.
Well, I know that I've had problems being able to type in chat if I have like a short open. So if I have a short open, it won't let me type in chat.
Really?
Yeah. It won't even show up to let you type. I mean, when you're on YouTube, not on SpinNote.
Yeah. I mean, 50% of the time I have this closed down and I'm doing something else on my phone.
Scarlett, once the trial begins, they should be able to know who was the first victim in this Idaho 4
Mm-hmm.
and who was the last victim.
Yeah, I would think, honestly, but
Because I was shocked the other night when I asked who they think was first, and the answer was Xana and Ethan.
yeah, a lot of people I've heard, since this case had started, that they think that Ethan and Xana was first, and then he goes upstairs, and we know what happens up there. I just always had the feeling that it was Xana and Kaylee first, and then maybe coming down the stairs runs into Xana and or Ethan. He could have ran into either one of them, and he followed them back to her room. I don't know why. To me, it makes better sense coming through the back door, and you're right there at the stairs that goes to the third floor.
Right. And why would he? I mean, I get confused because, well, Lady V and some others brought it up. We know that Xana was on TikTok, or we believe she was. What about 414, 417, something like that?
412.
412.
412.
Yeah.
So, I guess he could. 412, she's on TikTok. And about 415, they're not here no more. Then he goes upstairs. So that makes it 420. And he's walking downstairs and walking out at 425. But his car left him behind because it left at 420.
What's the car speeding away at 420 then?
Maybe, hopefully, once this goes to
God.
trial, they will explain what they mean by like the car's leaving at 4:20, but they believe that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25. Like I said, I get the 4 o'clock because we know that approximately at 4 o'clock, that's when Santa received the DoorDash.
I
So
thought
I
the
get that.
25.
So
I thought the 25. We figured that out was because the girls were still using their devices.
And it
Stephanie and Dylan,
could be that.
and that's why they got that window to 4:25 because that's the last time either one of them used a
Maybe
device.
that was the last time either one of them said anything about if this is what happened. Maybe that was the last time that either one of them said anything about hearing anything, or if Dylan might have went down to Bethany's room. Maybe that's the time that she went down there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Now
But
the
they
time.
put in the PCA
For
that
8 hours?
they use their devices to get the timeline.
Right.
Okay, that
Yeah.
brings me to my next question. On your cell phone, that the time that's on there,
Uh-huh.
that's pretty damn accurate, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. It's
World clock. It goes by the
yeah,
world clock.
the world clock, because I know my computer and my phone, like with the daylight savings times, whenever that clock changes, the world clock or whatever it is, my computer and my phone changes. So it would be like Ray saying, sit with the
Well,
world
how do
clock
we know? How do we know that the victim didn't try calling or text somebody or something like to make it to say it's 4:25? Like to me, that just makes me believe that somebody didn't go right away and they could have let out until 4:25. But then, because if a car's speeding away at 4:20, but the murders happen between 4 and 4:25, those 5 minutes have to mean something. I mean, this is a timeline we're talking about that
Right.
you like we have to go by. So in that 5 minutes, is that somebody bleeding out or what? I don't.
Because see, here's what I'm saying is the detective's going to ask Dylan, how'd you know it was 4:25 when he walked out? I looked down and saw it on my phone. I had it in my hand. I'm just making this theory up here.
Yeah.
This isn't facts, folks. But she's going to say, I saw it. That's where they got the 4:25 from. But yet now, I guess that camera could be off. So in 4:20 when it should have been 4:30.
That could be possible.
I guess it's just weird that she would know the time, but not call 911 if the phone's in her hand.
Yeah, I just don't understand the whole not calling 911.
Like,
But
you know, like obviously she can't say she had a watch on, you know, but she saw the time and she was coherent enough to look at the damn time, but she couldn't call 911. But she's in such a frozen effing shock phase. It just doesn't make sense.
That's what I'm
Something
saying.
make it make sense.
You go from a frozen shock to giving an accurate statement to derelict of duties, which is called not call 911.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some places they actually charge you for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hoping that all of this will be brought out in trial. Hopefully.
I'm sure it will, but she's still gonna say something about it. I mean,
Oh yeah, it's got to be brought up in court at the
know.
trial. Like I'm pretty sure that Anne's got her list of things that she's going to ask each one of these witnesses, and Dylan's that's probably question number one for her.
Scarlett,
What was going on?
One of the biggest things that she, in my opinion, is going to bring up is, and it's just, I mean, it's not my fault they contradict themselves, but how they say that he was pinging and he was in the area, and then they're saying that the next day he was pinging but not in the area. How do you break both of those down into this one being 100% correct, but this one being 100% wrong? Like he was definitely not in the area here, but he was pinging, but he was definitely in the area here when he was pinging. Like how do you put both of those statements in a PCA and then that not contradict each other?
Well, and with that, I think Anne is going to be like, okay, you're saying he was in the area of the house when the murders happened. The next day, or the 14th, his phone pings, but if he's not in the area, this white car that you have on video in the area of the house while the murders are happening, you blatantly, like, there's no, it's an unknown plate. You don't have my client's face on camera. You don't have my client getting out of the car and going into the house and then leaving out of the house and going to the car. So what makes you think that this is his car? Like, how? Prove it. Prove that this was his car at this time on this camera, doing the 3-point turn and trying to park in front of the house and trying to turn around. Prove it.
You see what I mean?
Well, also prove that he was in the vehicle at that time.
That's
His
what
phone
she's
was off,
saying.
but then-
We can't even put him 100% in the vehicle. I mean, obviously, if it was moving and pinging, he's in some vehicle, but to put him in that vehicle that's on camera,
But
very
if
tough.
they can read your phone when it's off, they'll be able to, at minimum, place the phone in the vehicle.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. If they have his phone and they can track it while it's whatever kind of mode it was in, then that's a completely different story. But I figure Ann would know that right now. And she wouldn't say, sorry.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. And she said, when did she give the time?
Cool.
Heaven Star, who give what time, honey?
Well, she's the one that said 4 o'clock when she first woke up. So that's
Yeah,
what
Dylan
I give
did.
4 o'clock from.
Maybe
Now Dylan, unless Dylan gave it to the police, then it's not in the PCA. But in the PCA, it doesn't list the times that she opened her door or when she heard this or heard that. Just that she gave the time that she woke up at 4 o'clock by what she thought was Kaylee playing with Murphy.
So where did the police get the 425 from?
From their phones. It says that based off of Dylan's statement and then the downloads of Dylan and Bethany's phones led police to believe that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25.
Well, hold on a second here. Because that means he had to have been walking past her at 4:18 or 4:19. I'm giving him a lot of credit here. So at 4:18 or 4:19, he walked past her to be able to make it on camera, speeding away at 4:20. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, it could take about 2 minutes to get from the house to the car.
Okay, so let's
Minute
say
and a half.
So let's say 4:18. Let's give it 2 minutes. So from 4:18 to him leaving, she used her phone from 4:18 to 4:25. That means after she saw him, she used her phone.
Well, she could have just been taking steps. The phone could have just been moving, and then at some point in time, it stopped moving. So
Right,
data
that's
stopped
what
being collected at that time.
So that
At
means at
4:25.
4:25. So that's what I mean. At 4:25, that phone, she just did nothing for
And
8
then-
hours.
Yeah, and then right, and yeah.
That's a possibility. She could have went down to Bethany's room. And after she went down to Bethany's room, that could have been at 4:25. And at that point, at 4:25, Bethany's phone's no longer doing any activity, and neither is Dylan's, because they're both in the same room.
And what they do? Just hang out down there?
They could have.
This is
coulda
gonna
went
be a
to
wild
sleep.
I
They
would have
coulda-
at least got the hell out of the house.
This is
And
wild.
I remember somebody saying something like that the door opening thing of Dylan. Dylan must have been right behind the door, because she's not going to walk back to her bed and get up and then go open the door again and walk back, because that takes time, to her bed, get up.
Well, that's
go
what
open the
Sleuthie
door,
said
set the
makes sense,
phone.
that she was waiting by that door or opening it, closing it, hearing
And-
something, opening it.
And to me, if that's what she's doing and that makes sense, if she's standing there and because she's listening, obviously she heard something. Like, she was hearing different things, and that's why she
Exactly.
just stayed at the door and kept looking out.
It's crazy. This is oh.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that. And it says, in when they saw the car speeding off. Yeah, that was the what Brett Payne put in the PCA.
Some
That
camera, right?
that they saw it on camera speeding off at 4:20, or leaving at 4:20 at a high rate of speed is how it says.
And that's what I mean. That camera had to have been somewhere that's not pointed directly at where we're assuming he parked, because we would have seen him get out and go in. So you still need to give him. You also need to give him time, Scarlett, to get to that camera.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Yeah.
going to say. Is it's going to take time to get to whatever camera actually caught him, and that makes the timeline even less.
Yeah, well, let's think about this, right? You got 412 activity on social media from a victim, and then 417 we got
417.
noise.
From the camera next door.
418, 419 he's walking at a witness or out the door, and then 420 he's caught speeding away with no trace being brought out from the home to his vehicle.
The timeline in that from 417, well, just from 412, we'll say. No, let's do it from 417. From the time that something had to have been going on at the time that the camera picked up the noise. Okay, so from 417 to 420, when they see, that's like a very tight timeline right there, just those few minutes for everything to have happened of what they're claiming happened.
You know what gets me is you got those cameras that caught the girls coming home. Why did it not catch him if he went through the front door?
I thought he went through the back.
Well, I'm assuming he went through the back, but what if he went? Okay,
To the front.
hold on. I did misstate myself. Which door did the girls come home in? Did they go to the back door or the front door? What camera caught them entering?
I think the camera just caught when the private driver dropped them off. I don't know if it was
that in the back or the front.
Well,
It was in the front.
yeah, in the front. I would assume the girls went through the front door whenever
And
they
so
got home.
he would have had to have definitely gone in the back. Otherwise, that camera would. I just can't believe nobody else's cameras picked up on it.
Well, the news reporter said the front door was unlocked or
Right.
something.
Well, in the morning it was open.
Was
Yeah.
it open?
We don't know that for sure.
Yeah, I need to know if that's a fact or not, because
Now,
that would really piss
Chief
me off.
Fry did say that the back door was open.
That's fine. I just don't want to hear that both doors, bro.
I don't know if it was ever proven that the front door was.
And
like you
even
said,
so, if all
lady-
those kids was in the house, them coming out of the house, they can leave the door open.
But I mean, there's going to be video at the trial of something going on that the video is catching, or them coming home, or shadows, or something. I mean, it has to show something.
Vehicles pulling up to the house, hundreds.
Yeah, lights,
the
people
brother.
walking. Yeah, people walking in
Right.
front of lights and stuff. I don't know. It's just the timeline's tough.
It is tough.
That's why Michigan has such a problem with it.
Steve W., I agree. Steve says, I can't figure out why DM didn't see a big knife. You would think that the eyes would zero in on that. She
Yeah.
could have. We don't know if she did or not.
Especially without a sheath.
Right.
Because he doesn't have the sheath to put it back in. So what's he going to do? Put it in his pocket?
That could have been something that she saw that scared her.
Wouldn't that be something if she took a picture of him exiting the house?
Oh, I never
That
thought
would
of
be
that.
perfect. It'd be more than something. That'd
I would
be
think.
some
I would
direct
think.
evidence.
Yeah, I would think she'd be. Well, you'll just see the back of him, but
Yeah, it's actually
he
nothing.
might have hood. But I would think she'd be too scared to, because a flash would alert him, and she was probably trying to hide from him.
She was too scared to call 911. She took up pictures. That don't make
Well,
sense.
these
either,
savvy
right?
kids with like Snapchat and TikTok and stuff like that, it's faster to just start
Well,
recording.
that's what I mean.
and snap a
They don't
picture.
have like a they don't have like a text thing or anything for that, for 911, Ray, or anything.
Yeah, you can text 911.
Oh,
That
Well,
would
there you
be, I don't know, that would be interesting if she,
Now let's go over the scenario of Xana and Ethan being the first and second victim. He comes in the house at 4:00. What does he do? Hang around for 15 minutes or 12 minutes before he makes an attack?
I don't know.
And that would mean that he would have to completed his heinous act in like 5 minutes.
And again, I believed it all when the coroner said everybody was asleep. But you're telling me everybody was awake. I ain't believing it. I'm sorry. I just, with no trace out or in his car, I don't know. I can't.
I mean, we know at least Xana was awake. And from Dylan's statement, Kaylee was awake. Don't know about Maddie and Ethan.
Or
He's not gonna
Bethany.
go there.
I've got hundreds of scenarios going through my mind now.
I can hear it.
I mean, because he confronts somebody in the kitchen and then forces them back to their bedroom.
That's what I was thinking about Xana. That he was coming down
Yeah.
for the third story, coming down those steps right there at Dylan's door. Might have ran into Xana or Ethan, or maybe he saw them walking that way and thought, well, maybe they might have saw me.
Which woke Ethan up then.
Right. And at that point, they kind of become collateral damage.
There's
You
a
gotta think,
physical
though.
fight?
They're used to having people over all the time, so I would think that, you know, somebody that they don't really know wouldn't be, you know, something that happens on a rare occasion.
Well, I thought this person could have blended in, but that's only if this person had a COVID mask on. So that's why I said I really need to know what kind of mask this person had on. Like I'm dying to know. Because was it a COVID mask or was it a, you know, the mask that goes above your eyebrows and then like right, I don't know if it goes under your nose or over your nose or whatever, and then you can see that.
What is it called, Lady V?
You know, because it wasn't a ski mask.
Balaclava.
Yes.
Yeah. Or is it a handkerchief? You know.
So when he leaves out that kitchen with that sliding glass door, it's not pulled closed, is it? It's left open.
Yeah, they said it was left open.
And now, I mean, it could be an illusion. It looks like there's red stains all in the kitchen, and that could be also from chemicals they were using to detect DNA or prints. But I don't know, something's just telling me something happened in that kitchen. If you want to put Zane as the first person going.
So wait, he didn't go upstairs. I thought he went upstairs first.
Well, you weren't here that night, were you?
No, probably not.
Oh, you missed everything, Willie.
Sorry.
Yeah. We had Avery was on here. She's got a contact that's supposed to be in the know. And I asked the question. I said, who do they think was the first to go? And she goes, Xana and Ethan were the first to be deceased.
Wow.
So if you go with the timeline, it makes you scratch your head, because what time is that sound here of a bump and a fall? And
4:17. I mean, 4:17.
Okay, so that's 4:17. She's on TikTok. What was that? 4:12. Okay, so you would think tying those two together. Okay, 4:17, 4:18. He's out of that room. Now he's got to run all the way across. He's got to go across the hall and up the stairs, and now he's got to go take out two more. If you go with that theory, and then get back downstairs, walk past Dylan, and then go out the kitchen at 4:25. So, I mean, possible, but not probable.
Well, you can't, though, because he's on video. That's 4:20.
Hey, white vehicles on video, not necessarily him.
Well, once again, if that clock is correct.
That's what I mean. If they're putting that in the PC to corroborate, you know, this getaway car, then, you know what I mean? It's like you can't have both. That's what I feel like they're trying to have right now.
When I visualize it, I see him going upstairs. And I see him going after one girl. And then I see another female coming over. hearing something like my friend's in trouble or something just don't sound right.
Mm-hmm.
And now she runs into a knife. And so he throws those two together on the bed, dumps her off. And that's where his night sheath fell out, I'm thinking. So now he goes back downstairs, and I don't know if he ran into, and how he ran into him, I don't know. But anyway, he runs into Xana and Ethan, so he's got to take them out. But yet he walks by Dylan and lets her go, unless this TV snow thing gets in his way. And then he just walks casually out the door. Humpty Dum Dum.
And that's what I mean. That was all believable, but the coroner was smoking something weird that day because she was wrong. Like, 100% wrong. So if it was a huge struggle between multiple people, then that even just makes me believe more that how is there no trace, man? How? Like, and if Ray said everything was contained to 2 rooms, I mean,
Okay. Before I get to teacher's question that I have pulled up on screen, could it be possible Maddie's in her room, Kaylee and Murphy is in Kaylee's room? Maybe Murphy heard this person walking up the stairs, starts barking. You know how dogs do when they hear funny noises or noises that they're not familiar with. Or not even when after he's done walked up the stairs and he's already in Maddie's room and he's attacking Maddie, and maybe Murphy's going crazy. Kaylee goes out of the room to find out what's going on, leaves Murphy in the room, thinking that she's just going to come right back. And like Riddler saying, she goes over to Maddie's room and she gets attacked as well.
Yeah.
Could maybe Murphy have alerted Kaylee to something is not right, and that's the reason why, maybe if that is what happened, maybe Kaylee left out of her room?
Closing her door behind her.
And who said there's somebody in this house?
Dylan said she thought
it
it was
Kaylee.
Kaylee.
She thought it was Kaylee.
I mean, Kaylee could have came out of her room because Murphy's going crazy and barking and growling and all this, and she sees somebody in Maddie's room and says, "There's someone here."
And then
That's my scenario. I've always said that I believe it was SA in nature, and he got whoever was doing it got interrupted.
And that could be it also, you know, and Kaylee might have stopped it before it got that far.
And then he ran down the steps, and then you're saying went after Xana and Ethan?
He could have went down the stairs, leaving from the 3rd floor after what happened up there. Murphy's still in the room, and he could have ran into Xana. She could have been in the kitchen, or she could have been walking from the kitchen, but somehow they could have ran into each other. She could have ran to her room to get Ethan because there's someone in the house, and what happened to them happened. It could have been Xana who said there's someone here, and Dylan thought that it was Kaylee.
So do you think he ran down the steps or walked down the steps?
He walked.
In your
From
opinion.
what Dylan says, he was walking. He wasn't running.
But coming from the 3rd floor.
The 3rd or the 2nd?
The 3rd to the 2nd.
Yeah, he would have been coming from after Maddie and Kaylee. He would have been coming from the 3rd down to the 2nd. It's a possibility he could have been going down the steps quickly.
And I can't read. That's teacher, what, Shauna?
Yeah, she said, can panel discuss weapon focus and how it would be hard for DM to notice the face if she had seen the weapon?
I had already pointed at that if he's possibly wearing a hoodie, they got the little pouches at your belly, and you could just I've thrown all kinds of stuff in there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that's so risky to cut yourself, though. Like,
yeah, because if you have a knife in that front pocket of a hoodie and you forget which end the handle is on, and you stick the other hand on the opposite end, you're going to ram the point of that knife right into your hand.
That's risky as hell to stick a cable, just stick it right in your pocket. That's why I don't understand why he didn't have this sheath on his belt. He just walked in and threw it or something. I don't know.
Possibly
Pocket.
didn't even have a belt though.
I guess.
Let's see, Tara said unless his hand is holding onto it. There has to be something, and it could just have been she's hearing all these crazy noises. She thought that it was a party. This guy's walking through with a mask on, and maybe at that point she realized that it wasn't a party, it was something sinister. I just can't get past the reason why she didn't call 911.
And then did nothing.
I can't get past that part. There could be several reasons why she was in a frozen shock phase and she locked herself in a room. But when you're in a frozen shock phase and you lock yourself in a room, something has scared you, that means you call 911 right then. So I can't get past the part of why she didn't call 911 right then.
And that's why, like I said, hypothetically, if you ask me, and I took Brian out of the equation, you asked me what I think happened. I think it originated inside the home. I think cleanup happened inside the home. I think somebody knows somebody that did it that was inside the home. They're not inside the home anymore, but somebody knows something. And that's why there was a latent shoe print and not an actual bloody shoe print, and would explain the 8 hours of a time gap because it takes a while to clean up. That's if you ask me, without Brian being an equation, but that's in another world.
And I think that that's where the whole footprint's going to come in too, because if they don't find a pair of Van shoes in Brian's size, then Ann's going to question that as well.
And on top of that, the reason why I think that is because there's no forced entry, like no forced entry at all. So
yeah, but if that sliding door was unlocked, kids are.
I get it, but there's no trail. There's no blood trail.
No, I believe, like I say, I believe what I believe. I think there was cleanup time. That's just my opinion,
And that's just looking at, again, because when Riddler gives me cases to look at, I like to look at what happens and then compare stuff to this and that. And there was no trail out of that home, and that's why she's sitting on death row right now.
Well, I also think about, they said they only had 3, 2 inside the house and 1 other unidentified DNAs. If they had that party, if there was 100 and some odd people plus there, and it looked like a mess from the windows. It still looked like remnants of a party that they cleaned it up, and that's why they didn't find 20 unidentified DNA.
Whoa, I didn't think of that. Because I would just figure that Anne would go in behind and get as much DNA as she could from that home as per reasonable doubt. But if there isn't any, and there's only a couple, then
that gives me more questions.
That would make sense. Yeah, but that would make sense though. Because the late shoe purchase doesn't make sense. We can all agree on that. If it's what it is, and we all talked about it, and it's some kind of cleaned up shoe print, then who had time for that? And or do you have something dragging behind them?
What doesn't make sense if it's only one print? You see what I'm saying? Like one print, and that's it. Because it seems like if there was a trail of prints, they would have possibly put that into the PCA, saying that this guy that Dylan seen walked out the back door, and there is a footprint trail leading to the back door, and that's how we know that that's the way he went out.
Exactly, and that's how they wouldn't be led to believe. They would know that he went out the back door.
Right.
I brought this up several times before, and everybody poo-poos me and says, "Oh, well, this and that and everything else," and it's like you can't just have one partially bloody footprint somewhere without other footprints coming before it that have more blood. Because each step you take transfers more. So each step you take will have less and less of that biological substance on it.
What do you have on, Heelys or something? What is the logical? How can you have one print?
But that also could be a footprint from one of the young men that came in the house.
But that's what I mean. But they used that. Yeah, but they used that to corroborate the witness's story. Which is just odd to use, and especially if they've been called to that house multiple times and they know it's a party house, why take one print from right there? But no, I don't know. Like she said, there's a van, so they got to find a van.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm just gonna grab this real quick. Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that. And she says the phone died and no charger nearby. Are you Heaven Stars? Are you talking about Brian's phone or Dylan's phone or?
He's probably talking about the reason why his phone disconnected from the network.
That could be it.
Could be
Or
talking about
why
Dylan's phone why she didn't dial 911.
the 425 time, maybe her phone died.
And that could be it. But there's still Bethany in the house. I mean, is it
And she still has to charge her phone to call a friend over.
right? So I mean,
True.
I can. Look, I get the whole phone being dead thing because a lot of people don't charge their phones as often as they should. So I get that, but you still have another roommate. So what is the chances that the other surviving roommate's phone is also going to be dead because she didn't charge it?
Aren't they all in college? Nobody has a tablet or a laptop or anything else. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they had all of that.
There's ways to get a hold of what you want to get a hold of and stuff. Like I said, I know why we're giving them so much benefit of the doubt, and I don't agree with it, but I understand it. It's just, if the roles were flipped, we would be roasting them. I mean, roasting them.
I don't
people
know.
wouldn't care about their feelings.
No. Hell no. No. Absolutely not. And you're exactly right. But it is what it is, and I can't make sense of it. I'm led, if I have to believe this, from what we know, it doesn't make sense. Unless there's a lot more that she said that was important that's not in the PCA, then okay. But
You just hope they have more and they have actual direct evidence.
I just want to know what she was doing, man. She saw the guy. The guy left, and then from that point on, that clock is ticking. I want to know what was done.
Yeah, I want to know if there actually was any type of media connections with other people during those 8 hours.
Yeah.
That K-bar is a big weapon. I know someone asked about it earlier just in the chat. I mean, you're talking about a 7.5 inch, just the blade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're like 12, 13 inches altogether, I think.
And if the girls had bruising on them if it's from that guard, that's 7.5 inches penetrating the body. So I'll tell you that I'll give you almost the exact time of being deceased. They bled out in less than 5 minutes. Now they might have passed out before they passed away, but I'm gonna tell you right now, about 5 minutes, you're gone.
I want to say almost less than that. Like I say, I held my neighbor while he bled out in my arms.
And that's why I said about the 425, because the bleeding out process.
Okay, so Rock Salt said that they're gonna type something out, but it's gonna take a few comments because it's long. But they said that they had a luncheon with some retired judges in an ex-coroner. Rockchalk, would you like to come up on panel? Would it be easier for you to do that instead of having to type it all out?
Yeah, come on up.
You're more than welcome to do that if you would like. Let me grab the link.
We don't bite, only Riddler.
And about phones dying, so many times I've been, watching your channel, then on this channel, and my phone hit the 5% mark. I gotta run and grab a charger.
Especially on StreamYard, Jesus. This thing will drain your battery.
Rockchalk, hit the link that I just posted there in the chat, the StreamYard link. Okay, he says for somebody to talk him through it. Y'all been on panels a lot more than I have. Is there any certain thing that he needs to do?
Well, if he's been on panel before, he should have StreamYard, and all he has to do is
click the link and then press and then give permission to StreamYard to do whatever, and then once you come up and click, then shut your camera off, leave your Leave your mic on. You'll see your avatar, and then click join.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. It's a she. I do apologize.
Did I say he? No, I was just.
I said he.
Oh.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. And she said, did Dylan see him wearing gloves?
We don't know that.
We
I
don't.
don't think we know everything she said. They only put pertinent information into the PCA.
But I wonder though, did she see him wearing gloves? And she thinks to herself, okay, there's a man in this house. I've heard all these weird noises. I thought that it was a party, but now here's this guy walking through the house at 4 o'clock in the morning or 4 something. And then he has a mask on and he has gloves on. Maybe she got a bad vibe from him.
Well, she saw gloves. If he was holding a knife, she'd see that too.
Yeah. She saw his height.
OCD Shaggy said, do you have to download StreamYard on your phone? No, I don't. Whenever I have to go
it
to.
Pops up into a browser.
Yeah, I always have to go to whenever I'm using my phone.
But you got to set something up. Remember, like when I first came on panel, it took me like 3 days before I got on panel.
What do you guys have, an iPhone?
I got Android.
Yeah, that's what I've got.
What the hell? You just have to give her permission. That's the key. Permission to your life.
Mine could be. Well, I don't know. Mine should be this. No, mine would probably be different than y'all's since I'm the channel owner.
This is such a crazy case. I just see so many people that have been covering true crime just talk about how wild like this case is just from what's out, just from what even is just out so far. A lot of people have never seen something quite like this. They say. Like, I don't know because I haven't been in the community a while, but I'm just eager for it to start. I hope it does not get pushed back another year or two. That would suck.
What's strange about it is the lack of direct evidence and how, as everybody's portrayed to be brutal, and that there was definitely struggle.
That's what I mean. If you take it from the beginning until everything we know and all the lies and all the stuff that doesn't add up, I get it. Corner lock in the beginning.
See, I believe everything Mr. Gonsalves says. Everything. He looks like a man of honor, man of character. And it sounds like he's got info. And then finally they said, well, we can't be sharing anything with him anymore.
Then they gagged him?
Well,
I think they just stopped telling him.
Just quit talking to him.
Yeah.
That's what I think he got upset about. And of course, he has his own lawyer. Some of the news services says he even has an investigator.
Okay. Rothschild says, okay, so this is their first part of their comment, and they're saying that there's going to be several. So this one, everyone finds this case wolf. Even a criminology student could not clean up all the evidence and the blood. All right, so I got to wait for their next comment to come through.
So what does wolf mean? Everyone finds this case wolf. What does that mean?
Is he talking about the boy that cried wolf?
And they'll be able to find the order of the deaths because of blood transfer. You hit one, now you hit another one. There's going to be mixed blood in that one of this person and that person. Then you hit another one, and there's going to be more mixed blood. So they'll be able to know, the order.
Yeah, whoever doesn't have anyone else's mixed in would more than likely be the first, and then whoever has all the other three mixed in would be last. All right, their second comment says, my corner friend asked, is it possible that the unalivings was done elsewhere and carried through the back of the house? I don't think.
Well, once again, we don't see any red fluid on that concrete. So I doubt they were carried in unless they were carried in bags.
Yeah, because I would think there would be.
And why would they be carried in if they were unless it was all done in the backyard, because they were all coming in home around 1:45, 2 o'clock, that type deal.
Yeah, because Kaylee's sister said that she saw whenever they got home.
Well, yeah, because if it happened, if they went in through the front door and it happened in the drive, it would be on camera. The whole thing would be on camera, and then them being carried into the house. I'm assuming if that's what they're saying.
And why would all four of them be out in the backyard?
I don't know.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that. And she says if he left without gloves on, fingerprints. So I haven't heard, and I don't think it's ever been said, if there was any of his fingerprints left in the house or anywhere in the house.
And once again, I could be wrong, and I was trying to get this to some of the other people. Why would Ann be attacking the littlest things if she knows they got fingerprints and blood? His red fluid.
Exactly.
Why would she be worrying about this touch DNA on a knife sheath?
Well, that's the only reason I'm, that I'm still like kind of leaning that way is because of how she's acting. This is this dude's life in her hands, and what is she just messing around just to mess around? No, she's going after the stuff that she thinks is going to be,
If she can get rid of that, if she can get rid of that touch DNA on that knife sheath, all charges will be dropped.
Really?
He can't. How's he in the house?
It's the only evidence that puts him there.
Right.
The other is circumstantial. The car, they don't have a license plate. They can't say 100% that that's his car. Not even, 22,000%, because that's how many cars are in the areas.
Well, that's what I said. You take that touch DNA out of the PCA, you can arrest them, but is it really a lawful arrest?
And I still question the phone pings. Unless they can pinpoint it at that house instead of a general 9
Well, they can't though, because they say that because that means that they're claiming that he pinged off a tower from his house, or from an area that he wasn't in. He pinged off of a tower, but yet wasn't in that area. So explain that one to me.
That's why I say I want to see, where they actually pinpointed at. And again, the car, maybe they have other angles that we just haven't seen or don't know of.
Yeah.
Okay, so the third comment from Rockchalk is that would explain mattresses not blood soaked, and it would also explain not so much of the red fluid. The mattresses that I seen come out of that house that was put in the back of those trucks, they had covers over them, like a mattress cover, but you could see the red stuff through them. Okay. All right. So then they said bags carried in has happened before. I think there was a fourth one. I gotta find it real quick. And then our moved out bag is cameras back there. I don't.
Well, again, with that theory, we're talking about multiple people, correct?
Yeah, it would have to be multiple people.
Well, I always say possibilities and probabilities. First, it's possible. And then, statistically, how is it probable?
Yeah.
Okay, so moved out back. It's cameras back there. There might have been cameras on the back part of the Queen Road Apartments, but I don't think it would be able to be seen. It would be able to see into the backyard because one, it's up on the hill, and the camera being up on the hill from the girl's backyard would put the trees and all that in the view. So I don't know. I don't think it would be able to pick anything up, honestly. And I don't know about the other houses on the other side of the girl's house.
You have to
had cameras over there.
You have to see what type of camera it is too. If it's like one of those cheap light bulb cameras, however it's set up, pretty much that's how it's set up. It's a little more technologically advanced, then you can set up like a distance that the camera's gonna alert at. or you could set it up to be on all the time. Or there's different options.
Mhm. Okay, Huda, thank you so much for that. And Huda says there was a fingerprint was found behind the good vibe sign. Has anybody
Wow.
else ever heard that?
Nope.
I've never heard of that. Huda, where did you hear that at? All right. So number 5 is more than one person impossible at, y'all see the word here, somewhere else. And is there cameras out back? But I will tell them what you thought. I've always thought the Greek row and some people have family hype. I know of one person that had family that is connected to hot people. And that would be Hoodie Guy. His
Joe
parents-
Walker.
Yeah, his parents are they're connected to pretty high influential people. Okay, and then they said, "Thank you for your answers. I've never saw anything led that way, and thank you for listening." And Rock Talk, you are very welcome, and thank you for your question.
And I think the reason that she said that is because she talked to somebody and was like, "How is this possible?" And they were like, "Well, the only way that's possible is if they brought it in, because again, without some kind of trail or without some kind of something leading somewhere, it's very, like you said, right? And it's improbable. I don't see how that's possible for the time frame, and if there was a struggle, I just don't see how that is even remotely possible to not at least drag it from. If you're saying you went upstairs, Scarlett, from upstairs to downstairs on the steps, into Xana's room, out of Xana's room, past what's her name's door, out the door, like where's all that? But the reason I don't believe it, there isn't any of that, is because how they worded it, that they are led to believe that he left the scene. So that means there's no trail, because there's no trail when he comes in, obviously, because he hasn't done anything yet. But there's a trail when he walks out. So if there's a trail leading out, it would have said then there was a trail leading out the back door, and we know that he left the scene. Not we are led to believe. What the hell does that mean? We're led to believe? That means you're guessing.
Yeah, because it's
Or someone's not being truthful.
But you're guessing from the lack of evidence showing you where the person left. Okay, it's fine. It is what it is, but it's just kind of odd.
And to get everything in this time zone, those doors have to be unlocked.
Yeah. I mean, he had no time to stake anything out or peer in through the windows. He went right in. He went right out.
And Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. And she said that it was in the Insider 8 months ago. I have it. Okay, I'm writing it down. Months ago. Huda, can you send it to me whenever you get a chance? I've never heard of there being a fingerprint behind the good love sign.
What do you
Well,
turn the light on?
if they dust it for prints, they got to find everybody's prints from.
Oh
that
yeah,
That's what I was gonna say. They probably have like 1,000 people.
yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If she could, Anne could literally take this Hunter dude and be like, you can point the finger at Hunter as much as you can my client, because his DNA is in the house. He was at the scene. He's this. He was next door. His phone was probably on. I mean, you know what I mean? It's how many people she could place there, and then get in the jury's mind of who else it could be other than Brian. And that's all she needs is just one. But she has now multiple.
Mhm.
And who knows what else she has up her sleeve. I don't know.
And I'll tell you something else. If I'm on the jury, of course, might be a little bit more alert than the normal jurors, but better tell me some kind of way of how many people came in and out of that house between the time, well, let's just say between 4:25 and 11:58.
Mhm.
Somebody's got to know, did only 3 people come in the house? Only 1 came in the house? Or did scores of people come in there?
Yeah, I always think that, I thought about the contamination, but then again, really it comes down to if anybody's phone that was in that house, that the phone was used in between those, because if then so stories aren't matching up.
because the state's got a lot of this is going to be tough for them. They've got to address every issue, because if they don't do it after they say, well, the state rests, and then Ann addresses it, and you got one of those jurors that's kind of like me, Willie and I, who's, we want to see all the facts and then we'll give you our answer.
Hey, I'm in
Okay, you too, right? Instead of these people like, well, he's guilty.
I mean, obviously everybody's gonna, say that because of the heinous, act that was committed. But
well, what I don't understand is they're saying he's guilty, but I can't convict him off of what I saw in the PCA. So what are you convicting him off of?
Because they say that the state has so much more. Which,
how do they know?
They don't. Which, again, nobody knows. It's just I keep hearing, oh, they don't have to put everything in the PCA. They never put all their strong evidence in the PCA. What?
Tonka, did you change your picture?
Yep.
Okay, I thought so. When was the last time Tonka said anything in here? I just want to make sure that it is her.
Yeah, it's like you get everybody's picture in your head.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm so used to seeing all of them that. Yeah. Yes, I messed up. Okay. See, she's gonna change it again. Oh wait, no, never mind. She's in here under 2 accounts. Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. She said I sent it 6th of December. Insider. Okay, thank you, Huda.
But here's the difference, though, Riddler. Nobody sits here and talks about drugs or Franco Paca or any other kind of bullshit theories that other people are coming out with. We just talk about what's presented, what we think is going to be presented, and the facts. That's it. Like, we don't come up with any crazy theories. I mean, so I don't see the problem to doing that, because that is what the law is. I mean, 4 lives were taken. This guy's facing a firing squad. This is the information we're given. Unfortunately, there's a gag order, so we have to figure it out. Now, do you think they did that to gag the Mr. Gonzalez, Riddler?
Well, when he they put that tort out, and of course they had to because of the deadline. That could have possibly make him a, I guess you would call it a witness.
Well, he said he saw. I thought he was describing like somebody's wounds or something like that. So, yeah.
I think he said one of them got it worse than the other one, and he didn't have to go up them steps or something like that.
He said they didn't have to go up there, and that's what he was so torn up about.
And then
Kaylee's wounds were worse than Maddie's, is how he had put it. Okay, I was trying to read.
And that could just be like obviously, just a father talking about, what his opinion is, right? I mean, we don't really know if she was the main target or not. Is that why everybody thought that she was the main target? Because of what he said?
I believe so.
Yeah. That makes sense why they gagged them. Why they gagged them. He's talking a lot.
And he probably has inside information. They had, access to her phone records.
Well, he's got a lawsuit against about 5 different entities up there.
Yeah, it was WSU, ISP, Moscow PD. Who else was it? Shit. ISP, Moscow. Was it WSU? Were they one of them?
I think the University of Idaho was one of them.
Okay, so U of I, ISP, Moscow. Seems like there's more than just those 3, though.
And it sounds like, what do all those have in common? Would that be sending out a message? Go ahead,
sorry,
Fufa. No, go ahead, Fufa.
No, I was just gonna say that they're reserved, like they're putting it on the record to have the possibility in the future. Like if this,
Right. That's what I'm thinking. That
it's not
just in
a
case we
definite,
need
yeah.
it, we've got it because we had to get it in before the deadline.
Exactly. And it's actually a pretty common thing. It just usually doesn't get as much attention because there's not as much attention, on every single aspect of it, of the cases.
Well, when's this hearing? The 18th or something?
Yeah, August 18th.
And what are we gonna find out during it? Anything good?
We're probably just gonna find out that they get along great and that they're not accusing each other of anything. That's what the last one did to me. I wanted to cry.
Jesus.
I was so excited for a battle when they were going at it about the IGG stuff. And then
That's
they got
why I
into
don't
the
care.
courtroom and they were so civil.
Crock of shit.
I was like, come on.
That's why I want a preliminary hearing. I just want to see something.
I mean, nothing against being civil, but I like all of the lawyers' snark. And there was none. Except for them. Well, actually, it came mostly from the judge. Actually, yeah, she did make some valid points. They're not just fishing.
The thing
For
about them,
this.
though, going in at each other just on like these motion hearings and all this that they've had. I mean, what is the point of doing it there and just
Because there's no
saving it for
jury.
saving it for the trial, though. You know what I'm saying?
No, you would want to do it before you're in front of a jury.
Well, I mean, I feel like she
See,
wants.
that's why I couldn't be an
Yeah.
attorney then.
Well, that's why I said why. Like, if Anne didn't, if Anne just would, didn't care and was just like, okay, I'll present everything at trial. Why did she take all this time to try to get this preliminary hearing to happen? I feel like she has something. There's some kind of information that she wants out there. That's why she wants this preliminary hearing before the trial happens. I don't see another reason of her going to these lengths. I don't know.
I mean, we don't know. We may get to watch it or hear it when the trial starts, and she may pull something out of her sleeve that none of us even thought of.
How many times do you think the date of the trials are going to get pushed back?
Probably a couple.
Y'all are trying to mess with me right now, right? Like, I need the trial to start in October.
Well, Sarah Boone's happened the same day.
I ain't worried about Sarah Boone.
Oh, I want to see what happened to her. I just want to see her antics during the trial. She's nuts.
I like to be a python on some of these people who.
The hell?
Well, I'll tell you what. These people who went and did all these things to these little kids. I would slither right between the bars of the jail room, and I'd wrap around their necks.
I was not expecting that.
And they just take off.
Oh my God.
As long as animal control doesn't find you.
Yeah, then I'd ease on back to my cell and turn back into the Riddler.
Oh my God. He's talking about being a shapeshifter now.
Maybe that's how Epstein killed himself.
Oh my God. I got tears in my eyes, y'all.
Yeah, I didn't see that one coming.
I mean, I just can't believe you could hurt an innocent little child. Blameless, faultless.
I don't understand
A lamb.
Well, that's why it pisses me off that nobody beat the shit out of Casey Anthony. Like, especially if everybody was so up in arms about this damn trial, but nobody laid a hand on her. What kind of shit is that?
I have to send you a video of her getting into an argument with this other female.
I want an ass whooping.
She's dating
Vigilante justice isn't the way to go, Willie.
My ass. Somebody does something to my kid, there is no court.
Like I said before.
Shifter.
There's no fucking court.
Like I said before, if somebody hurt my child, I would be having a court date.
I'd go to prison for taking out the trash.
I would
100%.
rock the orange jumpsuit in a heartbeat if somebody messed with my kids.
And that's why I understand where
questions
Kaylee's, father's frustration came from, because he just felt powerless. Like, I would have, I don't know. It's tough in that situation because you don't want to harm the wrong person. But I'll tell you what, if I would spend every dime, everything I had to find out who that person was and make sure and then take care of it. And then if I go to jail, whatever. But I have a shot at getting off. If that guy can shoot his son's molester in the head on news camera and all that and get off, then anything's possible.
I get happy chills when I see that.
Oh, I love it.
Okay, so y'all had me to watch that, right?
Yeah.
Like a few weeks ago or whatever. Somebody had posted that on Twitter the other day, that same video. It just randomly popped up on my feed.
See what I mean? They're always watching us. They're always watching.
That was like a couple of days ago.
Yes, I am.
Oh, I wish you could get Edward Snowden on this channel. I wish he could be
I would
up
have to do that one on my other channel since it's not monetized. See, Summer, I told you, gummy bears and Red Bulls. That's the way to go.
What is?
Gummy bears and Red Bulls.
Gummy bears. I'm eating those right
Stomach
now.
ache.
The Haribos.
Mm-hmm.
Sugarless.
Yep, those are good. The ones from the dollar store are good too. But I had to have. They're out of gummy bears at the dollar store, so I had to settle for gummy worms.
Oh, they screw up my stomach.
I like the twin snakes.
Yes. I like the one that has all like the favorites. It has all the good ones. It's like the Coke, like the gummy Coke and the cherries. Who doesn't like the Coke?
Me.
What?
I drink Pepsi, but I like Coke.
I'll eat those gummy Cokes all day.
Oh shoot! Hold on, y'all. I'm clicking on shit again.
They actually get really big if you put them in water.
Hey, Leo. William, no, I did not because I was sleepy and I missed it. I had my clock set, but I missed it. And so I'm going to go back tonight after I'm done with the live and watch it because I really want to watch that interview.
What happened? I want to watch it.
Michigan lawyer was on here last night and he did an interview today on his channel with I can't remember the girl's name now, but the one who murdered her dad. She poured the water and lye on him. You know who I'm talking about? And so he had her on he did an interview with her. And she also become friends with Ethan Crumberly's mom. And I can't remember what his mom's name is, but he's the one that had the school deal a while back. Went in, I'm talking about like I'm trying to think of a word I can use without. He went out and did some bad things at a school, and his parents are in trouble for it, as well as him. Well, this girl that murdered her dad, I guess, become friends with the mom in jail. I haven't got to watch the interview yet. I really wanted to watch it.
Yeah, the mom helped her write the. I watched some. I only got the very beginning of it, but yeah, the mom had helped her write her statement at sentencing, which is what got her off.
Wow.
Well, I don't know if that's what got her. Well, she got a year, but she had already served it, so
yeah,
didn't get her off. Sorry.
So she's already out of jail then?
Yeah, she walked out.
Oh, okay.
What about
it happened so fast that the court TV reporter was recording it on her phone because no one expected it.
No, the Aiden Fucci's mom. Aren't they prosecuting?
Wait.
Yeah, I think she's supposed to be in trouble too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't know when though.
Sarah, I didn't either. I knew I think only got a year, but I didn't realize that she had, I guess, already started. Well, wait, she hadn't. I thought she just recently did this to her dad. Was she already in there for a year?
She had already been in there for a year. I watched a little interview where she's free and didn't see it coming, and
I didn't
got to
know.
walk
Look how
out.
long Kohlberger's been in jail already.
Yeah, that is true because it seems like I only heard of the Megan Ermerwich. I think I'm saying her last name right. But seems like I had just heard about her doing this to her dad like a couple of months ago. I didn't realize she'd already been in there that long.
Jesus. People are nuts.
And then yeah, the Ethan Crumberly boy, both of his parents are still in jail. But I wanted to watch the interview that MLS did, and I was sleeping. So
I don't know. I don't know why anybody tries to do anything stupid these days with how many cameras, how much technology is out there. Like,
yeah.
it's amazing people still try to get away with shit.
Well, some people just don't care. And then you have some people who think that they're smarter than
They live
all
in a
this
bubble.
technology and
Yeah.
they can get by with it.
Exactly. Which I don't know how. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just you do research and be like, fuck that.
And some people are just cracked.
I would do my research and say, oh, let me drive my car and bring my phone.
Just don't do
That's what a
nothing.
master degree will teach you. Great investment.
Well, just don't do anything and end up in a jail or a prison where Riddler can shapeshift into a snake and slither into your cell.
That's right.
It'll
That's
be
what I
a
would do, Riddler. Like if I
slow tightening. Every time you took in a breath, I squeeze again.
a little bit of cyanide in the porridge or something. You know, I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often.
Yeah.
These guys in the kitchen.
Didn't they, I think that it's been a while ago, the guy that killed his roommate in his cell because he kept talking about what he did to little kids and kept telling him to shut up, I don't want to hear it.
That guy had glasses, right?
Yeah, and he said I'd do it again.
Yep. He's like, I'll do it again.
Didn't AC/DC have a song, Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, who dumps their kids in dumpsters? You're saying your kids trash? The filth of the earth, and then it goes into a dump site?
I don't understand how people can go to sleep at night knowing that they did something like that.
Exactly. Like, how do you even like close your eyes? Like, I don't. That's
But
why
it
I think they
happens
should
all
bring
the
back
time.
public. They should bring back public shit here. That's the reason
I mean,
everyone
with the
does this stuff.
trafficking and
Scarlet,
everything, that
whatever
happens all the time.
whatever happened to that YouTuber that was in Savannah that was backing and supporting the mother? You remember her? She's, I know there's no way you did it, and don't you take the blame for what your boyfriend could have done. And that type deal.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, she's still on the air?
I would assume, I don't watch her, but I would assume, yeah, she is.
Yeah. She lost me from the beginning.
All right, let me grab MLS's channel link real quick for Tara.
So, have y'all discussed at all the little green people that are potentially flying around?
The
Or no?
aliens?
Yeah, have you guys touched on that at all or no?
No, I haven't.
I would love to.
Right? I'm waiting. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I know that, you know,
The
we
only
all
ones I know
assume, but
about
Jesus Christ.
are flooding over our southern border.
I mean, just the fact that, like, there was a hearing about it, and then the White House was like, no way, it's not true. To me, that's not a distraction. That's them trying to, like, deny it, and 3 people with credentials coming forward saying, yeah, there you go. I found it pretty fascinating, but that's just me. Maybe I'm losing it, but
I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical of it, honestly.
I mean, I know that the 2 veterans, I've seen their stories a bunch of times. Like they've been on the History Channel a bunch of times. They've been on different documentaries, different podcasts. So they've been saying the same thing for quite a while.
yeah. And then the other guy came forward, but it's just, I don't know.
And they're supposed to have six people, and the other 3 were intimidated out of coming.
Well, you got to
And
think about.
Look what the
I remember
government does,
listening
for Christ's sakes.
to Art Bell a long time ago. I remember in the 80s when
coast to coast.
some guy came forward. You know, he's a big name, and he came forward and talked about what type of work he did and what he worked on. And that was back in the 80s, like late 80s.
I mean, they definitely get rid of people. Look at the guy who invented the engine that runs on water. Where'd he go? Floating in a river somewhere. I mean, you could tell they're scared to come forward, obviously. And listen, if this isn't real, and like UFAs, UPAs, wherever the hell they want to name them now, because they don't want to say UFOs aren't real. Why do they have a task force directed for specifically that reason? Like, duh. And it's very closed-minded to think that there's no other kind of life out there, and how, like, if you actually look to see how big this universe is and how big our galaxy is, but how small our galaxy is, I mean, of course, there has to be something else out there. So it's not far-fetched.
Sally Mae said aliens have portals. I told her
Yeah,
hopefully
they
Lori
do.
Vallow will get lost in one of them. I couldn't resist that one with the portal. I'm sorry. Okay, real quick, y'all. I'm gonna bring this up. Tonka just sent this to me.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, is it the?
I'm not getting worked up. I mean, I already believe they were real. It's just odd to see a hearing happening about it.
Yeah, I'm cracked like that too. I believe in Bigfoot as well.
Really? No, I'm not up for it.
Well, all the ancient civilizations depict something that they never had TVs or anything else. They
And this
depict
dude never
something
died. All this time, he never died.
Well,
Bigfoot
humans
don't
never
die.
died all this time. They still procreate.
So you thinking they're procreating Bigfoot in the cave or something?
Wait, does Bigfoot have portals too?
I don't believe that. I just believe they're like a type of ape we never found yet, and they're so sparse. I mean, we find new
That'd be
cryptids all the
wild.
time.
That'd be wild if they could hide that good. What were you bringing up, Scarlett?
Okay, so Tonka sent this to me. It's a lady in Anchorage, Alaska, who is missing. So Anchorage police seek public's help in locating missing 37-year-old woman Jessie Tessier. So Anchorage police are seeking assistance from the public in finding Jessie, and I hope I'm saying her last name right. Tessier, a 37-year-old woman, reported missing May 24th of 2023. Tessier, who has distinctive tattoos, was last spotted around the 22,000 block of Anthem Place in Tonka. I don't know what this word is. Chuckiac. Hope I'm saying that correct too. Tessier is described as 5'2" tall, weighing 120 pounds, blonde hair, blue eyes, was last seen wearing a black t-shirt, black pants. Authorities urge anyone with any information regarding her whereabouts to contact dispatch at 311, option 1, and then they also left the phone number. So I will put this on my Facebook page, my Twitter page, and my community page.
Doesn't Alaska have the highest numbers of missing people?
I want to say Tonka said that once before because that's where she's from. Tonka, was that? Is that what it is that Alaska has the highest missing person numbers? Summer, I don't know if KK left or not, or if she's still in here.
I just think I remember hearing that somewhere, or actually reading it, like looking up the actual numbers of missing persons by state.
Okay, so Tonka said, I'm going to try to get more information, and yes, we have the highest missing persons in the nation. Wasn't it, we were looking at numbers on a website for like each one of the states, and that's where we seen it at?
Yes, I believe so. I think we actually did it on, on panel.
Okay. Avery, her name is Jessie Tessier, or Tessier. I hope I'm pronouncing her name right. May May, how are you?
And didn't Alaska have that one SK, the guy that like flew the planes, flew to the middle of BFE and, dropped off, yeah. He was taking like flights that weren't like regulated. In other words, he was taking his plane without anybody knowing about it.
Jeez.
Let's see. Okay, so Avery, it says she was reported missing on May the 24th of 2023. And here, I will drop this link in the chat. Tonka, thank you for sending it to me. And then I will also, well, shit, I can't drop it in the chat because it's so long. I'll put it on my community page, and then I'll also put it on my Twitter. And y'all can go to it from there if y'all like.
How many days was it from where she was last seen to where she was reported missing?
It don't say, it just says she was reported missing on May 24th.
I thought before it said what day she was last seen wearing black clothes and this and that.
No, it just says she's 5 foot 2 inches tall, 120 pounds, blonde hair, blue eyes. Was last seen wearing black t-shirt and black pants.
So they didn't give a date?
No, just that she was reported missing on the 24th.
Because most of the times when you report adult missing, it has to be a certain amount of time before they actually start doing anything.
And it has pictures on here of all of her tattoos. So like I said, I will I'll put this on my community page. Matter of fact, let me do that while I'm live. If not, I will forget.
Right, that's actually pretty scary to think of. An SA with, I'm sorry, an SK with a pilot's license. That would be,
yeah.
It's a scary.
I have to look it up. I can't remember the guy's name, but I mean, it's a big one.
Somebody just,
17 people, I think.
Is it Robert Hansen that you're talking about, Ray?
Yeah, I'm not good with names. I'd have to just look it up. I just Google by Alaska SK.
Okay, because that was the name that Tonka had put in the chat. Okay, I'm gonna put this in here real quick.
But like I say, he almost didn't get caught because he was doing those flights illegally.
What would he? So I got this is I don't know what happened, but would he like fly somebody out somewhere, drop them off, and fly somewhere else?
Well, they were all females, and it was other natured. The deceased was a byproduct.
Okay.
And he buried them all over the place, and he actually kept a map. He knew where all the bodies were.
Oh, okay. So he buried them. He didn't. Okay. Yeah. See, I had all.
Yeah, like I say, he used his plane to fly out into remote areas, and then I don't know. I can't remember. Like I say, my brain is kind of not working properly. But I think he almost did like like human hunting. Go run. I'm gonna catch you.
Scarlett, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. I'm going to slither to bed and fall asleep.
Good night, buddy.
Okay.
And y'all take care. God bless y'all, and God bless everybody in the chat. Bye, Fofa. Bye, Willie.
Good night.
Have a good night. Thanks for coming up. Okay.
I was just thinking you should be Rattler, like a rattlesnake instead of Riddler.
Rattler.
All right, I just put it on my community page, and you can click on the link from there. The link is too long, and it won't allow me to drop it into the chat.
Yeah, Ray. I thought maybe he would fly out to like literal areas where there's nobody for hundreds of miles, and then just toss him out of the plane or something.
That's like 80% of Alaska's like that. Yeah. Everywhere's a remote except for the big cities. I mean, like most of the indigenous people, you know,
That's right. Yeah,
people
that's right.
have to fly. The police have to fly in to do anything.
Yeah, like those people that there's some people that are out there that never seen other humans before, which is crazy.
Yeah, and there's a lot, like just watching different
Just their
shows
tribe.
from
Yeah.
Alaska. You have, like, you can't drive to a house or a cabin. You have to be flown in. I don't know if I could. I mean, Alaska, from what I've seen, is very pretty. And the way it's been hot in Louisiana, I would probably love to go there now because it's probably way cooler. But I'd be scared I would get lost, y'all.
20 hours. It's like what? 20 hours of darkness sometimes. Fuck that.
Yeah. I mean,
I
might
can
get,
deal with it.
it would be my luck. I would get lost up there and y'all would never hear from me again.
Well, that's what I mean. That's
Then
why
you
everybody
really
goes
would-
crazy there.
You really would be a lost soul.
I would
Yeah.
be. Y'all, if y'all haven't done so, please hit the thumbs up. It shows we still got 253 people in here with only 152 likes.
That's why they pay people to live in Alaska. You'll lose your mind. Screw that.
I mean, Troll wants to go so bad to Alaska.
For what?
He likes all that hunting and woods and all that.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I got a friend that has a trawler out there, and another friend that has like a salmon boat.
I mean, I did it.
Very nice to visit.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to go when it was warm, though. I can't handle cold weather. Like I said, it's
just
so
didn't live
hot
there.
here.
Yeah.
You go in the summer and then you have all those hours of daylight too.
Yeah, that is true.
Like those
It's
people
never-
on Life Below Zero. Those people are wild.
Yeah, I couldn't handle that.
No.
That's how people used to live. So I mean,
Yeah.
that's, you know.
I wouldn't have survived.
Oh, I would have.
I'd thrive.
God, I would have liked it like that.
I would have frozen to death on like the first night.
Well, I'm not even talking about like in somewhere frozen. I'm just talking about in general, like, you know, forging a river with, you know, robbing stagecoaches and shit like that. Those are the times.
Sally Mae knows me so well.
Oh yeah, how you get in there? Yep.
She knows me so well.
Why, you
If
don't
I
have to
drive
fly?
through Canada.
I'm not flying. I'd have to drive. If I can't drive, I ain't going.
Listen, just
Nope. Mm-mm.
can you bring a parachute on a plane?
No, I doubt it.
Why?
Because they're probably gonna be like, "Why you got that? What's your plan on this plane?"
I'm gonna be like, bitch, I'm going up in the air.
Red
What do you mean, why do I got it? You're
Fast
not giving
moving
me one.
food.
I just think it's a crock of shit that they don't have some kind of, like, you know, they're showing you the whole time, you know, how to use your oxygen mask, how to put your life vest on like you're actually going to land, instead of having some kind of way to, you know, train to get people the hell off the plane.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they should have parachutes for everybody who's on a commercial flight. I do agree with that.
Thank
But
you.
if I get on a commercial flight and I see someone coming on there with a parachute, I'm getting off the plane. I'm not going nowhere.
And it's mainly a business decision. For if you have to have a parachute for each person on the plane, that's that much more extra weight that you got to have more fuel for or less
Right.
people.
Scar, I could see you being that girl in that video. I don't know if you saw it. That she's like,
Yes,
that
I
guy
would-
is
I would
not
be-
real.
That would be me. They would be landing the plane at an airport that they wasn't supposed to be landing at because I would
Oh
want.
my
I wouldn't
God.
even know. I wouldn't even be on takeoff. I'm
I'd be
telling
back
you.
there. I'd be back there with a parachute on.
They got a guy did the same thing after that.
Oh, I didn't see the guy, but I did see
I
the woman.
haven't seen the guy, but I read a news story on it.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you, let me get on a plane, and the first person I see with a parachute, I'm getting off.
No,
So
I
there's-
mean, what if I was like, hey, Scarlett, listen, if we go down, I'll hold you. We go down together,
Nope.
and you'll survive.
Mm-mm.
I'm going to
And
be shot
you'll
for Christ's
just
sakes.
die together. Like,
What if
that
I'm not
doesn't
on the
sound like
plane?
plan.
If I'm
No.
not on the
Well,
plane, then you have no parachute. At least you can like knock me out and take my parachute.
I'm like Joey D is. Before I get on a plane, I drop an edible. So I'm in a different
I'm
world.
wrecked on a plane. I
No,
love Joey.
The only airplane that I'm getting on that has another person with a parachute is a fighter jet or something like that.
Or DB Cooper.
What the hell are you getting on a fighter jet for?
I'm saying that would be the only type of plane that I would get in that would have somebody else that I would stay in that has the other person has a parachute. Because I'm not getting on a commercial flight with somebody else that has a parachute. I ain't not happening.
If you're in a fighter plane, you'll have a parachute on yourself as well. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Why can't they have something that where it, the whole top of the plane comes apart and then bang, everybody comes out with parachutes.
I really do think that they should have.
Now that's if the pilot could get it to an altitude where everybody won't just instantly die. I understand that there's pressure, but
I was about to say you're about
I'm not talking out my ass here. I know some stuff, but that's if if they can get it to a safe altitude and everybody can at least have a shot. It's better to have a shot than go down.
It's not just the pressure; it's the lack of
oxygen.
Have,
like this little Jack Daniels.
Here's some oxygen. Here, breathe well. Breathe well while you go down.
Like Rock Chalk says, a fighter plane is a whole the whole chair ejects with the parachute. Plus, you have your oxygen. You have it all. And so.
Anybody want peanuts? Like again, I ain't saving you. Like, have something in place.
No, you asked for shots. I was telling you which kinds of shots you can get.
That's exactly. You can get that all day.
Leo.
But...
Demerol.
Leo said parachutes don't always open.
Well, that's why there's a backup.
I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
I bet they're safer than driving in a car.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, think of all the people that jump out of planes.
No. Mm-mm.
People have like 200, 300, 500 jumps.
I ain't doing that shit. If y'all ever hear of Scarlett from Lost Souls TC jumping out of an airplane or skydiving or anything like that, y'all know that I have lost my mind.
No, I would if I didn't have a kid.
Well, you'd have to if it's that or death. You got no. Well, I guess.
No, I have a third option. Just don't go up in a plane.
Yeah, no. I don't give a shit about the scenery or anything of that freaking nature. Fuck that.
I don't.
Excuse my language.
I don't want to be on a plane where I don't know the mental stableness of the other people in the plane. Because you never know when you're 30,000 feet in the air what might happen, and you have absolutely nowhere to go but down.
Well,
yeah,
I'm terrified.
Two planes that hit each other.
But I'm not afraid of being in a plane. And I've been in open bay like Huey's, where when they bank, you're kind of dangling in the air.
Oh,
you're strapped in inside, and right in front of you is just air. If you fell out, you're going to the ground.
No thanks. I'll stay down here.
I don't like flying, but it's only because I just don't like to be sitting on a plane with nothing to do for so long.
Yeah.
Well, Liza, I will literally drive to Alaska if I need to.
But for me, that would be even worse if I had to sit in a car for even longer. I just want to get.
Yeah, traveling doesn't bother me, and I even want to know if I'd go in a hell no, I wouldn't go in a helicopter.
I'm too impatient.
Yeah, that's no problem. I'm impatient. I just want.
I can go on a cruise though. I'll sail anywhere.
Nope, I ain't going on a cruise either.
I can swim.
Yeah, my uncle's crazy like that. He won't go on a boat in the ocean because of sharks.
Won't happen. I love the beach, but you're not going to catch me out in the middle of the ocean where if something happens, you have nowhere to go but water.
I feel like we're in that Dr. Seuss book, Green Eggs and Ham. Could you on a plane?
Well, they got lifeboats and shit there with motors on them, so I don't mind. Those cruise ships are huge.
Could not.
And those lifeboats are badass. They're all
exactly. It's not like it's a Titanic freaking, letting the lifeboats down with a rope.
Yes, my feet must be on land. Yeah, I mean, here we fish in the river and we fish in lakes and all that, and that's fine. But I am not going to be out in the middle of the ocean and something happened and I cannot see land.
Bull sharks go up rivers.
Why? You can't swim?
Oh, I can swim. I just can't swim 30 or 40 miles to try to find land and then not find it.
You know, we found bull sharks inside the Great Lakes.
Well, I'm way away from the Great Lakes, so I'm good.
Wait a second, Scarlett. You wouldn't go on a cruise, even though that everybody and their mothers has a cell phone to call for any kind of help at any time, where the U.S. or the Coast Guard can get there in 2
Really,
seconds.
I can be on the ocean floor before help got out there.
No,
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna debunk
they'll
you
be
with
there
it.
quick.
I took out my godson, his brother, and my niece on a boat in the California Delta,
Mm-hmm.
and the engine broke down. It was like February. It was cold. It started hailing on us, raining on us, and I had one of the first like iterations of those Nextel, the walkie-talkie type cell phones,
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
and I called my uncle. I said, "Hey, I'm stuck." So he got a friend. They jumped on the boat. They couldn't find us, and I was like at our regular fishing hole. I don't know how they couldn't find us, but it was getting darker and darker. So eventually, I had to call the Coast Guard. It took the Coast Guard like 4 hours to find us, and I could see them. And I'm telling them, "Hey, I'm this, direction from you guys. I can see you." He's like, "Shine a flashlight." I'm like, "I don't got a flashlight to shine, and my phone is about ready to die, so we're not going to have this communication anymore." And like I say, it took them 4 hours to find me.
That's what I mean. You didn't have any kind of they have obviously GPS. They have a whole bunch of shit on board. That's
Yeah,
why
I didn't
that's
have
why
any
I
of
feel
that. But
comfortable. I'll go on a boat rather than a plane any day. Because again, the plane, you got no shot. With a boat, I'll just float on something until I get to some kind of freaking island.
Only thing you can float on is water.
What do you mean? Why?
What you
There's
gonna
shit on
Haven't
the
float
you
on?
watched the Titanic?
Exactly. You're on.
Rose floated
You're,
on a door
yeah.
or whatever.
hey, I hope you're in the Pacific. They got that trash island that's big as Texas or bigger now.
Yeah, but see, my luck though, Scarlett, is I'd make it to land, and then I'd run into one of those tribes, and they'd freaking rip me apart and eat me. It's like shit. I got all the way here. Now I'm food. That's my luck.
I only think there's one of those tribes left. I mean, there's some in the Amazon that do the same
Well, how do
thing.
you know?
Well, I said think.
That's what I mean. Like, we don't
Because
know how many
we
are out
pretty
there.
much navigated all the islands. It's not like we can't pinpoint a dime from outer space.
But caves exist. You know what I mean? Like, there's people somewhere.
I'm not.
If Bigfoot can hide, so can they.
Avery talking about scuba diving. No. Mm-mm.
Oh my God, you never did that?
I never did it. I can't be in a position where, and I know you have air and stuff like that, but I can't.
No, screw that shit.
Yeah, I can't be in a position where I don't think that I'm getting enough air.
I was
I'm not gonna be in a
snorkeling off
position where
of
a shark could eat me.
That's what I
Hey,
told
that's
Avery.
what
There's bigger things in the bottom of down underwater than me.
exactly.
Oh, no.
I was snorkeling at Catalina Island, and I saw a dark figure coming my way, and I swam as fast as I could, and I didn't snorkel no more.
See, why are you snorkeling in something that deep? Like, you should just be snorkeling like a little reef or something. That's really nice to do.
It was like 15, 20 feet, but them great whites like that area.
Oh, yeah.
It's like I have friends that do abalone diving out here.
Oh, those are worth like a
Northern
lot of money,
California.
aren't they?
Oh, they're very tasty too. Yeah, you can't sell them legally. But
Gigi, that's what I'm saying.
them great whites are out there all the time, and my friend says, "Let's go kayaking out there. Let's go." I'm like, "Hell no!" I ain't doing it."
Aruba had the best snorkeling I've ever seen in my life. Oh, I went to that spot where I forget her name. The woman was last seen. Did they ever catch that person?
You talking about Howell?
Natalie
Natalie Holloway.
Yeah.
He the Uran Vandersloot is actually in. Is he still in Alabama right now? He's
Because he
facing
got-
charges for shit. What is it? Was it
He did
extortion?
it to another female.
Wire fraud, I think.
Yeah, but I think that
Yeah.
he did it to another
Yeah.
female as well.
Yeah, when he left Aruba, he went to Lima, Peru, and he murdered a girl there named Stephanie Flores. And her dad, I can't remember exactly what he was, but he was a high person there in Lima. Um, and the dummy, literally, there's a camera that was right outside of his door. Caught both of them going into the hotel room together. He leaves the room by himself and then comes back and then leaves again, and they find her in the room murdered. They knew who did it, so he goes to prison in Lima, and then he gets extradited to Alabama to handle some charges there dealing with Natalie Holloway's mom.
Jesus. Wow. Yeah, I remember going to the spot where I guess she was last seen. I've been there Aruba like 3 times. Beautiful country, but it's very small.
Yeah.
Very small.
American prison. And didn't he? I think he got beat up, if I'm not mistaken, like not long before they took him from Peru and brought him to Alabama. He got beat up down there in the prison down there in Peru. Yeah, I think I heard that.
Should have got
I
beat
mean,
up.
if I was in prison in Peru, I would be begging to be extradited to the U.S. as soon as possible.
Yeah, get me out of there.
Any of
Knowing
them South
a lot of
American
the
countries.
But that's what I mean. We need to make our prisons like their prisons. Like here, like I said, why would people give a shit if people get to a point where they don't care about, they have nothing on the outside to live for anymore, and they go and do something stupid and harm other people, and then you give them a damn iPod or iPad in jail. Like, how is that justice? Like, come on.
Well, the sad thing is, time and time again, violent offenders get let out and end up, continuing their violent ways.
Yeah, but now you're giving them iPads behind, and while they're in jail, so they can sit there and take selfies of themselves. I mean, what kind of where are we?
Yeah,
I don't know.
So what is that
if they
guy's
touch a
name?
child, cut their arms off.
The
Why is it
one
so hard?
on the East Coast that he was doing like the shady, like selling fake like paintings, and he was on.
Yeah.
That's the one that
Matt Walsh
supposedly, the Walsh.
and Anna Walsh.
He should have been in jail. You know what I mean? And his wife would still be here.
Yeah.
They should have at least monitoring his ankle monitor.
Yeah, that's why I say about the guy that paid for his wife and her lover to get bail, and they have ankle monitors, and they were already plotting to do them in. They don't even check the ankle monitors anyhow.
The ankle monitor. Well, some states ankle monitors they have now, like they talk to you and shit. They'll be like, "Hey, where are you at?" And then you're like talking to your ankle, and there's like they can like communicate with you now from your ankle monitor.
Yeah,
kind of weird.
But that means it has some sort of Bluetooth.
I guess I saw a video of a dude talking to his ankle. I was like, that's crazy.
Oh no, Liza, I heard about that too. That if you're talking about Joran Vandersloot, that he allegedly got married, but I didn't know that he left that one and got with another one.
Imagine having to charge your ankle, Ray. Like, what the fuck?
I eventually have to charge my heart.
But imagine sitting there with like your ankle plugged into the wall. Like, oh my god. So,
well, ask Elon about it. Start putting microchips in your head.
Elon. Listen, I don't know why everybody hates on Elon. I think
I have him blocked on Twitter. He drives me nuts.
I think he exposed. See, I don't see all that shit. I just see what he's putting shit up into space. He's coming down. He's talking about free speech. He's losing money. Cool. I don't see
talk about free speech and then goes against his free speech and starts banning people.
And limiting DMs. Ask Charlotte.
Now, actually, today my DMs wasn't limited, or yesterday, so I don't know why they were the other night. but after that, they haven't been. And William,
It was
um,
probably a beta.
it could have been.
So,
Um,
yeah, it's coming.
William says, I'm telling you, you haven't lived until you have dangled by a rope with 7 other people flying around the city at 1,000 feet.
Nope.
Huh?
Not happening.
No, thank you.
No. Avery, thank you so much for that super chat. Avery says, well, I never. Scarlett won't do planes or ships, but she'll do fair rides. Fair rides are fun. Out together by who knows and have more accidents than planes.
Exactly. You'll spin around some dude with one tooth that's like, oh, I need a nut over here. And he just, hand tightens a nut and you'll go on that ride rather than a, couple $1 million plane.
But at least I'm only a couple of feet off the ground, though.
Yeah, you're going, and then until you fly off, and then you hit the side of a damn, food truck, and then what?
I still have a chance. That's what.
I got a chance.
Avery, thank you so much for that
Did you ever
super
see
chat. That was
Final
very nice.
Destination, for Christ's sakes?
Probably. I don't think.
Well, you should.
Troll probably has. I don't think I have.
I do like roller coasters, though.
Yeah, Troll don't care. He flying don't bother him. He flew from Louisiana to Oregon, hopped on a ship, went all the way down the West Coast, stopped in Chile, got on a plane, flew back to Alabama, and then back to Houston. He's just been all over the place.
See, I would any flight that I take now, I would make sure that it's like at whatever time you go live, and then there has to be like a 4 or 5 hour flight, because I could sit there and be on panel. Because to me, flights are just so damn boring. That's why.
I would hate being on a flight with you if you were on panel and you were talking the entire flight. I would just I would.
Yeah.
I would
get one of
cry
those, like,
until
mics and shit.
they moved me.
Could y'all imagine? No. Could y'all see Fofa and Willie on the same flight and both of them on panel with us?
You're like, shut her up.
You throw on your QCs.
I would
You're
just
like,
take
"That's
his phone and
not
throw him.
real."
He's gone.
And then you've got Riddler on the same flight talking about slithering into somebody's
Oh my
jail
god.
cell.
Yeah, I just noticed it would be midnight. I'd be on there, like talking shit. He would be pissed off. When I'm
Dark
first
Chameleon,
class.
how are you? That is too funny. and everybody can only hear what y'all are, like everybody else on the plane can only hear what y'all are talking about, but not what it is that we're all talking about.
Well,
Yeah,
see me, I
and they
got- I
won't
get
be
one of those-
weirded out at all by the crazy people
Listen.
screaming on the plane about different
Yeah,
No,
but
no,
y'all are
no.
talking about
aspects of murder. Like
You know what?
that's
Now I'm gonna do
terrifying.
it, and you're not even gonna freaking know. And then I'm gonna tell you afterwards, and then haha. So I'm gonna get a nice
And
little
I'm
mic.
gonna be like, haha, I wasn't on the plane. I don't care.
No, but we got to have Fofa and Willie on the same flight, or it wouldn't
The
work.
hell no!
Like one on one part of the
I
plane.
might enjoy that.
I'm taking
Like-
a parachute.
Have y'all
100%.
both on separate parts of the plane, but on the same flight.
All right.
That would be epic. Just to be a fly
I would
on the
find
wall in the plane, to watch everyone else's faces, listening to the two of y'all talk, but not be able to hear what we were talking about.
And then we land, and then me and Fofa take over our country. That's how I think it would go down.
Oh, we're
No,
teaming
y'all would
up now?
probably land, and the local police would be waiting on y'all.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. I would already devised a plan.
Don't worry, they wouldn't be taking me.
They wouldn't find me. I would have jumped out of my parachute. See? Man, they don't look for that kind of shit. You can bring like stick a parachute in your luggage. What are they gonna do?
Yeah, you stick it in your luggage, and then it's
What?
how are you gonna
go
access
down-
it?
You go. Where do you think your luggage is on a plane? It'd be behind you? Are they dragging it in a freaking cart or something? You go down in the damn luggage place.
Good luck.
Where's the luggage, Fofa?
In It's underneath you, but you'd have to get down there, and
Oh, I'm
it's
going.
not pressurized.
Oh, I'm going. Well, I'm finding some kind of pressure. I'm getting that parachute. They put like pets and shit back there, down there, don't they?
Yeah, you can fly a dog or anything like that on a plane.
There you go. I'll pretend I have a dog, but it'll be a damn parachute.
Well, I know that some dogs, I don't know about all, but I do know that dogs that are considered snub-nosed dogs can only be flown at certain times of the year. They can't fly when it's hot.
It's actually a good idea. A service dog with like a parachute jacket on. You could like take off. Yeah.
Yeah, I like your idea, Summer.
Just put Willie under the plane.
Put him in a crate.
Hell yeah. Like, at least I'll be getting off that bitch. Well, everybody's freaking out.
But can you imagine how hot it would be down there?
Yep.
Cold.
You think? Well, yeah.
It's probably hotter than hell, so I'm,
No, I would think
No,
it would
it'll
be
be cold with how high you are with the altitude.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Uh,
Emotional support snakes. Okay, see, Moonchild. I don't do snakes
on the
either.
plane.
That would be my look. I would get on a plane, my first flight, and there would be somebody with their emotional support snake and somebody else with a parachute.
Poison gas.
That's Riddler in disguise.
She'd have like Harold and Kumar on the plane. That's her luck. What time is it? Holy shit.
It is almost 4 o'clock here. Rockchalk, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a wonderful night. Escape. Okay, that was something
Go
else.
Diaz. I can't stand Jake Paul.
Oh, yeah, I heard they have a fight coming up.
Tomorrow.
Oh, is it?
I believe so.
See, the Denver airport has emotional support dogs for passengers.
Yeah.
Oh, that is cool.
Everywhere my mother goes, she brings her 3 dogs.
What kind of dogs does she have?
Little ones.
Oh, okay.
Just tell them whatever you want.
Yeah, I would have to fly. No, I can't fly. I'm just going to be honest. I wouldn't be able to do it. Something would happen.
You'd be absolutely freaking fine.
No, I would be up there trying to fly the plane.
There's no way. I think something's going to happen every time, and then once you get up there, you're like, oh, shit. It's just, and then you realize it's on cruise control, and...
Oh, see, no, autopilot, no.
What are you going to hit?
I don't even drive a car on cruise control.
What are you going to hit up there?
Another plane, a bird to fly into the engine.
See, that's what I'm
A
scared
UFO.
Yeah, right? Exactly. Now I'm scared of that shit. Now I got to worry about UAPs or whatever the stupid name they want to call them coming at me. Not just lightning. Lightning's what, scares me a little bit, but the birds too, because of Sully.
Turbulence.
Who cares about turbulence? Turbulence ain't nothing.
Yeah, geese flying through the windshield.
Exactly, Ray. See, Ray gets what I'm saying.
Well,
in a car crash, that's
why I said.
Likely.
Summer, if I really thought something was going on, I would literally try to fly the plane myself.
They'd shoot you before you can get back to that cockpit.
You end up in Guantanamo.
I'm a type of person that I have to be in control of shit, and if I can't be in control of a plane, then there's no reason for me to be on the plane. If I can't get there driving, then I ain't got no business going.
So you want to take a train?
So Airplane 1977 pops into my head.
A train?
Yeah, a train.
Have you been watching the news lately, Willie?
Oh my
Jesus mighty. You only live once. Just don't jump out of a plane.
Yeah, and for that, you only die once.
Exactly, and I don't want to rush it.
What happened with the trains?
Oh, the derailments.
Oh, Jesus God. How the hell is that happening?
Yeah, but those
I
are
don't
cargo
know.
trains, not passenger trains.
The
Oh,
passenger trains go faster than cargo trains.
passenger planes aren't derailing, are they?
Honestly, it would be nice to go on like a passenger train because you can see things as you're going.
Okay, what about like a trolley? Or like one of those, like, watch the tram car,
What about a
please.
bus?
Oh
Yeah,
hell no!
No,
There ain't no
hell
air
no.
conditioning.
Cramps,
There ain't no
smelly,
air conditioning on a bus.
a toilet in the back.
Have you ever rode on a Greyhound? I rode on a Greyhound from where I
Yeah.
lived to New Orleans. That was the worst ride ever. What should take me from my house about 6 hours to get to New Orleans took 10 hours on a Greyhound.
I'm just wondering if you're gonna get on the bus where you can't control it, because you won't be driving it.
I've rode a Greyhound. They are disgusting.
Amtraks are cool. I rode an Amtrak from Seattle to the Bay Area.
That
Sounds like
may
you've
be
never
all
been
right.
in a holding cell.
Who's never been in one?
I said, it sounds like you've never been in a holding cell. You said buses are disgusting.
I've
Next
never
subject.
been in the back of a police car.
Next subject.
Exactly. Yeah, no. I wasn't a drunk tank. That's dirty.
See, teachers got the right idea. Scarlet will travel when they get teleportation for the aliens. Give me
Hey,
a
you
portal.
should just you could hit up
hit up Lori.
Lori or
Say it.
Chad. Maybe they can hook you up with a portal
Get me a portal, set it up in my room, and wherever I want to go.
in your closet.
I'm there. Yeah, that's perfect.
I believe we already have that capability to teleport. We just haven't unlocked it yet.
Well, that's what I mean. It was funny to hear that. They're like, oh, they're defying the laws of physics. No shit. It's because they have a completely other different, thing that they have going on. Obviously, they know a whole. So that's what I mean. I'm cool with it because hey, if we know about it and we're cool with them, I'm cool with it. As long as they're not hostile, we're not all
Sorry,
gonna get,
we're talking about aliens and not Chad and Lori, right?
I don't know who the hell Chad or Lori is.
He's talking about Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Crazy people, religious zealots.
I'm talking about these damn aliens.
So Willie could live among the aliens as long as they're not hostile.
Absolutely.
I could too. If they look good, maybe I could.
Listen, if we could learn from them and
Get a
shit,
little close to one.
that's what I mean. To get a little nice little, little alien chica.
Oh my God.
Pink or blue, like Captain Kirk.
Yeah.
Oh
Who
my
knows what
God.
they know? No, I'm just like, who knows what they know? They could, we could learn some shit.
I mean, aren't they supposed to be like more advanced than what we are?
That's what I mean.
Well, I mean, from stuff I've heard, whatever, through sources, those crafts work on like a biological thing. It's not like a steering wheel or something. They're hooked up to the machines, and that's how they fly through their mind. And I really think the ones that come this way are drones. They're not the beings. There's something the beings made.
I just think there's too many people that have seen shit for it to not, be like, okay,
Right.
it's possible.
That's what I say about Bigfoot. It's possible.
Or they're just other civilizations living on this earth and we don't know about them. They're under the ocean.
On this earth?
Yeah.
Well, like early explorers, if you read their notes on exploring North America, that they had seen like Tyrannosaurus rexes in the 1400s when they came here. And all the scientists say they all died off at X time. Well, if you look at like South American culture, like they found ancient like bead bags with beadings on them that look like velociraptors. Now, how did these South American people know what a velociraptor was unless they saw it with their own eyes?
Well, that's why I think we had technology back then that was extinct. And the reason why I believe that is because of the pyramids, because of how they were built and, it's. I just
What?
wish maybe we went back.
That's like Gobelli Tepe. I don't know how to pronounce that. Gobelli Tepe. You know that one that guy found like digging.
But yeah, I
That
mean,
they
it's,
still haven't
yeah,
dug all of it back up. And then when the explorers first came, there was millions of Incas, Maya, whatever, and via our diseases. I say our because I consider myself Anglo-Saxon, and through our diseases, it wiped out whole civilization.
Yep.
All right, real quick, y'all. May wanted to know. She said, I have a question about the Idaho case. Where did the rumor of someone saying that there was a naked person seen the night of the murders? I just began hearing this rumor and have no idea where it came from. May, there was an article that came out 2 months ago, maybe.
It was like
Alleging
right when, yeah.
it was right when
Sorry.
when? No, you're
I
good.
was thinking it was like right around when they had tried to get her to
The whole
get
subpoena thing or whatever.
yeah,
Okay, so that might have been when it was.
testify. I
But
think.
there was an article that came out that claimed that Bethany had seen a naked guy running through the house. Now, I don't think it's true. It
What'd you
came.
see?
And now you can't even find it anywhere too. That's the other thing, except on like whatever those.
I read it one night on my panel or on my live because I remember it came out right after the article came out about Brian wanting to be moved to the women's prison.
Yeah. Yeah.
I heard about it. I dismissed it. I'm tired of all this crap that keeps coming out that, I just call it BS in my head until
Right.
we actually see the trial and see what
Well,
actually
the
Well,
reason
who the hell Dateline thinks they are saying, coming out with information that, again, I see a certain person run with every damn day about, this Amazon stuff that he bought the knife on Amazon. Like, who are they to come out with information like that?
there is no. The only people who have seen, if they know where he bought the knife, is going to be the police. No one has seen a receipt that from Amazon showing that he bought it from Amazon, or nobody in the public anyway. If anybody has that, it's going to be the police, if it's even true.
But that's what I mean.
Right.
So who's Dateline to
Or
say
it's
they have a source?
Photoshopped.
Yeah,
or
exactly. I
Photoshop.
think about AI. I think about our future with AI.
AI is scary
Anybody
as hell.
could
I
be,
love AI. It's fun.
get
Yeah,
impersonated
great.
saying something that they never actually said. I see it, like I envision it happening with politics.
Of course. And
Man,
listen, there could be a State of the Union right now, and Bozo could be talking, and it could be perfectly fine, and we wouldn't even know, and it could be all fake, all of it. I mean, I've seen Elon say some crazy stuff that was 100% not real, but it looked 1,000% real. So what they can do now with it is, like you said, it's going to get there. It's not like it's, not going to happen. We're getting there. Now you got Chat GPT that can write a whole damn essay in 2 seconds. I mean, of course.
but I think of even like worse things, like because we're propagandized on a daily basis, and if somebody wants to use that propaganda for nefarious purposes, we could be entering wars that aren't even wars. It's made up by somebody sitting behind a desk.
Or it's
That's
just
the
made up
scary
by
thing
the
about
bot
technology.
itself.
Yeah. That's the
I
scary thing about
I
technology.
got trained a little off.
Oh, shit, I'm sitting here trying to type something and I can't type. There was another comment I just seen. No, I can't find it.
I do wish though, like on Twitter and stuff, how you can report something if it's inappropriate. I wish that they would add another button to it, and it would force whoever posted the BS to take a course in digital or like information literacy and critical thinking and analyzing information and like walk out their internet until they can pass those basic skills at like a third grade level at least.
I mean, there's people out there that will read or hear something, and they just, no matter what it is, they will believe
I
it.
read it on Facebook.
I know, it's amazing. It literally is amazing.
That's why I want that button. I want to be able to push that button, and then that person can't use the internet until they learn how to be more responsible.
Bofa just wants to take control, y'all.
Oh yeah, you're one to talk. I'm gonna go take over the plane.
I would. Yeah,
like
but
my-
that's just how I am, though.
That's nuts. You don't know how to
I just
fly.
want to stop all the crap.
Dude, I took Air Force ROTC, okay? And I have enough sense to know that you grab the radio and you call for the
okay.
nearest tower and you ask them to walk you through it.
Yeah, what are you going to fly the damn plane for, though?
If
She's
something
not even gonna be in the
happens,
plane.
If something happens to who?
just a pilot.
And you're going to go up there and fly the plane.
Yes, knowing myself, I would try to do that. Yes.
I mean, I would definitely try to do that if I didn't have another option.
I ain't letting nobody fly the damn plane without some credentials. Everybody's just going to what? Just
Hey,
we're supposed to trust
I've
each other
played
here?
a lot of flight simulators.
Flight simulators are cool.
That's what I mean. I think we'd all do like a questionnaire on who knows, because again, they literally just put the plane on autopilot and it
See,
flies.
that's the problem. Okay, so you would rather let just an autopilot fly
But
the plane?
autopilot doesn't.
AI.
Okay, so
It doesn't land.
no, then
Exactly.
obviously once they get to a certain point, then they turn the autopilot off and they land the plane. So there's the pilots are still in the cockpit. They're just not.
I've watched one just recently where a kid never flew a plane or anything, landed the plane, and it landed that shit perfect.
Dude, I wouldn't know what to do.
The towers, they would walk you through it. When to do your flaps, when to slow down, when to drop your gear. They'd walk you all through it.
I'd be the first one to volunteer not to do it because I'm not having that. I wouldn't know what. No, too many
It's
buttons.
harder to fly a helicopter than a plane.
No, I ain't fuck a helicopter, right?
There's too many buttons.
If I want to go in something, no, I'll go to an arcade and hop in one of those damn
The helicopter is
simulators
not the
there.
plane. It's the
at the
the
joystick.
torque. It's the torque.
Oh,
Because the whole helicopter could start spinning, and you
exactly.
have to know how to control that.
Got to make sure your blades are perfectly balanced, that there ain't nothing on them. Because even I was watching a thing when we were in high school, and just the least little bit of weight on one of those blades can cause a helicopter to crash.
Yeah, but what does everybody have when they go up in a helicopter? A damn parachute, don't they?
No,
But I wouldn't want to have
My
to
ass.
use it.
that's what I'm saying. I've been on Hueys. I've been on a bunch of different helicopters, but I've been
Oh,
on
so you're
Hueys.
talking
They
about
have
you're
the
talking
open
about big
air
boys.
day military army, and nobody had parachutes except for the pilots.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh, so the pilots, but the pilots. So
They strap us in. They strap you into the seat, so you're in a harness. You're being held there. You're not gonna unless you click it and jump out yourself. You're not going nowhere.
That's what I'm saying.
but now but a pilot can come. I wonder if they have some kind of. That's kind of messed up if they give the pilots a parachute, nobody else.
Most helicopter crashes, not many people survive.
Survive 'em, yeah.
Yeah.
You get hit with shrapnel.
Screw that. That's why I like it down here. I would never go. I like just the thought of a parachute not opening is
I
terrifying.
worked on a guy in the hospital. He was with a joint venture between the Canadian Royal Air Force
Mhm.
and the Army, and they got into a helicopter crash. And when he got to me, he was almost just stubs. I mean, his hands were frostbitten. He was going to lose his hands, and
Jesus.
he couldn't eat. He had tubes coming out of his abdomen area. That's how they fed him and everything. It was sad.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie though. I mean, if I had to pick a way to go, like, I'm not gonna lie. That's the way I want to go. Like I'll jump out of a plane and
I'll go in my sleep and not
watch it
know
all,
about it.
watch it all the way. I mean, yeah, obviously that, but you know,
Just like
maybe
Mike, thank you so much for that super sticker.
you're not gonna feel it either way. You're hitting that ground so hard.
Yeah.
I had a heart attack and I thought it was indigestion. My friend kept saying, "Hey, do you need to go to the hospital or something? We were
You're like,
fishing.
you
We could
did?
leave." I was like, "Nah, I'm cool. It's just I just got heartburn."
How'd you know? How'd you figure out it was a heart attack?
Later on, a couple months later, I was, let's just say I didn't have the stamina that I used to have, and I knew something was wrong. So I went to the doctors, and he's like, "Dude, you got to have a open heart surgery like now."
What the hell?
And actually, he only thought there was like 3 of the arteries or whatever was wrong. And when he went in there, actually, there was 4. Just the 4th one had been completely deteriorated, so it didn't show up on the X-ray.
I'm sorry, Liza.
Huh?
Liza said, after this conversation, if TSA stops me, I will blame Scarlett wanting to fly planes.
Because I'll put on the watch list.
Oh my gosh, she said, agent, who talked to the YouTube lady. It was not me. I was not there, BK alibi. I'm just saying what I would do. But like I know how I am.
Then I'm jumping out.
So
Even
that's
without a
what-
parachute.
Yeah, I take my chances by jumping out. Hey, sometimes people bounce and they still
You know what I mean? Like I would wait until like we're a couple thousand feet from the ocean,
So
and then
y'all
know.
have no faith in me.
I do a little pencil in the water. Whoop.
I said, yeah, y'all have no faith in me.
Absolutely not.
Nah, I don't have faith in myself landing a plane, to be honest.
Now again, if somebody has some experience and they, then that's a different story. But I'm taking my shot. I'm taking
I
my
have
shot. jumping out.
experience. I have experience. I have done flight simulators in Air Force ROTC.
I played.
how long ago?
It was in high
Atari.
school many years ago.
Exactly.
And
Hey,
yes, and
there's-
I did the flight simulators on PlayStation.
If you took
There's
a
a
step
guy
out
in
of that
San
cockpit, you get
Francisco.
whacked.
He's got a little bitty, like almost like a tiny house, and what's inside his house is a flight simulator that he built.
Now that guy can land.
All right, y'all. I'm going to be in it in about 5 minutes. So let's see if we can get the last minute likes in, please. I would get us to the ground safely.
One time I made a paper airplane.
Wow.
That's my experience.
I've made 1 or 2 of those too. We used to have these like balsa wood planes with a rubber band, and you spin up the rubber band and then you toss it and it glides.
Or actually, maybe just like a wingsuit. I wonder if like a wingsuit
Oh my
would,
The squirrel
What do you
suits.
say, oh my God, for? I'm
that's
trying to
crazy.
figure out something I
Like
can do.
No,
Like
I'm
a
just
little
imagining
fly
you
squirrel.
jumping out of a plane in a wingsuit. Oh my god.
What? You can at least glide down to the water, and
Troll said when he flew, it wasn't nothing to it. Like they hit a little bit of turbulence or whatever, but other than that, it wasn't nothing to flying. Just,
Talking about jumping, have you ever seen that Red Bull?
yeah,
The guy
dude jumped
that
out with no
took
parachute.
it's like a weather balloon. He took the balloon all the way up to the stratosphere, out of our atmosphere almost, and jumped. And actually, like while he was falling, he had passed out.
Oh, you're
and
talking about the
woke up.
dude in the astronaut suit.
Yeah, exactly, that dude.
Oh yeah, that was crazy too. Did you see the guy jump out of the plane with no parachute and land in the net?
No, I haven't seen that one. I'm gonna have to look it up.
Go
Google
watch
it.
that one, dude. No parachute, lands in a big ass net. No way.
be my luck, I would miss the net.
Exactly.
You gotta think he's moving probably over 100 miles per hour when he hits that net.
Slow. I mean, he goes down pretty deep in the net. I mean, you'll see it, but I wouldn't. People are just nuts.
Slipper, I need to be in control instead of feeling great.
I think of the opposite. Those people that do free diving that
Oh
try
yeah.
to like set the record. Some guy just recently died from doing it. I think actually a female has the record.
Listen, some of those people that like high dive and shit, when you go up there and see how high it's, I don't know how more people don't get hurt. To be honest with you, that's a
I
far.
used to dive from like a 10-meter platform. That's like 30 feet in the air.
Yeah.
And then I would do cliff diving over by Yosemite off the Merced River. And some of those spots where we dived from was like 90 feet in the air.
Jesus Christ. I don't know. I always hear like at a certain point, like at a certain height, it's like hitting concrete. If you land like a certain way.
Yeah, if you land wrong. I have a friend that actually accidentally jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge and survived. He was showing off and he was hanging from the rail.
And he
He
survived
lost
it?
his grip and he survived it. He's still alive today.
Oh wow.
Did you do like a pencil or something?
No, I guess, just he remembered saying that it felt like it took forever to reach the surface, that he thought he was going to drown.
Well, did he have any insight on how to land? Like, how did he land?
I don't know how he landed. He just landed in the water and he swam to the marine side and climbed out.
Did he have any type of injuries though? From like impact on the water or anything like
This
that?
guy's like what we call a garbage can, do any type of illicit substance.
Oh, okay.
And I think at the time he was on like hallucinogenics.
Oh, he loved it. He's free falling. At least he lived.
Yeah.
I'm assuming because I wouldn't land. Like I didn't know if he had like his hands like over his feet. Like I don't know how to
What's funny
land.
is like I met him through another military friend and kind of parted ways. I never saw him again. And then like 20 years later, I'm fishing on a pier and I'm like, hey, I know you. And I told the story. I said, hey, didn't you jump up the Golden Gate Bridge? And he started saying, yeah. And I guess all the people that been there, because I just came to the area, all the people he knew regularly, he had been telling them for years and years and years that he jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge, and nobody believed him because he's crazy. You know what I mean?
Oh, so there was
he's certifiable.
So there was never a report on it?
No report, nothing. I actually just saw something on YouTube about a guy that jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge. He was trying to commit suicide. Yeah, I'm sorry, I used that word. He's trying to self-delete, and he survived.
Jesus, we can't use any vocabulary on YouTube today. What the hell happened? So so the guy who tried to do that to himself survived?
Yeah, he survived. Well, he was telling his story, and he was saying that he was waiting for somebody to stop him. And people were driving by on their bikes and walking by and jogging by and so on and so forth. And he saw this lady coming up to him with a huge smile. And he was thinking to himself, oh, this is the person that's going to save me. And when she got up to him, she asked him to take a picture of her. And he took a couple pictures of her and gave her camera back. And he jumped.
Oh, damn.
And then he lived.
Yeah, and he lived.
Yeah, because you can't physically drown yourself. Like you can't drown yourself. You need at some point to gasp for air. And if you can get it,
exactly.
You're going to try to
swallow
get it.
that salt water, and that salt water is bag nasty. I swam and accidentally swallowed water before, salt water, fresh water.
That's what I mean. Once he hits that water, and like you said, your buddy was down. You go pretty damn deep. It's not like you can just stay down there and try to drown. Like you need to come up for air. You start. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but some people can hold their breath a lot longer than other people.
True, but I feel like if you hit that water, unless you're preparing yourself,
there is water. It's cold.
Kind of like lose your breath, no?
All right, yeah, I need to get out of here. It's already 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I know, teacher. If you tie yourself down. All right, guys. Well, it's been real.
Have a wonderful night.
Morning/evening.
Yeah, good
Y'all
morning,
too.
everybody.
Love
Thank
y'all.
you all for coming up.
Of course.
Thank
Good night,
you.
Fofa. Good night, Ray. Good night, Scarlett.
Good night.
Good
See
night,
you guys.
Willie.
Good
Good
night,
night,
all.
Ray. Good night, Scarlett.
Right.
Good night, chat.
Bofa, have a good night. Thank you for coming up.
Thanks for letting me up. Have a good
Letting
night,
you,
everyone.
I was wanting you to come up earlier. You weren't having it.
Oh yeah, I was protesting. I forgot. All right. Have a good night.
All right, you too. Stevie, have a good night. Summer, you have a good night as well. All right, yeah, I'm about to get out of here so I can finish eating. I love you all. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out, and everybody who come up on chat, or I'm sorry, up on the panel, everyone who donated, super chat, super stickers, membership gifting, and to the new members, thank you all. And I love you all. Summer, have a good night. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night or morning, wherever you may be. And I will talk to y'all later.